what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart
Testing. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? How are you doing, chat? You are about to get a very tired Irene Geller this morning. And then I pounded a delicious cup of matcha green tea, and my whole world has changed. And your whole world has changed too. You're gonna get a good show today. Even though it's Sunday, even though like half of the time on Sunday I like sleep super late, and then like I don't even stream because I'm just like, it's too late by the time I'm even awake. I don't know, there's something about Sunday. It's like Sunday's like always my recovery day. So is Saturday. Chat, I feel like I take too many days of recovery. I'm like Goku, right? You know how Goku gets that tank, and it's really annoying because like you sort of need Goku, right? If you're gonna fight Frieza, which we're definitely gonna be fighting Frieza today, or some Frieza-like enemies, yeah, you kind of need Goku, right? You could have Gohan, you could have Krillin, you could have Piccolo, and that's all well and good. There's nothing wrong with those streamers, right? But you're gonna need Goku if you wanna be able to actually take out Frieza. So I'm here, I'm back, I'm recovered from my battles. We're about to engage with more battles with the Queen of Mean herself, Blair White. Blair White, yeah. The inspiration for Beta Blair. It's been a while since I watched Dragon Balls. Yeah. It's been a while since I've watched Dragon Ball 2. I think the last one I watched was the one where they go to the Budokai that's like in space, the space Budokai, to fight all the other galaxies. Like all the other galaxies have like heroes and stuff, and they have to fight them because they're gonna get destroyed by Xeno-chan if they don't win, right? All the galaxies that lose are gonna be eliminated. But then somehow somebody uses their wish to like wish all the other galaxies back to life. It's pretty cool. It's the power of friendship, the tournament of power art. Firebird 710 knows what I'm talking about. Oh my god, I got my void coffee. Yeah, I was just like grumpy and irritable and frustrated. Really frustrated. All right, chat. Can I vent a little bit? Is that a good thing? Do you want to hear your streamer vent? Do you want to hear about my personal life? Personal life update. Personal life update, because that's so good to talk about like your personal life on stream. It's the best thing ever, right? Okay. So here's the deal. I am not moving. At least not right away. At least not right now, right? But one of my roommates is moving. Okay? And this is the roommate that has the really nice room. I have what is basically, I think, some kind of a storage closet that got converted into a room. It is very small. It does not fit my stuff. It is very frustrating, right? So I have the chance to move into a better room. The only problem is it costs more money, right? And we gotta find a new roommate. And my roommate's like on me, like, okay, well, if you're gonna move into my room, then you better clean your room and have your room looking spick and span. And I'm like, okay, I mean, that makes sense. We're gonna show, off my room, so if you see something moving behind the green screen, it'll probably be somebody checking out the room, right? No. So yeah, that makes sense. But the other thing that doesn't make sense is that the house is like trashed, like, right? And it's not like it's trashed with like everybody's stuff. It's trashed with one person's stuff. And it's the person who was, you better clean your room, right? It was the person who was unironically Jordan Petersoning me, right? So might have to have a little conversation. I'm not looking forward to that. I've been meaning to text back on that and be like, yeah, cleaning would be good. Cleaning is something that I think that we all could benefit from if we want to get a roommate in here, because like, who's gonna come into a place and see it completely trashed and be like, oh yes, I want to move in here? What are you gonna say? Oh no, it's usually not like this. It's just because I'm moving out, right? It gets messy. No, come on. People don't believe that. If you wanna move somebody in, you gotta make things nice, and that means I gotta make things nice, but that also means that the person chiding me like a child, as if I was 12 years old, that to clean my room also maybe needs to clean the shit off the fucking floor. All right, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so there's your venting. There's your venting. It's drama. It's drama in real life. It's okay. It's not that bad of drama. I think it's okay. But I just gotta talk about this to somebody because it's been making me mad. It's been making me irritable. And when I'm mad and irritable, I'm no good on stream. That's not fun for you. That's not fun for me. That's not fun for anyone, okay? That is not right. Just like not putting on lipstick before stream is also not fun for anybody. Everybody loves the lipstick. There it is. Oh my God. But yeah, I gotta clean my room. I gotta get things ready. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna like sort of bring people in and give them whirlwind tours while I'm streaming. Because that might be a little bit of a challenge, and there's a few things that are going to be challenges here. Like, right, the sad thing is, it is a really nice place that we live in, and it just needs some major TLC, right? It has needed, and I understand that because I'm tired. I get tuckered, especially after covering this kind of content. I get tuckered. Do you ever get tuckered? Do you feel like Tucker Carlson? You feel like you're just going to go on Twitter and stream and get like 6 billion views, but it's really like you've really only had 500 people watch you. Do you ever feel like that? I'm always fun, really? Even when I'm down, even when I'm low energy, because that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid the low energy streaming. I'm just trying to avoid streaming while I'm frustrated, you know, because it's nice to get those frustrations out, and you are a safe place that I can vent to because you don't know me and you don't know my roommate, and so this is not drama that affects you in any way. You have no, I mean, it does it a little bit, right? You know, how well I'm feeling might affect how good your stream is, but yeah, so what are we looking at here? We're looking at Blair White herself. We haven't talked to Blair White in a little while. And guess what? Guess what context we're gonna get to see Blair White in? It's a Jubilee panel. This is what Jubilee does, though. This is what Jubilee does. They take people like Blair White, media-trained right-wingers, right? And it's always like, you know, conserva-gays versus liberal gays, or conserva-trans versus liberal trans, or, you know, I don't know. It's always stuff like that. That's what they tend to do, right? But you could bet that the people on the right-wing side of things are gonna have some ringers. And what I mean by ringers, I mean people that are media trained, right? Blair White, obviously media trained. One of these other people on here is somebody that you're gonna hate when you find out what her claim to fame is. Her claim to fame is she's a trans woman who helped pass anti-trans legislation. Some of the legislation that, like, in lots of these red states that's passing, she helped draft it. She helped draft it. She was like, you know, I think that HRT is just a little too easy to get. Sweaty. We're gonna make it harder. We're gonna make it more difficult. Because what about the detransitioners? Who's thinking about the detransitioners? Oh my God. We haven't talked about Blair White in a while. Sounds like we've been having fun. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, doesn't it? It does sound like a good time. Speaking of a good time, we got some other things to watch too that I wanted to just kind of catch up with. There are some good clips on the subject of Israel-Palestine, and you know, not to do too much content on that, because I mean, there's only so much that I can do. It's a scary situation. My heart is with the people under fire right now, who, you know, essentially are under fire for their whole existence in some way, who've had all kinds of life-giving resources cut off to them, and now have even more life-giving resources cut off to them, who are forced to move, you know, in a short period of time, and they're not even safe. They're not even safe trying to leave the northern part of Gaza, but yeah, there is only so much that we could talk about this, but there are some people out there that have said things that kind of cut through the noise, and that's what I'm looking to do right now, because there's so much noise, and most of that noise is like, you know, you if you have any concern for Palestinians at all, you must be with the terrorists, right? And that is noise that we have heard enough of. That is noise that, like, yeah, it does kind of have parallels to the early 2000s, post 9/11 world where, you know, you just really weren't allowed to disagree with the president, when the president said, we are going to attack this country that has nothing to do with what happened on 9/11, but yeah, you just believe me that they do somehow. And I was hoping, chat, now, whisper of a dream, right? Whisper of a dream. But I'm gonna try this one more time. Oh my god, and I like half did my lipstick. This is like, I mean, there's half-assed and then there's half-lipped, and half-assed maybe I can get away with. But half-lipped is just not gonna work at all. All right, I feel better. I feel better. Yeah, so I was hoping to have some time to just talk to chat, because I never got to do that. I never got to just talk to chat. It would be nice to sit and talk to chat. You are chat. You're the people that I would be talking to if that happens. But I need you to help me make it happen. And we're gonna make it happen with a sub goal. That and hit. Okay, we'll make it a sub point goal because that's slightly easier. There we go. That's a sub point goal. That is 10 sub points. That is a very minuscule amount of recompense for what I can do. But if we can hit that level, right, then I'm gonna open it up for some Q&A today, and maybe even take a call or two from the Discord, from the subs, right? We've got a subs only area of the Discord, and I thought we might put that to use today. So yeah, if you want to see that happen though, we got to hit that sub goal. So and again, this also gets you out of the ad break, which it's coming up in 38 minutes. In 38 minutes or so, there will be an ad break, right? It is inescapable unless you got a little Persona 2 face by your name, right? Otherwise, you'd have to see the ads. And they're like 3 minutes now. I can't help it. Twitch imposes this on me. I had 1 minute and 30 seconds every 30 minutes. Now they force me to have 3 hours, just like Hassan. So we're just like Hassan here with the top of the hour ad break that comes again at the top of the hour, just about at the top of the hour. Actually, it's going to come in like the 40. I don't know. It's going to come one time during the hour. That's the important part. And that one time you will be served a 3-minute ad break unless you have a sub. You could get a sub through a Prime sub, but that is if you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free sub just for having that. You can get out of it by paying Twitch $5 to get yourself a sub, or if you're lucky, you might get a sub through somebody being very generous and gifting you one, right? It's more likely to happen though if you're active in chat, so that's another reason to be active in chat. And honestly, my chat is like the most active. I gotta say this, okay? About my chat, about my community versus other people's. I see people with way more viewers than I have, and their chats are somehow less active. So like, good on you, chat. Good on you for contributing. And all right, well, I guess we should dive right into this. We should dive right into this, should we? Shall we? Cheers. Cheers, my friends. Okay, let's dive into...
Being a non-binary person that sometimes has the choice to either go into a men's restroom looking like this. So you can look at me looking like this.
Oh, Blair, do you see that? Like, no, we gotta get this. Like, look, I'm gonna turn the music off. I'm gonna turn the music off. Let's do this. All right, you gotta see this look from Blair.
Being a non-binary person that sometimes has the choice to either go into a men's restroom looking like this.
So very little edging today. Yeah, well, like, here's the deal with the edging. Like, I mean, that's the way that a stream should go. However, some of our audience, including maybe you out there watching right now, some of our audience is not a live stream audience. Some of our audience, they just found themselves here randomly, right? They clicked, they saw, oh, cool, Blair White is in a in a panel, and she's being toxic again. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Right? And they clicked on it and they expect to see Blair White, right? So when I don't get to Blair White right away, they get nervous. They're like, wait, did I get lied to? Is this clickbait? Is this the infamous clickbait? Did NCC clickbait me? I've heard she's a bad lady. I've heard she says mean things. I didn't think she would clickbait me. No, viewer, you are not being clickbaited. You're just in the midst of a live stream, and it's a very different culture. It's a very different thing. We like to check in with each other. We like to say hi. We like to say what's going on with you, chat, what's going on with me, what's going on with my living situation that I'm very frustrated with, and all the rest of it, right? Before we dive into the actual stream itself, but you're there now, right? I have edged you long enough today.
You can look at me.
No, it's just interesting that I thought this was a trans
She didn't want to
debate. That's what I thought.
Even.
Oh my god. So it's kind of like you're being rude, but in like a non-verbal way by giving that look, you know, by looking away, you're being rude. But when you get called out on it, you got to be like, oh no, I actually am really rude. I actually am really mean and judgmental and gatekeepy, and I'm just a complete asshole is what I am.
Non-binary people.
Non-binary
I
people
will
fall
further
under the
trans-
trans
I will
umbrella.
further-
So I don't know. Maybe you could educate yourself a little bit
I
on
think
that.
I could
and maybe-
Anybody else think that Blair's making a little bit of a weird fashion choice today? Look, I am all for the all black outfit. It's very slimming, and you know, I've got that little. We've all got that goth inside of us, right? That wants to. But she's on. This is middle ground, right? Did you see the background? The background is also black, right? It's a weird thing to, you know, you want to stand out against the background. Everybody else has got kind of clothes that stand out. Blair, I don't know how they even lit her to get her to like to stand out, but
then you would figure
I think I
out,
could educate
you know, what
right?
reality is.
Oh,
whoa. Wait, I feel like Blair was mean there.
It is a safety concern
But the way that with that whoa was like you're both being too mean, and it's like, no, come on.
for trans women to share a female restroom. Can the agreeers please step forward?
Okay, so see how this works? This is Middle Ground by Jubilee. They got 4 conservative trans people. They've got 4 liberal, and I major air quotes here when I say liberal, trans people on the other side. And they ask a series of prompts, right? And it's a question. And if you say yes to the question, then you step forward and have a conversation first with the rest of the people who said yes, and then with the people who did not say yes, right? So that's how it's kind of loaded up. And I guess what they're trying to do to maintain the semblance of fairness, the semblance of, you know, equality, just objectivity, right, is that they'll ask questions that maybe a conservative would answer yes to, and then they'll ask a question that they think a liberal would, you know, stereotypical conservative, stereotypical liberal, right, would say yes to. So they're trying to make it so that there's somewhat of an equal time here, because you do, if you say yes to the question, you do get more time.
Before we begin this episode, we know there's been a lot of
Jules, you're right. Jubilee is super right-wing.
anticipation for this topic.
That is why we're excited to release an extended cut of this episode featuring all prompts on our Middle Ground Patreon.
Okay, you're boosting your Patreon. Well, good luck with that. I feel like though any amount of money that Jubilee earns from its YouTube channel is enough money already. So like, I'm not trying to contribute to their Patreon. I have a Patreon too. I should probably mention that if you are looking to donate to a Patreon, maybe give mine a chance. It's just nocommentchick on Patreon. So yeah, so we're right into it here with Sarah. Sarah's a conservative. These are the people who answered yes. That what the prompt again was like, it's a safety concern for trans women to share a female bathroom. I would say, look, you know what I would do? Okay, here's my trick. Okay, if I was on if I was on Jubilee, which I would never do because, yeah, Sarah with an H is better than Sarah without an H. Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you there, Delta. So here's what I would do. I would say, yeah, it's a safety concern, and I would come out just so I could argue with the conservatranses, right? Because my justification would be like, yeah, if you are on Turf Island, if you are in a place with a lot of conservatives, a lot of chuds, a lot of hogs, a lot of right-wingers, a lot of gender critical, a lot of TERFs, Graham Linehan might come in the bathroom to check out, you know, who's in there, make sure that everybody's got their, you know, check your ID, check your genitals, right? You know, if you're in that kind of environment, yeah, it could be like a real safety concern, right? If you've got Posey Parker looking under the stalls, shining a flashlight up your crotch to see what you got between your legs, it's a little bit of a safety concern, right? Maybe, just maybe. So like I would jump in there and you know, fight him straight off, but
a lot of men just simply self-IDing into being trans women to utilize.
Okay, so like if you're gonna make a claim like that, you need to show something. There's a lot of men self-IDing as trans women and going into the women's restroom. Just trust me. I know the statistics, right? No, there aren't statistics. You don't know them, right? You're contributing to a moral panic. Okay? So is there like harassment, endangerment, creepiness that happens in bathrooms in women's restrooms? Yeah. Right? Because guess what? There's no force field on the bathroom door that's gonna keep you out unless you ID as female, right? So the dangerous situations, you know, with somebody being in the bathroom, you know, in like sort of a stalking sort of way, that's already going on. That's already going on. That doesn't and look, if somebody's being creepy in a bathroom, then somebody's being creepy in the bathroom, and they need to get kicked out of there, right? It doesn't. The idea of like policing people's gender, because they're gonna suggest some really weird stuff. They're gonna suggest like looking at IDs here, right? To make sure that you're, and even then, some of the people that are like you know anti-trans, that might not even be enough for them, right? You know, I don't know what they want to do, like a genital inspection or something like that. But that sounds like a pain in the ass. When I go to the bathroom, I just want to go to the bathroom. I want to go in there. I want to take care of business, and I want to leave. That is what 99.99% of the people going into the bathroom want to do. And if somebody's in there for like other reasons and they're going to bother people, then yes, that's a problem. But we already have rules against that, right? We already, there's no issue. So yeah, if that's happening, take care of that issue by itself. Don't act like it involves trans women. It doesn't.
Utilize the female restroom and to harm women.
Or just be there.
Look, the only place that bathrooms are an issue is when there's some asshole like Posey Parker going in there shining flashlights up the stalls, trying to look at what you got in between your legs. That's dangerous. That's harassment. That's creepy. Posey Parker literally suggested that men who have a firearm should go into the women's bathrooms and just make sure that everything's okay in there. There's nobody tripping their trans, you know, radar. There's nobody that looks like, you know, like, right, are you, you know, what was your birth sex, right? I don't know. That sounds pretty dangerous to me, right? And yeah, you know, like, does, you know, sexual assault happen? Yeah. And it happens a lot more than people think it does. And I'm sure that, like, you know, the bathroom is a place that could happen. But that's got nothing to do with trans women trying to take a pee, trying to just go and relieve themselves of the excess hydration. Maybe they had void coffee that day, chat. Maybe they drank void coffee. I don't know if you know this, okay, about void coffee, but it can be a bit of a diuretic, right?
Void coffee.
Right? It makes you pee more than just water does, so. If you like to drink the void coffee like I do, you might need to use the bathroom, and you don't need Posey Parker shining a freaking flashlight up your twat.
They're getting arousal from just being there.
You know, there was a photo, or it was a video that went viral, I think like just 2 weeks ago, with some like whole man with a boner in the women's restroom.
A whole man with a boner in the women's restroom, and they took a picture of it, so I know it's real. Oh my god. Oh my god. Because look, TERFs never stage anything like that. Transphobes never stage anything like that, right? That's... There it is right there.
Restroom, and there's just some...
It's gonna get worse, too. It's gonna get worse.
Poor woman filming it. Like, am I just supposed to...
Poor woman filming it, sure.
Like, accept that this is here? So I think there's levels to it. I think that trans women who are actually trans, you know, we're talking gender dysphoria, transitions, making the effort, you know, probably once you reach...
Look, I would say, like, and I've said this before, like, this was what I was saying earlier, right? If you're being harassed in the bathroom, like, you know, call somebody, right? That's not right. And somebody like visibly being like displaying arousal like that is, I would say, a form of harassment, right? So yeah, that's a problem, but that's a problem that doesn't need a ban on trans people taking a pee after they're too hydrated because they've been drinking void coffee all day, right? That doesn't need that. It doesn't need that. That doesn't help anybody.
A certain point in your transition where you can actually assimilate within that space and not cause a disruptance, that would probably be the ideal time.
Okay, so you got to be like
to start doing that, right? Whereas, you know, a cross-dresser...
No, she's gonna take this as like, aren't I moderate? All right, I'm not saying no trans people in the bathroom, but I'm saying that you have to assimilate. You have to look a certain way. You have to present a certain way. You have to not cause any problems, right? In order to use like the bathroom. Otherwise, we're gonna have you go into a really dangerous situation, which is like a trans person trying a trans woman using like the men's bathroom. That sounds like that might be dangerous, right? In fact, I know that might be dangerous, right? You are definitely going to attract attention walking into the men's bathroom, and you know, the people there are probably a lot more likely to cause cause you some harm. So yeah, there's the danger right there.
Who is emboldened to, in this current climate, say that they're trans because now anything is trans if you say so, that person should probably stay absolutely out of women's restrooms, because you're there to get your rocks off and the women are there to take a poop and a pee. So it's not the same. And you know, I really empathize with women who...
Okay, so bringing this discussion of a bathroom intruder, right? Which I'm sure that happens. And I'm sure that's really scary. Blair, that's got nothing to do with me. That's got nothing to do with trans people. Okay? What you're doing is selling a trope. What you're doing is selling a harmful stereotype.
Who, you know, have an issue with it. And I can probably hear some women commenting, well, how do I know the difference between a fetishist and a real trans person? It's hard. It's hard. However, that's the only nuance that I know to give to it, which is there's different reasons people are trans, and some people really are trans because they're horny, and some people are trans because they really felt that way from, you know, a young age or whatever.
See, I agree to an extent.
What?
Like, when you go to transition, and this is...
What did she just say? Some people are trans because they are aroused? If they were not aroused, they wouldn't be? Yeah, this has nothing to do with trans people. You're right, Kai Pewter. What's even going on here? What are we doing? We're in the middle of a bunch of transmedicalists and self-haters and Blair freaking White. And like, this is the kind of conversation that, here, let's put her front and center right there. Right there, there's Blair. That's who we're here to see, right? Because this is, and like, notice this too, right? You got one influencer, one celebrity, right? One person, maybe two people that are media trained, right? In terms of, there's Blair, and there is, okay, this is the woman who has helped pass anti-trans legislation, trans woman that goes around and, you know, just doing her best to help pass more anti-trans legislation, so that the transphobes can know that she is one of the good ones, right? That at the end of the day, they're not going to come for her because she's helped them ban trans people from sports, from everything, right? So they're gonna treat her okay, right? Is that what's gonna happen? Is that how that's gonna break down? Is that how that works? I'm not sure.
Fairly universal experience. You know, once you get to a certain...
Oh, Blair's talking about AGP. She's always talking about AGP. This woman has AGP on the brain 24/7, right? They're obsessed with Blanchard. So AGP, sorry, for anybody that doesn't know, I'm going to give a short little spiel. There's a creep, a real creep, right? We were talking about the prospect of creeps, the prospects of creeps, like trying to use like gender self-ID to justify their creepiness, which, like, you know, if they're being creepy, they're being creepy. It doesn't matter what you're, you know, what you identify as, right? That's the problem. But like, again, this is not about trans people, but one person who really is a creep is Ray Blanchard. Ray Blanchard was some sort of a scientist, some sort of a medical researcher who had legitimately a fetish for trans people, right? Really, really trans people, you know, on the brain. And so since he was so interested in this, since he was sexually aroused maybe by the idea of trans people, he decided to go into that field. They let a creep go into a field where he got to contribute to stuff that got put in the standard of care, how trans people are going to be taken care of by doctors. Well, let's ask Ray Blanchard. Let's ask the creepy guy that can't get us off his brain. And he came up with theories, chat. He had to know, how do trans people work? Why are trans people trans? What is this all about? And he's like, well, maybe some of them are actually gay males who can't bear the shame of being a gay male in society, okay? And these we will call HSTS, homosexual, transsexual, right? And then there are others who don't seem to be very interested in men, like a homosexual would be. They're interested maybe instead in women. Well, maybe then what they're really doing is transitioning so they can fetishize their own body and be aroused by the idea of themselves as a woman. That is autogynophilia, you know? And so he just made up these weird, creepy theories. And this stuff got put in the text. Stuff got treated seriously. Now, obviously, he's been discredited now. That obviously that stuff is not part of the standard of care, and he's kind of been laughed out of town by most people. But the few people that are keeping him relevant, the few people that are keeping him alive, are people like Blair White, are self-hating trans people, trans medicalists like Blair White, right? Who like to think, and this is creepy, right? This is creepy, right? Because they took Blanchard's weird theory, which is just a weird theory, honestly, and they said, actually, yeah, that's right. And since the AGP thing sounds really creepy, well, I'll just say that I'm the HSTS thing, right? And this is, you know, this is Blair White, biological male, Blair White, like who always likes to feed into that meme of like, oh yes, I'm a biological male. Nobody has to call me the right pronouns, like, right? It's you know, society can treat me however they want to treat me. But they're flexing the idea that they are an HSTS because that means they are not an autogynophile. Posey Parker talks about AGP a lot too. Yeah, I guess some gender critical people and the TERFs over there on Turf Island. It was Blanchard's birthday the other day. He posted a pic of him cutting a cake alone in his kitchen. Oh no. Everyone on trans Twitter was dunking on him. I mean, that's sad, but not sad at the same time. The fuck is an HSTS? Do I even want to know? Oh no, that's what it is. Like, okay, so that like his two ideas of like how somebody becomes trans is that either you're a gay male and you don't want to be that, right? And that's where HS, homosexual, transsexual comes from, right? Or you are secretly attracted to yourself as a woman. You want to. It doesn't make sense, chat. But remember, this is the guy getting his rocks off talking about trans people, okay? So yeah, no one wants to be that, right? So therefore the trans meds like Blair White, and I don't know if her in particular, I've never heard her try to flex that term, but there are trans meds who do. They're like, oh yes, of course, I'm the HSTS. That's the good one. That's the Blanchard approved 100%, the good trans. The good trans, if you're and like, look, realistically speaking, oh my god, Paul Squall, thank you for the 100 biddies. Charlotte Jackson, thank you for the 5 biddies. Brianna uses that term. Yeah, everybody in that group chat uses that term, including Beta Blair. Beta Blair herself is in that group chat, although I am not going to mention her name because I feel like she kind of likes it when I mention her name, so we don't need to say exactly who Beta Blair is, but Beta Blair is in there. The Blair White wannabe is in that group chat as well.
Point of passing, that's about the time that you would start going into the other bathroom as opposed to not make the same sex uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Once you reach that point in your transition, a lot of things change, but you start to
Okay, so be a good trans, assimilate, and until you can assimilate perfectly, go ahead and put yourself in a dangerous situation, right? If you're a trans woman going into men's bathrooms, because it's a kindness, it's a courtesy to women, right? And when you look at the polls, right, as far as like who is bothered by trans people, who hates trans people, who is phobic towards trans people, right? Because they've done these polls, they've taken a look into it. It's not women. It's men. It's conservative men. It's chuds. It's hogs. I mean, obviously, I guess it's TERFs also. But when you actually, even in Britain, in TERF Island itself, right? If you do a poll, asking people what their opinions of trans people are, one group that has one of the highest opinions of trans people is lesbians. So the whole idea that trans people are invading lesbian spaces and making lesbians uncomfortable, no. Apparently not. Apparently most lesbians are the approval goes down when it comes actually to gay men. Gay men maybe are a little bit uncomfortable. No, I shouldn't say that. It's still 65% approval, right? But yeah, maybe a certain subset of gay men might be iffy on trans women for whatever reason. But
see things from another perspective. You start to see things from the perspective of a cis person.
Yeah.
And I actually offer some solutions to this because I believe
are they trans too? Everybody in this panel is trans.
The free market can handle all of this stuff because in government-run and government-funded buildings, there should always be a third space for us to use. And I do. When I go to the Capitol and stuff like that, I always use third spaces. But
I think what she's talking about is like a, those single bathrooms that are like, unisex. I think that's what she means by third spaces. And listen, like, okay, I'm in favor of that, right? There probably do need to be more bathrooms like that, not just for trans people though. Like, in fact, not like there's probably a lot of people that would be more comfortable in like a single occupancy bathroom stall than they would be in a right. So that should be available. But if you're going to use that as a, and therefore like trans people have to use like one of those third spaces, that's taking away our dignity. And again, sometimes you just need to pee. Sometimes you've been drinking void coffee all day long and you just need to relieve yourself because you're overhydrated and you need to empty that bladder out, right? And you shouldn't have to go around, oh wait, where's the third space? I got to be courteous. I can't use the women's bathroom because some freaking Blair White might be upset. Posey Parker might be up there shining the flashlight up the stalls, just check between people's legs.
I think that private property owners can make the rules for their establishment and figure
Hey,
out
what's up, Autumn Leaves?
how to enforce those rules.
I mean, I wouldn't say third spaces for trans
Exactly.
people.
Like we're in a
just
state
in
right
general.
now. We're in a state right now where you have to allow anybody to use whatever restroom they want.
If you're a decent human being, you do.
You have to allow people. Look, I'm gonna spicy take. Okay, people should use the bathroom that they're the most comfortable in, like whatever that is, right? That's not a problem. People being in the bathroom and harassing other people there obviously is a problem, right? And that doesn't necessitate any sort of a gender self-ID situation. And self-IDing as being in the appropriate bathroom, if somebody's making people uncomfortable, does not excuse that. Now, here's what's messed up though. To Blair and to some of these conservative transes, the making people uncomfortable thing, right, is something that you can do with just your identity, with just who you are, right? Makes people uncomfortable. I'm more concerned with people that are actually, you know, like I said, in there to harass people or make people feel uncomfortable or be creepy, right? Like Posey Parker.
What causes the least disturbance. So for example, I filmed a YouTube video a few years ago where I entered a men's restroom just because I was responding to comments who were like, well, maybe you should use a men's restroom if you really feel like the way you feel. And so I said, okay, let's do it. Let's put a camera. And I was kicked out within seconds of the entire establishment, and it was a whole ruckus. So that's what I mean by, if you're a decent person, you do what causes the least amount of problems for people around you.
Okay, so you try out the men's bathroom. Is that what she wants me to do? I should try out the men's bathroom. If I get kicked out of the establishment, if it causes a big ruckus, then I'll know not to use that again, right? And you know, I just gauge, like, you know, like, what do I poll the people in the bathroom? Excuse me, sir, are you comfortable with me using the, you know, looking like I do, being who I am, using the bathroom here with you? Is that cool with you? Like, go around, take a poll, see who's, you know, see where people are more comfortable. I mean, it's just like you're putting all of the, like, the onus on trans people who just want to go take a piss.
And if you're, you know, a moral person, you're going to be conflict avoidant in general when it's something like that, right?
Well, she's got to go try to pee with the men because she's a biological male. She's always reminding us that she's a biological male. That's right.
It's like, what's the point of causing issues for anyone, especially if you're really just trying to pee?
Just put
get
your
it
head
done.
down, go in, get out.
Right.
Wait, that's what we're doing.
Can the disagreeers please step
wait,
forward?
That okay? So you hear that noise? That's the noise when the people that answered the question in the negative come out. And so these are all the people that said that no, there is not a safety concern for trans women to share a female restroom. And that's what I would have said, like, realistically, knowing what they mean by the question. You know, obviously that's how I would answer. I was just joking around about, like, you know, the way that this panel works. If you want to argue with the, you know, if you want to argue with the self-hating trans people here, you find a reason to say yes. And I would have said it's a safety concern because of TERFs, because of gender criticals, because of transphobes. That's why it is a safety concern for trans women to use any restroom, including a female restroom. Blair might think of trans women as a subcategory of men. Yeah.
I want to comment on Blair's point. The one thing I kept hearing,
the biological type,
through all of the nuance, is passability.
I never
Because
said
ultimately, when we talk about passability, it determines how you get harassed in the bathroom. Because honestly, if you don't look so passable or whatnot, people are going to say, oh, that's a man with a dress on, and then there's going to be discourse. But the reality of it is, honestly, who cares who's trans and who's cis going in the bathroom? You should be minding your own business, being able to pee and do your business in peace, for the most part. That conversation around this man with a boner on or whatever like that, I saw that picture and I thought to myself, that's really a right-wing talking point and conservative propaganda, because that's their ideology.
How is it
when it comes to
that
trans?
happened.
I'm speaking. That's their ideology when it comes to trans.
How is it not propaganda? Do you know that it's not propaganda? Did you check it out? Did you run it down? Did you verify it? No, you probably didn't.
It's because conservatives have a basic level understanding of what transness is in the first place. And with all,
I mean, this is what I'm talking about with the danger in the women's restroom really being like conservative men that might pull out some stunt like that, right? Might actually, you know, go in and be weird, be harassing in a women's restroom in order to try to push and agitate that issue and try to make it see, you know, and then when you ask them about it, they're like, I identify as female, right? Well, it doesn't really matter what you identify if you're being a creep in the bathroom, right? That's a problem in and of itself, but they want to try to spread this idea that like trans women being allowed to pee is causing a problem just so they can remove us from public life. I mean, like, look, chat, what they really want us to do is hold it. All right, let's be real. They don't want us in the men's room. They don't want us in the women's room. They don't want us in any room. They want us holding it until we go home and peeing in our own bathroom. That is, you know, they want us removed from public life.
With all due respect, I do not think any of you are basic, but they use you as the baseline to amplifying this propaganda.
How is it propaganda if it's a thing that really happened? It was caught on video. Like, it was an actual occurrence. It wasn't staged. It happened.
Prove it.
And that's not the only, it's not an isolated incident.
Prove it.
Incident.
But that's not enough for...
Wait, so you said that there was a man in the women's restroom with an erection. Visible erection, okay? I'm sure that's happened. You so far have not said anything to imply that this has anything to do with trans women, right? That sounds like a bathroom intruder scenario, okay? And I guess what she's trying to imply is that this person could, you know, say that they identify as female, and in her mind that gets them out of making people feel uncomfortable, which, yes, you know, visible arousal's probably going to make a lot of people, you know, look, a guy going into a men's restroom with like visibly aroused is probably going to make them uncomfortable there too. Yeah, if somebody, you know, that is not the time or place to be brandishing a Woodrow Wilson, as it were.
Me to say, because
didn't Graham Linehan do that? I wouldn't be surprised.
Actors can do that. Who knows? They could have been an actor trying to make a point against trans people.
Yeah, but when Posey Parker suggests that men go into women's restroom armed, that's right. That's creepy. That's scary. Look, can you imagine though? Like, because here's the thing. If you have, what they're proposing is like bathroom inspector, right? Somebody like standing outside, best case scenario, checking your ID. Little worst case scenario, they give you a pat down to see what's going on downstairs. Like a pat, usually pat downs are supposed to skip that area, but they're going to pat you down specifically there to see what you got going on down there. And like, you know, if you like worst case scenario, right? Like what Posey Parker was asking for was for men to go into women's bathrooms armed, right? Do you see how badly this could go? And it's not just for trans people either, right? Cis women have been harassed in bathrooms because they have they have some sort of a masculinity, one or more masculine features about them that makes people, that makes transphobes really start to gives them an excuse to harass them. Erections don't indicate arousal.
This has always been our battle. It's just like, from what I just heard you were saying with your talking points, because I did understand what you were saying. I just got the word passability out of there, and
which I didn't say that word at all.
No, I'm saying that word.
He said passability.
I'm saying
she didn't say it. He did. And the problem, the left.
Okay, I can't. I couldn't hear. I just couldn't hear back there.
The
liberals, what I was saying was,
liberals always use the.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you said that word. What I was getting out of what you were saying, the one word that was coming to me was passability. This is Blossom saying it. And so passability politics is really a thing in our trans community, especially when we come to the debate of restrooms.
Well, you can say it's politics, but actually...
Yeah, not just armed, but showing that they are armed. Yeah, I think there's very few women that would be made to feel more comfortable by the presence of an armed man in the women's restroom. And honestly, let's be real. Who is going to show up for that gig? right? Maybe a guy that's just transphobic. He's transphobic. He doesn't like the idea of trans women using the women's restroom, and he shows up armed. All right, maybe, right? But preferentially, the guy that shows up for that gig is going to be the guy who's looking for an excuse to go into the women's restroom, right? So by trying to solve this non-problem, by proposing a solution for this moral panic, you have introduced a new danger, a real danger, a danger to people's lives, right? And not just to trans people's lives either, right? There's been so many examples of cis women getting harassed in the bathroom because somebody thinks they might be trans.
It's just real life, right? It's just about
Correct.
where
I
you're
agree.
able to assimilate to and where you're not. And I think one of the biggest problems in the trans community is
People can have random erections that aren't because that they're aroused. Yes, but in general, right? It is something that, I mean, for right or wrong, is not acceptable to display in public. That if that happens, most people, I think, would try to, like, right, the classic, put the books in front of their crotch, put a pillow there, right? Most people, right, they're not trying to show that off, right? So that's the point, right? If somebody's like flashing a Woodrow Wilson or a Richard Johnson or any kind of Jimmy of any variety, a Jimmy Johnson, I don't know. I've got a chat. I don't have enough dick metaphors, do I?
the community by and large has seemed to reject assimilation and seems hell-bent on...
But yeah, transvestigations, exactly, Natalie.
I think it's absolutely true, which is you see people talking about how you don't need to work
talking so much about dick today. Sorry.
Transition at all to enter women's restrooms, and I think that is so selfish.
That drives
so
me crazy.
It's so disregarding of women who may or may not feel uncomfortable.
But the trans woman experience is not monolithic. So who are we to police transness? Why are we policing other people's transness and how they show up?
We have to protect women.
Why are y'all policing though? That's what I don't understand.
You are women. Protect yourselves. You are women. You should care about yourselves. Like, right? Like, this is the sad thing, okay? Like, look, I got all kinds of smoke for Blair White, all right? Being completely 100 with you. I got all the smoke in the world for Blair White. I got all the smoke in the world for this this chick in the white, Cammie, that helped pass anti-trans legislation. But a lot of these conservatrans people, they're just sad. They're sad. They hate themselves. They're looking for acceptance from a society by throwing other trans people under the bus, and that sucks. Punch side iron, one-eyed snake. Yeah, so chat's got some dick metaphors for me. Yeah, we just want to pee. We just want to pee. It's not about that. It's not about all of that, right? Why are you bringing this into this, right?
Words that we're not using. It's not policing. We're listening to women, and if you have 50%, we won't say 50%, but
we're listening to women. I love it when right-wingers, right? But in any other situation, if you said to Blair, believe women, she'd get visibly angry. What if the women are lying? What if they're making up the assault to harm some poor man's career? We can't believe all women. We can't listen to all women. If you tell Blair White, like listen to POC, she's gonna slap you across the face, right? She doesn't accept this logic, but what she does is she thinks that you accept this logic, right? This is the conservative caricature, right, of intersectionality, of social justice, right? The idea that it is just like, oh yes, well, somebody who is oppressed, marginalized in any way is of more social worth than somebody who is privileged. So if it's a woman talking, you liberal, by your own logic, you are supposed to listen to that woman. You are supposed to believe that woman. You're supposed to be like, yes, ma'am, right away, ma'am. I will use the bathroom outside, in the on the grass. I don't know, whatever, like, right, defer to the marginalized person. That's not actually how it works. It is not an upside down inverted hierarchy, right? That's the caricature that you get. They think that we've taken their hierarchy, their privilege hierarchy, and we've just flipped it upside down. So now the straight white cis male is on the bottom of everything, and we hate them, and we don't care about them, and they're gonna get oppressed, they're gonna get marginalized now, and the you know, the person at the absolute intersection of marginality is gonna be our new like monarch, right? No, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, Sweaty. That's never been how it works.
If you have a large chunk of the population of women saying that they are uncomfortable with a certain thing, a good person leans in and listens.
So why
they
are
don't
you
just
not listening
reject
to
it.
other trans women, Blair?
I
think
do
that's-
all day.
Okay,
right.
Look, if you take a poll, right? If you take a poll, you're gonna get less trans hate from women. All right. So if you're gonna appeal to the idea of listen to women, then and even if you're being transphobic, and what you're really saying when you say listen to women is you're saying listen to cis women, right? Even if you're doing that, you listen to them. Okay, what's the best way to listen to them? Find a turf, find Posey Parker, you know, so somebody like that, and listen to her preferentially for no reason at all, or take a poll and see what the preponderance of cis women believe. And when you do that, you find that cis women tend to be more supportive than other demographics of trans women. So yeah, even your own logic there, Blair. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to use it against you.
So,
now.
but you didn't, and I'm not trying to be combative or whatever like that. I'm just trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying, what the middle ground would be between you and
Show about settling differences, right?
I, because you said one side and that's great, but what about the side of trans women? If we're not bringing both sides into this conversation,
Here's what I would say
then it
then.
is unbalanced.
Here's what I would say then, because I do understand both sides. I didn't, you know, I'm almost a decade into my transition, which means I was one time a year.
The classic transphobe doing a transvestigation in the bathroom meme.
In 6 months in, 2 months in. So I understand that, but I also knew at the very beginning of my transition that if I'm not at a place physically where I'm not making people feel uncomfortable, or I'm making people uncomfortable, then
Right.
that's on me. That's
Correct.
my responsibility to make sure that I'm going places a certain way to make sure that they're comfortable.
Because
Okay,
it's
now
for your
listen.
safety
Listen,
also,
listen.
right? Would
Well,
you also
you
say
can-
that you're
What Blair White is saying right there is a survival skill that many trans people have to use in a transphobic world, in a transphobic society, right? We know that. Thank you. We are aware that it's, you know, maybe safer to do that, but to like to propose that as like, see, do you see how much she's talking down to you? Like, yeah, we know how we're going to be treated in certain spaces, you know, depending on our passing or whatever. Yeah, I think that trans women are well aware of that fact. Thank you, Blair. Thank you for bringing that up. Let's see what we got here. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, get ready for a jump scare. Oh wait. Oh, I'm struggling. I am struggling.
safe.
Well,
Your
I
safety
know that
plays a part.
you seem to be looking at through the lens of always trans being the priority. I'm looking at through the lens of women being the priority here. There's plenty of situations.
Why? I just want to know
Because
why
it's them who
around
would
that.
fall
Well,
victim
wait,
to.
Blair, we're talking about trans women, so yeah, we're kind of talking about both. Lest in your biological maleness, you forgot that you Blair White are also a woman. Okay, so this is what we got. This is what we got, right? This is Posey Parker. This is J.K. Rowling's, right? You're just keeping stuff safe by looking into the bathroom stalls and checking you know, what kind of what people got between their legs. You got to know. You got to know, because thank you for keeping us safe, bathroom inspector. Thank you so much. Your contribution is appreciated. Much as your contribution to our sub goal is also appreciated. I didn't get a chance to mention that we have an ad. We have 3 minutes of ads that comes up every hour on the 40. It's like on the 40, right? Because of the weird time that I started stream at, it's on the 40 that the ads are going to come up. If you know, you might have just experienced those ads. That's about 3 minutes of ads. It's a lot, right? If you no longer want to see those ads, you can stop those ads with a Twitch Prime sub. You can stop those ads with a sub that you can get from Twitch for $5, or possibly through a gift or community sub, which can happen, which does happen. People often do this in order to, you know, kind of pay forward some good karma and help me out as well. And also help us reach that sub goal, because that sub goal is going to let us go for a little longer than we normally would be able to go for today. It's going to be a short stream otherwise. So yeah, those are the ways that you can get out. But of course, you're going to get gifted. You're going to be seen. You're more likely to be gifted a sub if you are active in the chat.
Not actual trans women, as I said, but people.
Jubilee is super sketchy. I agree.
People posing as trans women. People who are
But trans women are also victims of that as well.
I'm sorry. I would love it if the two of you have said your piece, and I would love to hear.
Yeah, I just want to make this point.
Wait, okay, so that was the moderator. Usually the moderator doesn't chime in, but I think they were saying that it helps when people don't talk at the same time.
I just want to make this point as well, but trans women also experience violence and also need that protection. And so that's the thing. Like, it should be an even playing field. I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying is I would like to challenge you to expand to make sure you're being inclusive of both sides or whatever, because we have to have these important conversations between cis women and trans women. And, I'm just going to say, and I'm not going to just say cis women, I'm going to say women, biological women. I want to make it inclusive of everyone.
I think
Well, it truly is middle ground in terms of the fact that the liberals on the panel feel the need to bend over backwards to make sure that we're not alienating Anna Kasparian. Don't worry, Anna. Don't worry, Anna. We're not gonna say birthing person. We're not gonna say bonus hole. Make sure we'll call ourselves biological males if you want. You know, you can step on us.
Though is, and I feel like I'm not coming at this from an extreme place. I feel like an extreme place would be like no trans women in the back.
Also, here's the thing, right? The issue isn't like the issue is you know, if somebody's harassing people in the bathroom, right? It doesn't matter what their gender ID is. That's a problem. They are causing a problem. They are making other people feel unsafe. So no, it's not a get out of jail free card for a creep to go in the bathroom, make people feel really uncomfortable. And that goes for the men's bathroom too. If somebody's like in the men's bathroom, like, you know, making people feel uncomfortable, right? That's going to be a problem too.
Bathroom ever. That's the extreme position. I'm saying,
lest we forget about Anna, right, Jules?
On your transition, take it as your.
Are they funded by? Oh my God, here we go. Yeah, thank you, Elle, for getting us started. And thank you for the resub as well. Yeah, it's a little on delay here, but I see it. Thank you so much, Elle. Good to see you.
Responsibility and be respectful, and that's the middle ground, right?
This is a self-preservation issue, right? So
that was what I was mentioning earlier, which is why I thought it was funny for Blair to bring that up, as if she was like scolding trans women, right? That they're, you know, what the way that she put it in terms of like, you know, that there's some places that you're gonna get a lot of shit from, unless you're passing, right? Trans people know this. Trans people deal with this. Trans people are subject to this. That is a survival skill, but it is not a moral imperative, which is what Blair's trying to turn it into. And she's also being, you know, incredibly pedantic at the same time.
If somebody's in the bathroom and they have a boner, that looks bad on all of us. And
see, Now here, I don't know whether to have smoke for Sarah or whether to feel sorry for Sarah.
I think the middle ground, though, is, and I feel like I'm not coming at this from an extreme place. I feel like an extreme place would be like no trans women in the bathroom ever.
See, she's a moderate. Blair White, the moderate.
That's the extreme position.
That's the Lauren Witzke position. That's the woman that told Blair White to grow out her facial hair and tell children never to live like her. That was the Lauren Witzke, the Nazi Barbie doll.
I'm saying work on your transition, take it as your responsibility, and be
oh my God, are you gonna coach me, Blair? What the fuck?
Respectful, and that's the middle ground, right?
This is a self-preservation issue, right? So if
yeah, like
somebody's in the bathroom and they have a boner, that looks bad on all of us.
Okay, so chat, help me out here. Is Sarah telling trans women not to go into the bathroom with a... Is that what she's saying? Or is she saying that like somebody being creepy that has nothing to do with trans people, just like a creepy person in the bathroom, like visibly displaying, you know, an erection is it looks bad for all of us. What does that have to do with us? That's what I mean about, like, do I feel sorry for her? Because the fact that she thinks, like, look, stories like that getting picked up will be exploited by transphobes. So it does, you know, put us all in danger, right? But I can't tell if she's trying to like scold, like if she's bought into the hype so much that she thinks that trans women are doing this, right? Because that's what this is what always got brought up in this situation, right? Not somebody that happens to have like certain genitalia, which, you know, is contrary to expectations, right? Not anything like that, but for somebody to be flaunting their genitalia in a locker room, in a bathroom, in a spa, etc., etc., etc. You've heard the stories, right? I don't know if you know this, but most trans women are not, would be mortified if someone were to become aware that their situation down there is different than expected. All right. Not everybody, but, you know, dysphoria is pretty common, right? So anyway, yeah, this is bad. This is really, really bad. This is really, 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 really bad. What does this have to do with trans people, right? The fact that Sarah thinks that this, like, has any real... Look, Sarah, you're right that transphobes are gonna, you know, maybe react to that in a way where, you know, they exploit that and stuff like that, but that doesn't really have anything to do with you, right? Because that's the thing about all these people. Like, they got hate for the trans community, and they're doing harm to the trans community, and Sarah in particular has helped pass anti-trans legislation. Okay, so she's doing a lot of harm to trans people. But where does this come from? This comes from Sarah's inability to, you know, to see herself as a woman in a society that invalidates that. And that makes me sad. So yeah, like I said, it's like a mixture of ire for these people, along with some pity as well. We should watch the Thought Slime video. With Sophie and Abigail. Oh, is that the one about the MP from... No, it wasn't an MP. It was some kind of British local official, right?
And when people, and when our community's not calling that out and not saying that this is
But
wrong.
I'm just,
No,
to
I
your
get
point,
it.
how many cases has that occurred?
We got to call that out? This is the same kind of mentality. This is the same kind of mentality that we're dealing with when people are chided for talking about Israel, Palestine, without the first thing coming out of their mouth being like, Hamas is bad, terrorism is bad, violence is bad, just so you know, like, right? And sometimes not even that's enough. Sometimes if you even give a fuck about the welfare of people in Gaza, like, that is enough for somebody to conflate you with a terrorist. It's this expectation that any marginalized group needs to call out the problematic members within their group, and it bears some kind of special guilt for the existence of those people. And in this case, we're not even talking about trans people. We're not even talking about trans people. We're talking about, like, you know, somebody, being a creep in a bathroom.
It happens. It happens a lot. We see it's happening all the time.
It happens all the time. Prove it. Prove it. Show me what you're talking about.
There are Twitter accounts.
What you're saying is that you've seen it in threads a lot. It's very useful propaganda, and you've seen it propped up, and you've never been skeptical about it whatsoever. You've never been skeptical because, like, look at that. All this stuff, all these social media anecdotes that people, and this is a problem, right? This tends to substitute for interaction with the real world, right? Empirical knowledge, statistical data, like, right? The things that you should be making decisions with, stuff that's firm, stuff that's real, versus, like, I saw a YouTube video once where somebody was doing this. I saw a Twitter post once where somebody was doing this. I saw a TikTok once where the person doing the TikTok said that they experienced this, right? And for all we know, it could be that that MP. It wasn't an MP though, was it? There was a British elected official apparently who used the bathroom at some place at the same time as Sophie from Mars, and there were no towels. And so Sophie, when there are no towels, when there are no, nothing to dry your hands with, sometimes you use your jeans. That's what Sophie used. This weirdo British elected official claimed that Sophie said, "I'm going to dry my hands off on my junk," which doesn't really make any sense. But if you're gonna be this kind of shithead, and you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, no, this happens all the time," and never check on it, right? That was literally a transphobic person uncomfortable with sharing a bathroom with a trans person, making up a lie about something that a trans woman would never say. There's something that doesn't fucking make sense, right? In order to cast trans people and conflate trans people with creeps, right? Because there are creeps out there. There is, sexual assault, sexual harassment. It happens all the time, right? And yeah, it happens anywhere and everywhere, including a women's bathroom, because guess what? There's no magical force field out there that asks you what your self-identification is, right? So yeah, people can, anybody could come in there and cause problems, right? And when somebody does, somehow that's now on trans people. That's bullshit.
I'm sorry, because I just want to make sure the back and forth goes everywhere.
I mean, there's Twitter accounts with millions of followers that show this stuff multiple times.
Libs of TikTok. That's an incredibly unreliable narrator. That's somebody that's been proved to be deceitful time and time again. Wow.
Okay, now I know what we're talking about.
And so we're showing that these types
or like trans L's, valid L's or whatever
things do actually cause harm to trans people. So if you're looking at it at a trans lens and to say, what are we doing? We need to combat that stuff and come together to combat that
It does
stuff.
not encompass the entire trans experience.
No,
and
you're
that's all
right.
I just want to say.
Yeah, I think I see a lot of different points from everybody here. Honestly, like I can understand like how some women may feel unsafe with men in the restroom. Men, when I say men, I mean men. I'm not talking about trans women. So being a non-binary person that sometimes has the choice to either go into a men's restroom looking like this. You can look at me looking like this.
It's just interesting. I thought this was a trans debate. That's
Oh,
what I
don't
thought.
even.
Non-binary
That's what I
people,
thought.
non-binary
I
people
will
fall under
fall
the
under
trans
I will say
umbrella.
that.
No, they don't.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe you could educate yourself a little bit on that.
I think I
and
could
maybe
educate
then you would figure out.
I think I could educate
you know what
right?
the reality is.
I'm
and what
sure there's
trans
a
actually means, so.
non-binary Jubilee episode.
Wow.
So yeah, even here, Blair like is trying to gatekeep, right? If you're non-binary, what does that have to do with me? The person that's saying that like somebody do like a guy doing sexual harassment has something to do with us as trans women is also trying to say that a non-binary person doesn't have anything to do with trans people. Bullshit, Blair. Bullshit.
Well, because it's not a debate about who is really trans and who is not.
It can be.
We're talking about restrooms. As a trans non-binary person, when I go into a place that only has men's and women's restrooms and I'm dressed like this, my choice to go into the men's restroom at that point puts me in danger.
6 years ago, when I was transitioned almost 8 years ago, but 6 years ago, it was never an issue for me to use the women's room. Girls would literally drag me in there with them and say, girl, you need to be in our bathroom. And I was like, I felt uncomfortable back then. I don't pass. I know I don't pass, so that's a me problem. And I'm not gonna turn my fear of being attacked in the men's room into a woman's problem. It's still a me problem, so I need to work on myself. And it sucks. Does it suck?
Yeah, it really sucks. It really sucks because you're not any sort of danger to women and to other women in the women's restroom, right? But you are in a massive amount of danger, no matter how badass you think you are. And this is coming from somebody who does kickboxing, right? I can hold my own to a certain extent, chat. I can hold my own in a fight, but if somebody's got 50 to 150 pounds on me, I got no shot. And also that's like, anyway, I don't even talk about that. Like this, you shouldn't be thinking of like, well, no, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go into the men's room. And if I get attacked, I'm going to throw some knees. I'm going to throw some elbows. I'm going to use my, no, it shouldn't be about that, right? You shouldn't be worried about throwing knees and elbows just to go to the bathroom. Just go piss, girl.
Yes, it sucks.
Just go
I
piss.
don't pass. I know I don't pass. But I still respect women enough, and some people...
You are a woman, and you should respect yourself.
Some trans people aren't capable of handling themselves against a man, but I am confident in my ability to do that. Not everybody can, I get that. But it's just now, 6 years ago, I used to use the women's room. Now I don't, because women have spoke out. They've come out and said, we're not comfortable. There's too many self-ID'd people out there. Just taking advantage, and
there's too many. Do you see how she uses like self-ID'd as code for like unpassable? Like she just used self-ID'd as a pejorative, right? That's fucked up.
To use the men's room to protect them.
I can definitely actually almost empathize with a lot of trans women in their experience in the bathroom and a lot of the turmoil with going in and especially with passability. But the layer that I feel like in the conversation that's missing here is actually trans men. And also the fact that I was born biologically female, and a lot of the things that trans women experience of violence in the bathroom is what I experienced as a child. So the reason why my education here is not necessarily to create an idea that I need
just a note, okay? Like, it can be difficult to find the right terminology to speak about your experience, and I wouldn't try to, police somebody's self-description. But if you think that you are making trans people any safer, or that you are going to be treated better for adopting transphobic terminology, right? And look, like, I get that maybe a biological woman, biological female, biological male, biological man, or whatever the fuck language, right? I get that to some people they don't see that as being right-wing language, but it absolutely is. It's a way to take a discussion where you're talking, like let's say we're talking about athletes. Should trans women be able to compete in women's sports, right? Well, if you change it to should biological males be able to compete, right? Then you're actually using the language to hide the fact that our physiology is a lot more in line with cis women than it is with cis men. So just be careful, because they use that language for a reason. And anytime you adopt that language, you are unwittingly helping them
to conform to Eurocentric standards. Myself, I'm a 6 foot tall trans man, size 13 shoe, so I don't fit into the Eurocentric standards of what a woman is, and I never did as a child. I was, bullied.
Do you see like that reaction when he says, "I don't fit into the Eurocentric standards"?
Relentlessly.
Oh my God, you got a little, right? Now, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like this is something that would maybe need to be explained to most conservatives. What do we mean by, like, how does Eurocentric beauty standards, how does that apply, right? That's something that in a trans space, normally you'd think that most people wouldn't have to have that explained to them, right? How there's a connection between transphobia and misogyny and racism, and how a lot of times the beauty standards that trans people are policed by they're not the universal beauty standard, because there is no beauty standard. These are, I'm trying to remember, he said
I don't fit into the
Eurocentric beauty standards, right? This is like there's a little bit of race. What I'm trying to say, chat, is just like you can have a little bit of peanut butter mixed into your chocolate, and that's a good thing, right? You can have a little bit of racism mixed into your transphobia, and that's a bad thing, sweaty.
Standards of what a woman is, and I never did as a child. I was, bullied relentlessly for this and isolated from many spaces. So this discussion about.
But yeah, you saw that look. You saw that look on the conservative trans woman's face.
Trans women being in the restroom also affects biological women, because guess what? Biological women come in all shapes and sizes. There are, a lot of lesbian women that deal with this issue that I've related with and empathize, because we both get pulled out of the restroom.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. This happens all the time. The more that this kind of policing, this kind of, here, let's go back to the screenshot. The more that this kind of policing is acceptable, and this shouldn't be acceptable. Somebody asking you about your junk when you go into a bathroom is not freaking acceptable. Somebody wanting you to show that your ID when you go into a bathroom is not acceptable. Somebody shining a flashlight up your crotch to try to determine what you got going on there in a bathroom stall is never acceptable. That is not okay. That should not be okay. We should not put up with that. But the more that we do agree to kind of put up with that, because of the paradox of tolerance here, that we got to be tolerant of the bigots as well, apparently. So, according to some liberals, right? This whole thing, it has more victims than just trans people, right? And he was talking about how this happens to lesbians. This happens to a lot of anybody that doesn't fit into that like expected standard, or of femininity, right? That Eurocentric standard of femininity is subject to this kind of scrutiny that nobody needs. This doesn't make anybody safer. This makes us all more. This puts us all in more danger. Can I put that in the server, because I find it really funny, and also it's scary. It's a bit of a it's like a jump scare, isn't it? Like that. I mean, that would be a jump scare, wouldn't it? Especially if it's Posey Parker and she's shining a mag light. She's shining a mag light up there. Yeah, that's scary stuff. I feel like Natalie put that up there. So Natalie, yeah, feel free if you want to share that on. In fact, Natalie may have already shared it on Discord, but
and thrown and guys try to beat us up because we're in a restroom with women. And then on top of it, to add that layer that
yeah, exactly, Michael Seitz. This makes everybody less safe.
It's not even being discussed in any mainstream, that this is just completely wiped out, and that you're standing up for women.
Oh my God,
but
how long
you're
is
not
this
standing up for
thing
women's
anyway?
children. You're not standing up for biological females that are children. You're only standing up for what really affects you.
I hate that phrase. I hate that phrase. I hate that phrase. Like, I get that he's not trying to use it to be phobic, but I just, like, there's something just, like, grating about that, like, the biological people language, right? It really does, like, it really is, like, dehumanizing.
And it's kind of sad that the idea that passability is you need to work on your transition. A lot of folks, especially in our community, have no
it's you need to work on that, on your transition. Sweaty.
Access to finances, resources, jobs, to even get their foot in the door, to get access to hormones. So you're putting all of these barriers just for them to be able to go to the restroom, which is a natural thing that we all have to do. So what do I need to do? Piss outside? Because that's how I was treated my entire childhood.
I would. I just feel like when this whole topic comes up, like, it obviously goes back to, like, there's dudes, like, jerking off in the bathroom, and, like, to me, like, when I hear that, I'm like, okay, like, but that's not trans women. So when we talk about this conversation, and it seems like the fear.
You want to know something funny too? You want to know something really funny here? This is a trans panel, okay, on Jubilee, which is middle ground. They've got no dog in the fight. They are centrist of centrist, and they just want to have a nice discussion. They just want to help the conservatrans and the liberal trans, like, understand each other and get along better, right? And look what they don't do. Look at what they fail to do, right?
That's not trans women. So when we talk about this conversation, and it seems like the I just feel like when this whole topic comes up, like, it obviously goes back to.
Okay, so we got a nice little name tag. But what don't we have here? What don't we know about this person? How to address them. Right? There's plenty of room to throw a couple pronouns on there, but it's not being done. It's not being done, and that is because this is a conservative psyop. This is not centrist. This is not an effort of a greater understanding. This is conservative bullshit. Yeah, like the simplest thing in the world, right? You're trans conservatives versus trans liberals. All right, like how do I call this? How do I refer to this person with a pronoun? I don't know.
Like, there's dudes, like, jerking off.
Oh my God.
Fucking pronouns.
We don't have their
fucking pronouns.
So yeah, that's
in the bathroom.
That's unfortunate.
And, like, to me, like,
that's suboptimal.
When I hear that, I'm like, okay, like, but that's not trans women.
That is.
This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad.
So when we talk about this conversation, and it seems like the fear is, like, literally cisgender straight men who are being creeps. And what sucks is cis straight men can be, like, creepy, and then it's like trans women, trans men are like.
My fear is that we'll come up to the top of the hour ad break again, and that people get sucked into the ads because they won't have a sub. That's my fear, but
paying the price for that. And I feel like, you know what, that's what's really hard about it, is because then I think people get the idea, or some people have the belief trans women are just, like, they're just men in dresses, you know what I mean?
But let's be real. I'm a smart lady, okay? I do content for a living. It's not a very secure living. It's not a very good living, but it's a living of sorts nonetheless, right? And I can tell you that if you are Jubilee and you're putting together a panel and you got one member of the panel that's really well known, that's probably bringing in a lot of views for your panel, are Blair White Blair White's audience, right? So you got a star. That's Blair White. And when you have a star, you cater to that star, right? You discuss things with that star. You coordinate with that star, right? And like, let's say that you are Jubilee and you're not so sure of like, you know what? I know that sometimes trans people put pronouns on stuff so that people will know their pronouns. Sometimes there's pronoun circles. Blair, you're trans. What would make you comfortable? Should we do a pronoun circle? Should we put and what's Blair gonna say? If your point person is Blair White, that's how you end up with no pronouns. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, 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 no. That's just the woke people. That's just the woke people with the pronouns, okay? Wait, everybody knows what pronouns to call me, okay? I'm Blair White here, okay? I'm Blair White, and everybody knows my pronouns, and that is a flex for me, right? That I can be called the right pronouns without saying them. And so we're gonna put everybody else. Yeah, no, that's that. There we go. There we go. That's how you get that kind of crap. That's how you get that kind of crap. You cater to somebody who, amongst people that are marginalized, has a little bit more privilege.
But at the end of the day, like,
the conservatives, yeah, exactly, Sophia, and the conservatives are always more media trained.
So many trans women and so many trans men, the safest place for them is the bathroom that aligns with their gender. And if you go to a place where it's illegal to do that, or you have to go and like, what's your ID or like your birth certificate, it puts you in an objectively unsafe situation. And for me, like, I'm like, if I walk in the women's room, I mean, I know I like look like a lot, like I look 12, but like I feel like someone would be like, get out of here, you know what I mean? But like, that's the vibe. Like, I think you got to remember, like, when we're talking about it and we're talking about like these creepy dudes like in the bathroom.
Here's the middle ground. Here's the middle ground. You got y'all ready? We're gonna be so happy with this. This is the middle ground. We all actually agree. It's men.
Like, does anybody else feel like this feels like it feels like group therapy, like really bad group therapy, and Blair is the facilitator. Blair's the teacher, Blair's the leader. This is the middle ground. I'm gonna break it down for you, Sweaty, okay? This is how it really works. Let me drop some knowledge on you, because I'm Blair White and I know everything.
That are the problem. Yep. It's not trans women, real trans women. However, the problem is our community has really eroded any barriers to actually being trans, in the sense of your average cross-dresser can identify.
So she wants to get back to where Ray Blanchard is erecting, and yes, I use that word on purpose, is erecting those barriers for us, is deciding which of us get to be HSTS and which of us are considered AGP, right? Which of us are even trans, or are you just screwed up and we're not gonna validate you at all? Like, right? Blair wants to get back to that good old-fashioned trans medicalism. Not just Blair, but Brianna Wu, Beta Blair, who was in that chat, you know, all these creeps, like, you know, all the Ginny Matrix, Antenna Cactus, like all these fucking creeps, like, right? They want to get back to when being trans really meant something. It meant that you passed a Cogiati test, right? It meant that you passed a glorified BuzzFeed like quiz, right? That was asking you questions like, on your last major life event, do you remember what you were wearing? Because if you don't, you're probably just not a trans woman. You're probably just not a real trans woman, because that's what women are like. That's what women be like. They always remember, they're always concerned with what they're wearing. That's how you know that you're really trans. Was that bullshit? Those bullshit inventories that trans people were gatekept with back in the day, before you could even get any kind of gender affirming care.
As a trans woman.
But then it's not a trans woman.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. I feel that way as well. I agree with you wholeheartedly. However,
yeah, she's basically invoking, the same thing that in the group chat.
With the state of the political correctness within the trans community.
Oh, there's too much political correctness, is there, Sweaty?
You can't really say that. Like, that person
is this person saying
they're self-ID.
No,
they say that they're trans, but they're cross-dresser.
I actually do agree with you, Blair, 100%.
Because
wow,
that's one of those things. Yeah, I told you, I'm
Let's
really
go.
like that.
Oh my God.
And the reason why I say that is because sometimes when we self-identify, some people can take advantage of that. And that is something, unfortunately, that we...
Yeah, that's what should be in the Cogiati scale. Like, what would you rather be doing? What would you rather be doing right now? And it's like fishing, playing video games, I don't know, driving or shopping, and the right answer is shopping. You're supposed to select shopping. If you're not, you might not be a real trans femme.
We cannot control, but we have to combat it with facts, with research, and with the information that is presented
I don't understand. What was she agreeing with Blair on?
In front of us. It seems like we're the ones that's teaching everybody else because...
See, that makes me think, like, I want to think that they had maybe at least one somewhat, like, she seems maybe like she's a little bit more media trained. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell, chat. Like, who's media trained, who's just good at speaking, right? Who does, public speaking for a job, right? Like, it's hard to tell. But I want to think that maybe, like, one of these people on the left, on the left side of things, the liberal trans people that they brought on are media trained, right? But I'm just not sure. And the fact that she doesn't seem to know who Blair White is, right? You're being so good faith with Blair White. I don't know. It kind of makes me think that you don't know who you're dealing with here.
We live in a predominant cis world. We're teaching them.
I mean, there are, sometimes people will try to be good faith. Sometimes I am incredibly good faith to somebody who doesn't deserve it. So there's always that possibility too. Maybe it's a strategy. It's just that, like, oh my God, being good faith to Blair White is such a... That's going to get you nowhere.
Us. And I just really think we cannot afford to be intellectually dishonest about our experiences as trans people.
There is something that I think we can do. There's solutions to this. Like, I do think that something...
Yeah, there are solutions to this. If you find yourself seeing ads every hour on the 40s, right? On the 40s, if you find yourself seeing 3 minutes of ads because you're on Twitch, you might want to consider using a Twitch Prime sub to get out of those ads. That's free, and it puts money in my pocket. It also expands our sub goal, which isn't going great so far. So far, not so good. We're sort of looking at possibly a really short stream today. You can extend that stream by helping us get to that sub goal, and you'll also be helping yourself and taking money out of Bezos's pocket, putting it into my pocket. It's a win-win-win-win-win-win-win. Right? You can also get out of the ad break if you buy yourself a sub. It is $5. Famously, like someone said, it is just $5 to get yourself out of that ad break. You could also do it possibly if you are lucky, if you are very lucky, by receiving a gift sub, although you're more likely to receive a gift sub if you're active in chat.
Like, you have to be on hormones or something like that.
Wait, 1 out of 10? That was bad?
2 years or something before you can even change your ID, like across the board. That would eliminate the cross-dressers from being able to go there, because then you can say, hey, my ID says this, and you can't.
So let me get this straight. Now, this is a woman who has advocated for transphobic legislation, for anti-trans legislation, helped it get passed, right? Go in there as a witness, is like, I'm trans and I think this transphobic bill should pass, right? But what she's saying is that it's too damn easy to get your gender marker changed on your driver's license. Anybody have some experience with this? Last time I checked, it was not too easy, right? Last time I checked, it was a bit of a pain in the ass, right, to get it. Like, but she's saying you gotta wait 2 years? Is that what she said? Wait 2 years before you change your. Do you realize what kind of danger that puts you in? Because you're ostensibly saying that you're gonna be living your life as the gender that you identify with for 2 years, but your driver's license, when that gets pulled out, it's gonna say the other thing. That puts you in danger. But we're gonna do that just so that we can have a bathroom inspector sitting outside of the toilet like a bar. Like, excuse me, show your ID. Show your ID. Can I see your ID? Okay, you're good. Okay, you're good. Nope, you're not good. You gotta wait 2 years. You gotta wait 2 years before you can use the right bathroom. Because this bitch decided that would appease the transphobes.
And so it shows that you've actually taken steps. It's not about passability. It's about how long you've actually
Wait, YouTube killed the stream? Wait, what happened? What's going on? Are you serious? Are you serious? YouTube, can you not? YouTube is showing its bias. Oh no. Wait, what? Okay, well, if they took the stream down, that's probably, maybe, I don't know. Live stream copyright notice. We're back. Okay, so yeah, it brings it back when we're no longer streaming the thing that chat. Can I talk to you for a minute? Can we talk? Here's what happened, okay? On YouTube, there's a tradition of reacting to other content on YouTube, right? In fact, I would say that this is a big part of what YouTube subsists on. It's an interactive platform where people make videos and people comment on other people's videos, right? But there's one caveat to that, right? And it is once a channel gets to a certain size, they can basically prevent anyone from reacting live to their video. Now, what they can't prevent me from doing, though, and if anybody from Jubilee is still watching, right, whoever copyright claimed me, understand this. You can't prevent me from doing like 1 million videos exposing you for what you are, right? I know that you think you're clever, that you're getting criticism, and you don't like getting criticism. You want to be able to do your transphobic shit and get away with it, and you want nobody to call you out for it. That's the real reason I got copyright claimed. Because you're thin-skinned like that. But this is actually going to be an L for you long-term because you got a video essay on you in production right now. That's what we're doing. That's what we're going to do. Let's make a video essay. Let's. I'm going to do that. And look, you can try to take that shit down too, but I'm not going to make it easy for you. And the more you take it down, the more you're going to see it on Twitter and the more exposed you're going to get, okay? I know what you're doing. And I think I speak for a lot of trans people, the majority of trans people, when I say we're not letting you get away with this any longer. Jubilee is just a fudge for conservatives? Yeah. So if you got any information about Jubilee, right? I heard about a connection to PragerU. I don't have that documentation. If you have that documentation, however, you can help me out by joining our Discord. you can join our Discord and you can share that information with me so that I will know and I will have access to what you know and what you have access to. There it is right there. If you're not already in there, get in there, because some of you might have some information that could be very helpful for me. We're gonna do this. We're gonna make a video essay on Jubilee, right? Specifically because I got taken down. We are only 6 minutes into that transphobic crap, and you talked for 1.5 hours. Yo, the vast majority. Yeah, this is worse than White Nervosa. I'll be real here, okay? White Nervosa and the White Leaf Network have a better claim, and they have no claim to my content than Jubilee does here. We found somebody even more thin-skinned than Nervosa. Okay, how about this? We'll start off with a tweet. Let's take this to Twitter, because that's the kind of drama bitch. I don't know if you've heard about me, Jubilee, but I'm known as a drama bitch, and even though I probably don't deserve that title, here, let's see, because like what are my other options? Like, right, I probably could be sneaky about this. I probably could try to reverse the image. I could try to put a filter over the sound. I could try to do things to make it harder for them to like recognize the copyrighted content, right? But I don't know. I'm not even that into this panel. It's a mid panel. Can I get some agreement here that nothing of value was lost today in terms of me reacting to this panel? Transphobic shit show schlock that Jubilee puts out and wouldn't. How do you spell wouldn't? There we go. Wouldn't you know it? Is it Team YouTube? See, that's what I was saying, Soul Life. That's what I was saying. But it feels like that feels like a beta move, right? Almost as beta as forgetting to mention to you once again that you are right upon the precipice of the top of the hour ad break. It's going to happen again in about 2 minutes, right? You're going to be served those 3 minutes of ads that you may have already experienced if you don't have a sub. If you no longer want to see those, you can get out of them with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of them with by paying $5 to Twitch to buy yourself a sub, or you might be able to get out of them if someone is feeling generous by receiving a gift sub. It can happen, it does happen, it will happen, but it's more likely to happen if you're active in chat, because that way someone can see you and they can see your plight and they can see that, oh my God, this person's about to experience 3 minutes of ads. I can do something right now to stop that from happening, though by donating gift subs and getting them right out of that. When Jubilee started making content complicit to anti-BLM and anti-alt-right, they got some making content complicit to anti-BLM and alt-right. They got some backlash, but YouTube didn't care. Once they started platforming more anti-LGBTQ stuff, Jubilee decided to abuse the copyright law, since LGBTQ plus critics were calling them out. To the point of, okay, so I gotta do this right, because like, you know, this is like, okay, I mean, I guess wouldn't you know it? That's a little too folksy anyway. Let's just change this to win. See, because when you write these things, like, you don't want to sound too salty. Okay, you can take out shit show too. That sounds a little salty. Okay. I'm alpha for winning. See, but like, I don't know. Like, I feel like, yeah, like low in sodium is the way to go. Should we change the name of the stream to like F word YouTube? Just kidding. That would be salty. That would be salty. Wait, I'm not even sure what happened though. I gotta check out the stream. Did they make two different streams? What does your stream say now, chat? Are we still on the same stream? We're still monetized, surprisingly enough. The viewers haven't left me entirely. Well, you're still here. That's good. Yeah, it's the same stream, so that's good. We just gotta. Here we go. Join us. That sounds ominous, doesn't it? Okay. Okay, so I got the least salty thing I could possibly post. There's the ad break. There is the ad break. The stream just cut out as unavailable, then it came back. I mean, that's good, because the biggest pain in the ass for me is when I have to retitle the stream, like when the stream goes down and I have to like It might be you know what, Zara, you're probably right. Okay, you're probably right. I mean, I like to think that there's some ghoul from Jubilee, from Middle Ground, that's in there seething, coping and seething as I expertly dissect their psyop against the trans community. I like to think that, but you know, most likely it's probably some robot. There's a good bread that has salty stuff on top. That sounds like what I need right now. I mean, you meant to be here 2 hours ago. Well, yo, you know what you missed? Okay, so if you're just joining us, we just got taken down. The stream got taken down, okay? For copyright infringement. Which look, if I react to a Vosh video, if I react to a Xander Hall video, if I react to any kind of video, like even a large video, even like I'm trying to think a larger transphobic, like a Blair White video, I feel like I wouldn't get taken down. But for some reason, YouTube has got this special rule for like bigger channels where they get to take down people's fair use of their material. And that's what that was. And anybody who says differently needs a refresher course in math. All right. Because the amount of content, the amount of stunlock, the amount of commentary that I was adding versus the amount of this trashy panel that we actually watched, I don't think we got through more than like 16 minutes of this panel. That's what chat says. It was like 16 minutes of the panel. I'll check it again. I mean, like, I gotta be careful though. I can't run it because I'll get in trouble. Yeah, 16 minutes and 14 seconds of the panel. And they took it down because they're thin-skinned. Because they know what they're doing. They know they're absolute trash. And they don't want anybody exposing that. But yeah, 16 minutes in. And we are out. Look, I don't look like I get people saying that I could probably be tricky and I could probably you know, watch the rest of the panel, but do you understand what I'm saying when I say it makes me feel a little bit how do I explain this? Like it feels like a beta move. And I don't want to do it. I don't like covering Jubilee. I cover Jubilee because it's out there and I feel a certain responsibility for exposing what they're doing since I can perceive what they're doing, since I am media savvy and I know how to explain what their fucking angle is. I do it as a public service. I do it to be educational. Everything about what I'm covering, right? And the way that I'm covering it is like, right, these are the things that like allow you to consider something fair use, right? When you're commenting on it, especially when you're criticizing it, and especially when what you're doing is educational, right? These things are allowed. Like, for what's weird though, Chad, is that like, look, it's 100% because of Jubilee's size as a channel, right? And I'll use as an example the here. Why don't we just watch some NCC? Let's go back and see, because we've dealt with copyright bullshit before, and it went a little bit differently. And I want people to notice why it went differently, and what is going on here, because what it is essentially a two-tiered system of justice depending on whether you are a large channel or a small channel, right? So this happened to me before. Wait, I'll give you the meme version. I'll give you the meme version of this first, okay? We'll do the meme version first. God, I make some weird faces, don't I? J.K. Rowling's, Demon Mama, Jesse Singal. Kink at Pride. Trans people dreaming of Vosh. It's so hard to find. Oh yeah, here we go. I did not expect doing a drama in a nutshell, no comment chick edition today, but that's what we're doing. Bosch's network, White Nervosa, DMCA'd me last night. I can only expect it was because of the Vosh video that I covered yesterday, which, as you all know, it was about Steven Universe. Vosh wants to debate me about Steven Universe. Vosh, let's fucking fight. Listen, I know that you think that fusion is just a cheap tactic to make weak gems like me strong, but I think you're just mad because you don't have any corrupted gems to fuse with. If you want to talk about Steven Universe and the Cal Arts art style, the superior animation style that is Cal Arts, and the sublime genius that is obviously Rebecca
Sugar.
I'm laying it on really thick there. Vosh does not want to debate me about Steven Universe or anything else, right? It wasn't even Vosh that time. It was Vosh's sysadmin, and I feel like this video explains it a little bit better. Hey everybody, it's me, No Comment Chick. Listen, I'm gonna need your help on this one. I can use all the signal boosting that I can get. It's not that one either. Oh shit, this is a no comment clips video. I forgot this is on the clips channel. No comment clips. Ah. There it is. I need to do a little clarification, right? Okay, so first I want you to peep the thumbnail. So you see plenty of Steven Universe memes, enough to go around here. No comment chick's coming for you. The DMs got posted and it looked really bad, right? It's ironic that, like, I'm now talking about Poppy on my stream. I got a DMCA notification last night. It was actually over Xander Hall's Thought Slime stream, right? So we covered that yesterday, and like, I don't think I was super mean. So, I mean, this is like I mean, I've gotten several DMCA attempts, right? And I say attempts because what it was I got an email from YouTube saying that this person tried to copyright claim one of your videos. And they also said, we think that your video was fair use. We don't see where you've done anything wrong, right? And these were just videos of the same thing that I'm doing now, watching content, disagreeing with the content, providing a analysis of the content that I feel is educational, same kind of deal, right? And YouTube, when White Nervosa came and said, this no comment chick is violating my intellectual property, YouTube said in no uncertain terms where she could shove that claim, right? They said they weren't having it. They sent me a letter to let me know that she'd made this attempt, but they also said, we're sticking with you, NCC. We're with NCC on this one, right? That's a bogus claim, all right? That claim that I'm talking about in this video, Zan, like, or anything like that. We had some people in here. This claim had more substance than the Jubilee claim against me, right? So you can see the two-tiered system of justice, right? White Nervosa, when she makes a bogus copyright claim, YouTube tells her where to shove that claim, right? Jubilee, they take down my stream. That is unfair. What is with Thought Slime? They're obsessed. Oh yeah, it was the Thought Slime stream, wasn't it? I forgot about that. That is interesting how they no, this is old. This is old, chat. This is from like a year or more ago, okay? This is from a while ago, right? But this is my other experience with somebody trying to take down my stream, with somebody trying to take down my channel. That was White Nervosa, right? And what I'm telling you is that the claim that White Nervosa has of her intellectual property, because she somehow owns the rights to like Zan's videos and maybe to some of Vosh's videos that I was reacting to. I don't know how that works, but somehow she owns the right. It's probably something in the way that people on the White Leaf Network get paid or pay in or you know, kind of, you know, it's something in their deal, right? Where maybe she owns their content or makes ad revenue or something. I don't know the exact terms, but she provides them a service, and maybe they allow her to own a certain portion of their content. So like, right, it was Vosh's sysadmin, not Vosh, not Xander Hall, not Xander Hall's girlfriend or anybody connected to them, but the sysadmin that tried to take down my content. Instead of taking down the content, instead of giving me a strike, YouTube decided to just let me know that there's this wild person out here, you know, trying to take down your channel, and we don't think that she's got any claim to that, right? But I will say, with the lack of substance of that claim, which I do think there was a lack of substance, I was obviously commenting not to agree with it, not to mirror it, not to benefit from the views of it, not to confuse people and make them think that, like, oh, here, you want to watch a Xander Hall video? Here you go, right? Because, you know, that's not a Xander Hall video. That is a bad lady saying mean things in stunlock form for, you know, for long periods of time to a video of Xander Hall's, right? And YouTube decided there was no substance to that, right? For YouTube to say that there's no substance to that, but there is substance to this claim, is absolutely hypocritical. There's no excuse for that. White leaf, that means the planet has mildew. Yo, Afghan resistance, I think that's like the quote of the day. Making response videos to videos has been a thing for you. Yeah, exactly. There used to be a section under the video where you can see the response videos. I'm tempted to fork the code. Wow. Hey, if anybody knows how to do that, make sure you're in the Discord. If anybody, it might not be exactly what you're thinking as far as, you know, forking a code or whatever, but yeah, it has been done before in terms of White Nervosa's code originally spawned from Destiny's code, although it's been well, anyway, let me just let NCC from a year ago
to argue with me, and you know, got a little contentious, but like, I don't know what, I am kind of surprised. Yeah. And as far as, like, you know, Xan being responsible for this, or Xan doing this himself, it's a little unclear. It was definitely Xander Hall's video that got claimed, but it wasn't Xander Hall's name, because you know, I'm like, I was actually in Xander Hall's community early enough to know what you know, his name is. I'm not gonna say it here, right? Because we don't need more people knowing streamers' personal details, right? But yeah, I would recognize, if I saw Xander's name on the DMCA, I would have recognized it. That's not the name that I saw. It was somebody else's name. And another name that was on there was White Nervosa. So who's White Nervosa? All right. So White Nervosa, if you're watching this, listen, I don't hate you. I actually used to watch your streams. Really know anything about you other than the fact that you're associated with Vosh and stuff like that. But your name's on the DMCA notice. So, you know, if you want to tell me what that's about, if you had a problem with me, you probably could have just DM'd me, but you didn't do that, which makes me think that you're trying to get my channel taken down, right? And it's hard not to associate you with Vosh, all right? I know that you're not, like, you know, glued hip to hip with Vosh, right? I know you also do stuff for Xander Hall and Demon Mama and a whole bunch of other people. And, you know, I respect your skills. I respect the fact that you are the Promethean figure who stole the sacred fire of DGG from Destiny. Do you know about this, chat? So Destiny's site, that code is actually public domain, and
was public domain. He took it private, but
White Nervosa figured that out. I don't know.
But yeah, if anybody's not in the Discord already, especially if you've got the skills to code, because I actually have everything that I would need to be able to run a website, other than the code. That's the one thing that I'm missing, right? And basically, it's code which allows you to run chat and on an embedded YouTube video. That would be what it would be. It would be you know, like to be able to it's essentially what I need coded is chat, right? And more to the point, a chat which allows subscriptions to give people a better user experience. So stuff like more emotes, like a higher you know, status in terms of their sub badge, basically that allows paying members to have like a slightly better user experience, right? And that is like literally all it is in terms of the GG site's Vosh.gg, Destiny.gg. The whole purpose of those is so that we can take subs off of the platforms and make those subs be completely a payment from you to me, instead of a payment from you to YouTube or from you to Twitch that then gets scraped and then passed along in fraction to me. So in other words, it essentially doubles the power of your subs, which keep me going, allow me to continue doing content. It's what I need to survive, and essentially this would be doubling each of their power.
That I don't know if that's hard to figure out, but like White Nervosa knew about this,
Yeah,
right?
here's
And she basically ganked the code, ganked Destiny's code, and created VGG. I'm sure that like VGG, like she's put her own work into it, right? I don't think it's just Destiny's code, but like the original framework was Destiny's code, right? The other thing that White Nervosa is famous for, okay, and White Nervosa, if you want to correct the record, maybe I heard this wrong, right? But there was early in Vosh's career, there was some pretty bad stuff that went on, right? Even Vosh has admitted this was bad stuff, right? Vosh got in somebody's DMs, I think it was on Destiny's Discord, and he was just kind of being a sex pest. He wasn't, he didn't send pics or anything like that. There wasn't anything,
Anyway, that's explaining what happened to me before. This happened from Vosh's network. So Vosh is a pretty big streamer, right? 400,000. I think he was 300,000 at the time when this happened. It's not just Vosh. It's also Vosh, Sanderhall, Demon Mama. That's the White Leaf network. The Serfs, etc. There's a number of fairly sizable streamers on that network. And even with that content network, right, even with that much clout that I guess Vosh's sysadmin would have had, they were unable to take down one of my videos. The fact that Jubilee can just automatically, with no review whatsoever, because like chat, they didn't give me like a thing of like, would you like to appeal this? Hit this button to appeal. There's no appeal. It's just take down your stream. When you stop streaming that content, we'll allow for your stream to come back up. And there's nothing, right? So it shows you the dual tiered system, the two tiered system of justice that we've got here. So I mean, like that's essentially my experience with copyright takedown. Let's see, there are a few other things that I wanted to go over. How is chat doing? So, yeah, so I guess what I'm going to say to you is that I could really use your help right now in terms of that Twitter thread. Because the way that Twitter works is that the way that YouTube's like team works, right, is that they don't necessarily do anything when you at them, right? You can at them, and a lot of times they'll ignore you. But if there's enough likes and there's enough retweets and it gets to enough people and enough people are outraged, then they might actually do something. So I feel like it's helpful at least to cover this, or to try to put some likes behind that, right? That's what I need from you right now. People are doing okay. I'm sorry that you don't get the rest of this reaction. It is absolute bullshit that YouTube's gonna do me like this. The violent language makes the bot crash. I didn't think that cartoon violence causes the bot to crash. What will cause the stream to crash though is like insufficient progress on the sub goal. So like we may be kind of entering the last bit of the stream anyway here. Okay.
אני בת 19, מקיבוץ בארי. הדבר הכי גרוע, חוץ...
The latest Sniper Wolf development?
מלשמוע את כל השמות של המתים והנעדרים והשבויים, הדבר הכי גרוע במיידי לא היה לשכב בחושך בממ"ד, זה לא היה לשמוע את היריות, זה לא היה אפילו בזמן אמיתי לקבל התראות מחברי קיבוץ שלי, שמות שהכרתי מאז שאני מכירה את עצמי.
So if you follow me on Twitter, you might have already seen this. This is somebody that was actually in you know, the attack that happened on Kibbutz Be'eri, and they had some thoughts about mostly how their government had failed them, right? In that
מבקשים לעזרה ואף אחד לא בא. הדבר הכי גרוע בשבילי, חוץ מהמתים והשבויים והחטופים, זה הרגע שבו יצאתי מהבית כשפינו אותנו והיה חושך והייתי יחפה ודרכתי על זכוכית וראיתי את הפנים של אנשים מהשכונה שלי. פחד. פחד אלוהים. וראיתי פנים שהכרתי מאז שאני זוכרת את עצמי. כמו שאף פעם לא ראיתי אותם. דמעות. אנשים שגדלתי איתם. פחד. וזה להסתובב פה. רק הגעתי לים המלח. זה להסתובב פה במקום הזה ולראות את הפנים של חברי הקיבוץ שלי מנסים להצליח לקום בבוקר, להחזיק מעמד, לחייך מדי פעם. כל אחד והדרך שלו. וזה לאסוף את עצמי בכל בוקר. וזה לא הרבה בקרים, אבל בכל בוקר זאת הייתה משימה מאוד מאוד קשה לאסוף את עצמי. מה שקרה לנו היה מזעזע, אבל יש משהו שמאוד חשוב לי להגיד. מה שקרה לנו לא היה חדש, פשוט גרוע יותר. מפקירים אותנו שנים, שנים. אל תגידו כיפת ברזל, זה פלסטר. אל תגידו חיילים, זה פלסטר. זה פלסטר, הבן אדם גוסס, אתם מביאים לו פלסטר. בושה.
So yeah, like this person wants to be protected, doesn't feel like their government is giving them that protection, right? And mentions like the Iron Dome, that's a band-aid. Soldiers, that's a band-aid. Military solution, that's a band-aid. What they're looking for is a different kind of protection altogether.
בושה, ושנים אנחנו מדברים על זה. שנים. מפקירים אותנו. לכאן זה מגיע. זה לא היה חדש, רק גרוע יותר. וזה לא הדבר היחיד שהוא לא חדש, אלא רק גרוע יותר במלחמה הזאת. ואני מנסה למצוא את המילים, כי בכנות קצת קשה למצוא אותן עם כל הכעס והאבל שיש בתוכי כרגע. איך אני אמורה לקום בבוקר, אזרחי ישראל, פוליטיקאים, תושבי ישראל, חול, לא אכפת לי מי שומע, תקשיבו לי טוב. איך אני אמורה לקום בבוקר ולדעת ש4.5 קילומטרים מקיבוץ בארי, בעזה, יש אנשים שזה לא נגמר בשבילם. בשבילי זה נגמר אחרי 12 שעות, כי היה לאן להוציא אותי. אני בים המלח. מי שמדבר על נקמה, תתביישו. יש הרבה כאב, זה נכון. אני, אחרי כל מה שעברתי, כל כך הרבה כוחות אני מאבדת בכל פעם שאני שומעת את המילה נקמה.
Keep losing so much energy every time I hear the word revenge, right? Because that is what's being justified right now. That's what's being offered right now. And that is what you're getting pushback on if you say that you have any concern other than to quote unquote protect Israel. I don't think that the actions that they're taking now in the Gaza Strip are protecting people in Israel at all. They are an attempt to get revenge, right? And they're innocent people, children, are in the crosshairs of that attempt to get revenge.
מה שאני עברתי, שאנשים יעברו את זה ולא יהיה מי שיוציא אותם. אי אפשר ככה, אי אפשר ככה, ולא, אי אפשר עוד פלסטרים. שואלים אותנו כל הזמן, אתם חושבים שתחזרו לקיבוץ אחרי זה? אתם חושבים שתחזרו לגור שם? בלי עוד הגנה, בלי עוד חיילים, בלי עוד זה? אל תגידו לי חיילים, אל תגידו לי הגנה, תגידו לי פתרון מדיני.
Talk to me about a political solution.
כבר שנים אנחנו מבקשים פתרון מדיני. אני בת 19. יש לי חברים שנפלו בקרב כחיילים בימים האחרונים, שכשהם היו בגן הם ידעו מה הם רוצים להיות בצבא. שאני אגדל ככה את הילדים שלי? בושה! בושה וחרפה. שאני אגדל את הילדים שלי ואני אשאל אותם כשהם בני 5, תגיד חמודי מה אתה רוצה להיות בצבא? כמה אפשר? כמה אפשר לאבד? כמה אפשר לספוג? אנחנו, מי שיצא, אנחנו הוכחה חיה ומהלכת. ותאמינו לי, מי ששומע את זה, שאנחנו... זה עוד יכול להיות יותר גרוע. זה יכול להיות. מבחינתי, וזה הדבר שהכי חשוב לי להגיד כרגע, וזה ככה כבר שנים. כשמפציצים אותנו בטילים, בסופו של דבר זה דברים שעוברים לנו מעל הראש. לא הטילים, הטילים לא עוברים מעל הראש, הטילים נוחתים יפה באדמה, תאמינו לי. ההחלטה להפציץ בטילים, זה מעל הראש שלי. ביבי, חמאס, לא אכפת לי. מה שאני יודעת זה שבארי סובלת, נחל עוז סובלת, כפר עזה, שדרות ועזה. תאמינו לי שכל קסם 4.5 קילומטר מרחק, האדמה בבארי ובעזה רועדת בדיוק אותו דבר. בדיוק אותו דבר.
So yeah, this is somebody that's sick of the violence, that is happening in Gaza, sick of the blowback that, you know, they have experienced and they continue to experience because there is no real attempt at a political solution. Every kind of solution is a solution such as Iron Dome, a solution such as more soldiers, a solution such as another incursion into the Gaza Strip, right? These aren't helping. These aren't making people safer. This is putting everybody in greater danger.
אי אפשר, אי אפשר. עכשיו, אני יודעת שיש הרבה כעס על ביבי, כי אני מרגישה אותו. אני מרגישה אותו חזק מאוד, ברגעים שאני מצליחה להרגיש, כי בזמן האחרון זה קצת קשה. אני מרגישה אותו, כי כמה אנשים צריכים למות בשבילו? כמה אנשים צריכים למות בשביל האגו, בשביל האינטרסים?
This is all about Netanyahu's ego.
אין לי מושג אם כבר אמרתי את זה, אבל... טילים? במיוחד בהתקפה...
Right, because Netanyahu's policies, like both in the sense of, instigation, making people suffer more in Gaza Strip, making the ground more fertile for this kind of thing to happen, and in terms of just like his military policy, as in where was the military, what was the military doing? The military was assisting the settlement of the West Bank, right? And people have talked about waiting for hours and hours for any help to come, and when help finally did come, it wasn't from the IDF, it was civilians. It was civilians that came and helped, right? So, there's a frustration even from people who are full-on Zionists in every sense of the word, and aren't looking like this person's looking for a political solution that's actually more permanent, even in terms of just Israel's own strategy, right? They weren't protecting people, and when this happened, when this great embarrassment happened to Netanyahu, and it should be an embarrassment. It is an absolute, like he is 100% culpable for this, right? Instead, he lashes out with his ego, and he wants revenge. What, on behalf of the people that are no longer alive? That doesn't help them. That doesn't help their family. That doesn't help anyone. That puts everyone in greater danger. But it's not about people's safety. It's not about people's well-being. It's about the ego of Benjamin Netanyahu.
כי אתם יודעים, לפני שהיו מחבלים, שמעתי יותר טילים מששמעתי ב-19 שנות חיים. בבת אחת. בום, 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 בום. הרבה מאוד, ומיד ידענו שזאת מלחמה. לפני מחבלים, לפני הכל. אנחנו תמיד הראשונים שיודעים, תמיד הראשונים ששומעים. שומעים אצלנו. ואני אגיד לכם שהטילים, מבחינתי, הטילים שמקים אותנו, זה מרגיש כאילו זה טילים שהממשלה שלי שלחה. כי זאת הממשלה שהפקיעה.
The missiles feel the same whether they're launched from Gaza or into Gaza. It's,
אותי. כל שנות חיי, ועכשיו מגיע הגרוע מכל. ואם זה לא הגרוע מכל, אלוהים יודע מה יהיה איתנו. עכשיו, זה נכון שביבי ובאמת שאני מאשימה אותו ב100%, בהכל. זה נכון. הוא בחר לתת לנו לחיות ככה. הוא בחר לתת לנו כיפת ברזל במקום פתרון מדיני. והוא בחר גם עוד הרבה דברים אחרים. והדם שלנו על הידיים שלו. אבל זה לא רק הוא. הוא שורש של בעיה עמוקה מאוד, אבל זה לא רק הוא. אם המילים שלי מגיעות למישהו, תסתכלו טוב טוב פנימה, עמוק פנימה. תשאלו את עצמכם מה הערכים שלכם, תשאלו את עצמכם סביב כל מה שאתם רואים, איך הערכים שאתם יודעים שיש לכם נוגעים למה שאתם רואים. תשאלו את עצמכם טוב טוב, תשאלו את עצמכם למי אתם מצביעים, תשאלו את עצמכם מה אתם מבקשים ממנו. אני יודעת מה אני מבקשת. אני מבקשת שלום הוגן. אני מבקשת שהבדואים בנגב יקבלו עזרה כמו שקיבוץ בארי קיבל עזרה. וגם אנחנו לא מספיק, כי אין אזרחים באו לעזור לנו, אזרחים. הממשלה בשום מקום. ויש לי הרבה תודה על זה שיש לנו מלון בים המלח. אבל בשנייה כל אדם כאן היה מוותר על זה, אם זה היה אומר שהשבויים שלנו היו חוזרים. דרך אגב, מהממשלה פעמיים שמעתי התייחסות לזה שהם קיימים בכלל, מתנהגים כאילו הם לא קיימים. מפציצים.
Yeah, they're treating the hostages essentially as the cost of doing business, right? There's no consideration. Like what should happen when, hostages are taken is some sort of an exchange. But there's no talk of that. There's talk about retribution. There's talk about bombing. And yeah, there's not even, it's I think more and more people in Israel are realizing that these policies that are being undertaken in their name are not for their well-being.
ויודעים שההפצצה הזאת תעלה להם גם כן בחיים. החזרת שבויים. שלום. הגינות והוגנות. אם אין לכם את האוזניים לשמוע את מה שאמרתי עכשיו, אין תקווה. תעצרו טוב טוב, תשקלו את המילים שלי, תקשיבו. אולי לחלקכן הם יהיו קשים לשמוע. קשות. קשה לי לדבר. רואים? קשה לי לדבר. אולי לחלקכם המילים האלה יהיו קשות לשמוע. עם מה שאני עברתי בבארי, אתם חייבים לי את זה. אתם חייבים לי את זה. לא בקטע של אשמה. כולנו עוברים הרבה. קחו הפסקות. תטפלו בעצמכם, תשמרו על עצמכם, תשמרו על המשפחות. אבל אתם חייבים לי את זה. תשאלו את עצמכם למי אתם מצביעים, תשאלו מה אתם מבקשים ממנו, ואל תתפשרו. אם אתם נותנים לתקווה למות, אתם נותנים לתושבי עוטף עזה למות. שוב. אין לי עוד מה להגיד.
Hi.
Hi.
So my first question,
So this is Michael Brooks. Rest in peace. No longer with us. He's taking a question about Israel. It's a former co-host of the Majority Report, and I feel like there's something really powerful in his words on this particular question. The phrase that he keeps on coming back to is, "It's not that complicated."
it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio, it says I'm Jewish.
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of.
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
Yes.
how do you feel about Bernie's plan for
I'm gonna
Israel,
take a pee
especially
really
as someone
quick.
concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's an absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza?
Yep.
You went to Gaza?
I went to the border.
Oh, okay, but not to Gaza.
You can't be in Gaza.
Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You could definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism, as in some ways as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa is going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, the argument was that, literally this is childish. The idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like, and Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody could reasonably ask me to support. And I understand, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that, we can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in play since 2003. And when we talk about, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being also a stance that a lot of very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on and there's also
Question from chat of where did this take place? This is at Lafayette College on February 27th of 2020.
A way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship, period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people, if we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in what, Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine. They had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy, and malnutrition.
Yeah, just to answer the question in chat, listen, if Michael Brooks was still alive, I would probably have some disagreements with him. Right? I feel like there's some stuff that he says that he puts in a really good way that he has a way of kind of breaking through to people who might not be who might not listen to this message in other circumstances on issues like this. But obviously, it's not like he's not somebody that I would agree with on every issue. That being said, I mean he is no longer with us, and so any hopes of a debate. I did debate Matt Bender, but I will never be able to ask Michael Brooks questions on those issues that we might disagree about. So.
Statistics were horrifying.
Is his sister a right-winger? I have no idea.
One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical Arabic Palestinian state said we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jew.
So these are all things that were said about Gazans, about Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip.
Area where there was a little bit more autonomy.
Because I mean, just to sorry, I don't want to refer, like, I know it's like shorthand for people living on the Gaza Strip, but it's important to remember that a lot of the people that are in the Gaza Strip were moved there, were forcefully relocated. The way that things work in Israel, right, is that there are different like sectors that that Palestinians can occupy, and it's hierarchical. You can be a Palestinian living in Israel, and that's like, you're still not treated as a full citizen in a lot of ways, but that's that kind of the tier 1. Tier 2 is East Jerusalem, right? And here's the deal: if you're living in Israel, you leave Israel, you're not coming back, right? If you live in East Jerusalem, you leave East Jerusalem, you no longer have that, that you can't come back, right? And then there's the West Bank, right? And it's the same kind of deal. You leave the West Bank, you can, whether or not you are chased out, intimidated, like dispossessed, right? You can't come back to it, right? And then you can move from the West Bank to Gaza, but you can't move from Gaza to the West Bank. You can move from East Jerusalem to the West Bank. You can't move from the West Bank to East Jerusalem. You can move from being living in Israel, in the non Palestinian areas of Israel, to move. You know what I mean? It's like that. That's the way that it works.
There was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods. They terrorized them with rocks. The security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive on their own roads.
Yeah, he does mention that.
All have no problem understanding what that was. So there's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship, and the question is rights or not. So that's it.
So that's why I say that's why I want to call Palestinians living in Gaza Palestinians living in Gaza rather than Gazans, because when I say Gazan, I imply that is their home. For many of the people living in Gaza, that was not their home. They're kind of pushed there.
It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. If you work around most people who are concerned with this issue, it's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is, why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes?
And well, look, it's not too surprising when you find out that Benjamin Netanyahu himself is a bit of a Holocaust revisionist, right? Instead of blaming the Nazis for the Holocaust, Netanyahu finds a way to blame the Palestinians, like right, as if Hitler consulted the Palestinians and decided to unalive people instead of forcefully relocate them because of consultation with Palestinian officials, right?
Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question, and that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve. But thank you. Shalom. And I am serious about it coming from Jewish values. Like Tony Judd, my reading, to the extent I do, which I actually do have some connection to that in a religious sense, it's unacceptable for me. But yeah, no, I know. We'll but it's not complicated.
All right. I think there's one other thing that I wanted to look at today. Let me see if I can find it here. Do you ever have you accidentally leave YouTube on and it just watches all these videos on autoplay and then you see them later in your history and you're like, what is this? I kind of want to watch something by Gabor Mate talking about the Israel and Palestine issue. The only issue is that I'm pretty sure this is a interview that he gave on Russell Brand. It was a long time ago. It was before Russell Brand took the right-wing conspiratorial turn that he took, but it just feels kind of icky to be watching something on on somebody like Russell Brand's channel. Let's watch this.
On November 2nd, 1917.
And hopefully AJ Plus isn't gonna I don't think I'm gonna get copyright claimed by AJ Plus here.
Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a letter that would set off a conflict still being fought more than 100 years later.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object.
When Balfour wrote of his government's intent to create a Jewish homeland in Palestine, 90% of the people living there were not Jewish. Just 31 years later, most of them were gone.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים.
This is the story of the British
That's scary.
promise that led to the destruction of Palestine and the creation of the State of Israel.
Wait, Gabor is a kook? Or I know that what one of his sons, right, is like a
Let's start with the obvious question. Why were the British making promises about other people's countries? The short answer? Empire is one hell of a drug. This was World War I, and the British were making lots of promises. In addition to promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine, they promised Arab leaders in the
I don't know if they talk about this, but basically the history is this. Prior to World War I, Palestine was part of the Ottoman Empire and administered by the Ottoman Empire, right? After World War I, the Germans and the Ottomans lost out pretty big in that, and as a result, were forced to give up some of their territory. And this is why Britain is playing around with promising the land of Palestine to, as you're going to find out, different groups of people here.
independence if they rose up against Britain's enemy,
Oh my god, thank you for giving me a like, Yosiel.
the Ottoman Empire. The Arabs did. Hollywood even made a movie about it.
Arabia's for the Arabs now. That's what I've...
Oh my god, now that's gonna get me copyright claimed right there. That's Lawrence of Arabia. Huh. I don't know. I mean, they were able to include it in their video, but
400 years of Ottoman rule. The people who lived there were Arabs, mostly Muslims, but there were Christian and Jewish minorities too. There was also...
And that's the sad thing, is in reality, like, if you want to ask, like, whose land is it? I mean, like, there were, there were Muslims, there were Christians, there were Jewish people all living there. It's their land. It's all of their land, right? That's, it's not, and that's what the one state solution would have looked like had it been embraced. But obviously it wasn't embraced because of the sort of obsession with making it a the state, like making it a Jewish state, right? And that is, if that's your mandate, if that's what you're going to do, you are going to be dispossessing people. You are going to, and
a tiny number of European Jews who in the late 1800s had started building small colonies there. At a time when many Jews were suffering horrific persecution in Europe, they felt Palestine could be an escape. The idea of building up a Jewish presence in Palestine became known as Zionism, but it stayed a fringe movement among European Jews. Many of them felt they shouldn't have to leave their countries to avoid persecution. But Zionism as a political movement took a big step forward with an Austrian man called Theodor Herzl. And this guy is a very important name in this story. In 1896, he published Der Judenstaat, or in English, The Jewish State. In it, he said the only way for Jews to avoid Europe's anti-Semitism was not just to leave, but to have their own country. And Herzl didn't just write. The next year, he organized a conference in Basel, Switzerland, the first Zionist Congress. The attendees agreed on a program which sought, among other things, to establish a Jewish homeland in Palestine and promote Jewish settlement in Palestine. From here on out, the Zionist movement became very active, setting up funds to...
Are they going to talk about a land without a people without a land? Like, if like that, this is a term... this is a concept that plays heavily in this, that the idea of establishing a Jewish homeland, which was not necessarily going to be in Palestine, right? There were other ideas for where that was that, like, the Jewish people were a people without a land, that, like, and that were suffering persecution in a lot of different places, right? And the idea was to find a land without a people for the people without a land. Unfortunately, that's not what happened.
promote Jewish immigration to Palestine, companies to buy land there, and recruiting representatives to advocate for their cause with different governments. A few days after the conference, Herzl wrote this in his diary.
At Basel, I founded the Jewish state. In 5 years perhaps, and certainly in 50 years, everyone will perceive it.
He was only off by 1 year. Okay, so that is a lot of history, but it's important because the Zionist movement is a critical part of the story going forward, especially after it found a friend in the British government, where a lot of high-ranking officials supported Zionism, sometimes for unexpected reasons. Prime Minister Lloyd George, for example, was a Christian zealot who believed gathering the Jewish people in Palestine would bring Jesus Christ back to earth.
Okay, so there you have the, unholy alliance between Christian zealots and Zionists, right? And you can see the Christian zealots' reason for wanting the Jewish people to occupy fully Palestine, and is literally to fulfill a batshit prophecy, right? An interpretation of the Book of Revelations.
Others like Balfour believed that getting the Jewish people out of Europe and into their own country would be a good thing. Herzl was pretty visionary.
And weren't there also, I don't know if anybody in chat, I feel like there were situations where Jewish people were forced to, they were given no other option but to immigrate to Israel rather than places that they might have preferred.
When he wrote that the anti-Semitic nations will become our allies. Meanwhile, the Zionists assured Britain...
I don't remember if this was Britain that did this to people, or countries instead would reduce a significant portion, but not all of the issues. If Jerusalem wasn't designated as Bethlehem by Christians, Jews, Muslims, the U.S. Had eliminated the evangelical movement completely instead of just allowing them to target non-white, non-Christian countries. Would reduce a significant portion, but not all of the issues Israel has between white Israelis and Palestinian. Well, that's important too, right? 'Cause it's not just like the bigotry in Israel is not just like an anti-Muslim or a it's also against non-white Jewish people as well.
That their future country would be
We are watching AJ Plus right now.
reliable ally. So that's the backstory of how European anti-Semitism, Zionism, and British imperialism all led to the Balfour Declaration, this British promise to build a homeland for Jews in Palestine. Now we're going to look at how Britain did that. World War I had been a conflict between rival empires.
Okay, so we are going to get to the Ottoman Empire.
Winners set up the League of Nations to distribute the losing side's territories between them. They called it the Mandate System, putting territories once controlled by the Ottoman and German empires under the, quote, tutelage of advanced nations until they became independent. Britain was given the mandate over Palestine, but the Palestinian people were never asked what they wanted or what independence would look like to them. Listen to what Balfour wrote to one of his colleagues.
For in Palestine, we do not propose even to go through the form of consulting the wishes of the present inhabitants of the country.
Instead, it was the Zionists who were consulted about what their vision for Palestine was, and so the mandate ended up incorporating not just the Balfour Declaration, but several clauses requiring Britain to ensure the establishment of a Jewish home in Palestine. British rule was very accommodating to the Zionist project. The Jewish community in Palestine grew with big waves of immigration. They had their own schools and factories and even their own militia, the Haganah, and they were led by the Polish-born David Ben-Gurion, the leader of their representative body, the Jewish Agency. To the Palestinians, it was clear that Britain wasn't delivering them independence. It was delivering their country to other people. In 1936, they went on strike. British forces tried to break the strike with arrests, torture, mass punishment, and executions. Leaders were exiled, weapons confiscated, and houses blown up. Palestinian fighters attacked British and Jewish targets, while British and Haganah forces would carry out joint raids on Palestinian villages. Something had to change. The British government sent a commission called the Peel Commission to figure it out, but their proposed solution was typical. Just draw another British line on the map, divide the country, give this part to the Jews and this part to the Palestinians, and make that part of Transjordan next door. Oh, and because the Palestinians were a majority in the country, 250,000 of them would have to be removed by force to make the Jewish state viable. Remember, these were the proposals that were meant to calm things down. Spoiler, they didn't. Instead, the revolt continued until 1939, by which time about 10% of Palestine's adult male population had either been killed, injured, arrested, or exiled. The British government really needed a solution. So, here comes another report.
The Commission is studying the 20-year-old Jewish settlements in British-mandated Palestine.
The 1939 White Paper created a conflict between the British and the Zionists for the first time, because it rejected partition and said the solution was for Palestine to gain independence within 10 years, with everyone living there sharing it together. Crucially, it also imposed severe limits on Jewish land purchases and immigration. To the Zionists, this felt like a betrayal. In response, some set off bombs across the country, killing dozens of Palestinians. But soon, everyone was distracted by something much bigger. More than 60 million people were killed in World War II, including 6 million Jews murdered in Nazi death camps. Jewish survivors fled Europe, with a large number of them trying to find safety in Palestine despite the British limit on Jewish immigration. This set off a more direct confrontation between the Zionists and the British, with Palestinians often targeted as well. The Zionists knew two things. Militarily, they were stronger than the Palestinians, and Britain was exhausted by World War II, so it wouldn't have the stomach to keep fighting in Palestine. They were right. In 1947, after 30 years of occupation, Britain announced it was quitting Palestine and asked the newly formed United Nations.
You can see how the hubris of the British Empire played into this, right? The British Empire, the empire, the sun will never set on the British Empire. They did control, they had the largest empire. They controlled a lot of land, a lot of countries, right? But there's kind of like a natural limit to that kind of domination, and they didn't seem to even be aware of it. I guess they didn't anticipate, having opposition in wanting to sort of dole out the land in the way that they wanted to. And so, there was the opportunity there for the for what would later become this Israeli state to go ahead and just take up all of the land outside of the 47 borders. Yeah, because we're talking about sets of borders here. We've got the 1947 borders, we've got the 1967 borders, and then I guess people will sometimes compare that to the Trump peace plan, which basically sliced up the West Bank like Swiss cheese
to clean up its mess.
And then those a lot of those settlements did go into place, and that's why you have the current sort of setup for the West Bank, the model for what collaboration with Israeli forces looks like, which is domination and dispossession and slow eviction essentially.
All right, 1947 and 1948 are the most pivotal years in this story. So let's take a look at how things are lining up. During British rule, Jews had gone from 10% to 30% of the population and owned about 6% of the land. Under Ben-Gurion's leadership, the Jewish Agency was pretty much functioning as a government for the Jewish community. And the Zionist militias had tens of thousands of soldiers, modern weapons, and officers who'd already fought in World War II. On the other side, the Palestinians hadn't been allowed to develop their own administration or military. But as they waited for the UN's solution, they were still the majority all over the country. In November 1947, the UN, then only made up of a fraction of the world's countries, voted to partition Palestine. This plan marked off 55% of the country for a Jewish state, but the UN never explained how it could be a Jewish state when half the people in its territory were Palestinian. To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN.
I mean, you see how different those borders are, right? To where you almost have you have closer to a contiguity between the Palestinian demarcations, both in the north, between the north and the West Bank, and
were Palestinian.
In the south with the West Bank and Gaza. You're closer to.
To nobody's surprise, Palestinians, and in fact all Arabs, rejected the UN's plan. Ben-Gurion and the Zionist leadership accepted, but they saw an opportunity. With the British on the way out, the Zionists knew they would have the strongest military in Palestine. Their forces were instructed to seize more territory than they'd been awarded by the UN, and to do what was necessary to reduce the number of Palestinians in it. In cities like Haifa, the militia set off car bombs in Palestinian neighborhoods.
Wait,
they attacked
are we in 37 here, Looney Tunes?
villages and forced residents out.
Haganah troops have driven the Arabs out of the beleaguered city, taking many prisoners.
After inspecting parts of western Jerusalem that had been emptied of Palestinians, Ben-Gurion said,
"In many Arab neighborhoods in the West, you do not see even one Arab. If we persist, it is quite possible that in the next 6 or 8 months there will be considerable changes in the country, and to our advantage."
One of the events that helped speed up these changes took place on April 9th, 1948, when the village of Deir Yassin was attacked. A British government report to the United Nations describes the scene. 250 people were killed in circumstances of great savagery. Women and children were stripped, lined up, photographed, and then slaughtered by automatic firing. The story of what...
So when somebody tells you that, gives you a narrative that implies that what happened on October 7th is the beginning of the story, unprovoked attack, right? Unprecedented brutality, they're lying to you. They're lying to you, right? They are cutting out this part of the story that's really important to have, any sort of a perspective on this.
happened at Deir Yassin set off panic all over the country. As news spread, people fled, fearing they would be next. Historians have recorded dozens of similar massacres during this period. Each time, they would result in entire communities fleeing.
תמיד הייתה הוראה, והייתה הוראה של בן גוריון, לגרש את האנשים משם. כבשנו את המקום, טרקטורים חרשו את המקום. חרשו. לא נשאר זכר של כפר. למה? לא רצו שתהיה, לא חזרה ולא זכר של המקום.
By the time Britain ended its mandate on May 15th, 1948, 250,000 Palestinians had fled. The night before, David Ben-Gurion announced the founding of the State of Israel, with himself as its first prime minister. He was standing under a giant portrait of Herzl, 51 years after Herzl had predicted this very moment. The Zionist militias came together as the newly formed Israel Defense Forces, but the fighting wasn't over. With the British out of the way, soldiers from several Arab countries entered Palestine. But the Israeli army was better equipped, better organized, and unlike the Arab armies, had a unified command and backing from several European countries. Israeli forces pushed into places that the UN had assigned to the Palestinian state, like the towns of Lidda and Ramle. 50,000 people were forced to flee from there, many on foot, in what became known as the Lidda Death March. After being emptied, the towns were given Hebrew names, Lod and Ramla. Like in many other emptied towns, the buildings and homes were taken over by the new Israeli state and given to Jews. By the time the UN secured an armistice, 3/4 of the Palestinian people had become refugees. In Arabic, they call this the Nakba, literally the catastrophe. The new state of Israel made up...
Yeah, and I mean, this is a weird thing, because like, from what I've heard in Israel, you are not allowed to acknowledge this historical event, the Nakba, right? And even in that context, you do have people on the far right advocating for a second Nakba, the thing that didn't happen, the thing that, like, you're not allowed to acknowledge, right? They want They like mask off completely, you know.
78% of what had been Palestine. The remaining parts were annexed by Jordan or taken over by Egypt. A year later, the UN passed a resolution calling for all Palestinian refugees to be allowed to return home. They never have been. Palestine.
Oh, the war in Afghanistan was started on October 7th, 2007? Is that right?
Had been erased. In the decades since, attempts to resolve this conflict have again tried to partition the land. With each successive attempt, the territory offered to Palestinians in their historic homeland shrinks even more. Ironically, Israel is still struggling to maintain the population advantage it gained in 1948 when it forced all those people out, because in 1967, it occupied the West Bank and Gaza, bringing all the Palestinians living there under its rule. And so today, the population of Jews and non-Jews in this land is roughly equal.
October 7th of 2001.
But those living under occupation have no rights, no citizenship, and no prospect of independence. The Nakba-era tactics of settlement, home demolitions, and expulsion are still used against them.
This is what I'm talking about. What a horrible thing.
Israel has taken the land but wants nothing to do with the millions under its rule. International, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights groups say this system is a form of apartheid. To see if that's an accurate description of Israel more than
many people think of Israel and Palestine.
Because this is a question that came up the other day, the question of whether the state of affairs in Israel, Palestine are, you know, whether apartheid is an appropriate name for that. And there are people that will argue this on a very like sort of technical, actually, you know, kind of Reddit sense. You know, the more important thing than what you call it is the fact that it is intolerable, it is unjust, and it cannot be allowed to go on, right? But you know, when we look at apartheid and the definition of apartheid, and we look at what's happening in Israel, it's kind of hard to deny that the shoe fits in this case.
Palestine as two countries at war, with this one, a state for Jewish people, occupying this one here, where Palestinians live. The truth is, both Israeli Jews and Palestinians live all over this territory, ruled by one government and one army, based on the idea of
advancing the supremacy and domination of one group of people, Jews.
And that is what guides its policies and its practices towards Palestinians.
In other words, apartheid. Apartheid is a loaded word tied to the racist South African regime of white minority rule. But although the word comes from there, apartheid isn't just a description of what happened in South Africa. It's actually a crime against humanity under international law. In 2021, Human Rights Watch accused Israel of carrying out apartheid. It based this accusation on the 1973 Apartheid Convention and the 1998 Rome Statute, which say that 3 elements have to occur for the crime of apartheid to apply. They are an intent by one group to dominate the other, systematic oppression by one racial group over another, and one or more inhumane acts, like denying people the right to leave and to return to their country, expropriation of landed property, and the creation of separate reserves and ghettos. So let's see if any of these apply to Israel's rule over Palestinians.
About half of the people that live here under Israel's rule are Palestinian, and the other half are Jews, like myself.
For those 7 million Israeli Jews, almost the entire land is one space. Whether they're here, or here, they have the same rights, privileges, and legal status. They can move freely, vote in the same elections, and live under the same laws. The boundaries...
And the one thing that I want to put an asterisk on here is that certain immigrants to Israel, like Ethiopian Jews who immigrate, are not treated the same. So, you know, it's got a little bit of a caveat on it.
Are invisible to them, but for the 7 million Palestinians, the boundaries are very visible. Whereas this is essentially one space for Israelis, Palestinians have been divided into 4 areas. Each area gets a different colored ID card issued by Israel, and your
So this is what I'm talking about the 4 different areas and their hierarchy.
Life and rights are determined by that ID card. In Gaza, Palestinians...
And by hierarchy, I mean like the idea that you can go, you can move down the hierarchy, but you cannot move up the hierarchy. You cannot move from Gaza to the West Bank. You cannot move from the West Bank to East Jerusalem. You cannot move from West Bank or East Jerusalem or Gaza into Israel proper.
Have no freedom of movement and are under a complete Israeli blockade. Israel no longer has soldiers inside Gaza, but it controls every aspect of life from the outside. People in Gaza have no civil or political rights. They've got no say in the Israeli government that controls them. Palestinians in the West Bank also have very limited freedom of movement, with their population divided into 165 disconnected cantons, cut off by Israeli military checkpoints, walls, settlements, and other infrastructure. They also have no civil or political rights in Israel. In East Jerusalem, Palestinians generally have more freedom to move, but Israel can take away their right to live in the city. They can't vote in Israeli elections, and Israel also bars them from taking part in Palestinian politics. Palestinians who are citizens of Israel can travel relatively freely, but they face restrictions on where they can live. They can vote in Israeli elections, but face legalized discrimination. Yara Hawari is a Palestinian with Israeli citizenship.
This ID system, it penetrates, all areas of life, where you live, where you study, what you work, etc. Even the more intimate areas of life, such as who you marry.
That's because for the most part, a Palestinian can't pass on their ID status to their spouse.
And this has...
So yeah, that makes it impossible, for instance, for somebody to... somebody who lives in the West Bank to marry somebody who lives in Gaza without themselves moving to Gaza and giving up their home, their right to be in the West Bank, or you know what I mean? It's the same kind of thing. Like, they see how this
huge.
That's what they mean about this, like, determines who you have the right to marry.
Huge implications on where they can live. Many indeed actually end up leaving and choosing to live abroad because it is that difficult.
On rare occasions, Palestinians are able to change their ID, but only in one direction.
So for instance, if a Palestinian from East Jerusalem moves somewhere else inside the West Bank, they could lose their residency in East Jerusalem, and Israel, since it's considered that a downgrade.
Okay, so in a sense, East Jerusalem is considered part of the West Bank, but to move elsewhere within the West Bank is to give up your right to give up your citizenship or your right to live in East Jerusalem.
Right, then that's a direction that would be feasible. And further down the line, again, from Israel's perspective, if West Bankers move to the Gaza Strip, then that's a direction that Israel will accept, but not in the opposite direction.
So while Palestinians are granted different rights based on their IDs, nowhere do those rights match those of Israeli Jews. Looks like we can check off at least one of the elements required for apartheid to apply. When Israel was founded in 1948, 700,000 Palestinians had fled or been forced out. The result was that the new state had a Jewish majority. To maintain that majority, Israel has never allowed the refugees to return. The Palestinians who remained were given Israeli citizenship, although they were kept under strict military rule for 19 years. But in 1967, when Israel occupied more lands, including Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, it faced a problem. It wanted the land, but didn't want the Palestinians on that land. So it's refused to extend citizenship to the rest of the Palestinians under its control, while keeping them under military rule ever since. To further control the ratio of Palestinians to Israeli Jews, Israel still bans Palestinian refugees and their descendants from moving.
I'm not entirely sure what happened there, but I'm a little
They've
afraid
never
to...
set foot there before. In Jerusalem, the Israeli authorities actually have a population target: 60% Jews to 40% Palestinians. Palestinians in Jerusalem are only granted a permanent residency permit, even if they've been living in the city since before Israel was founded.
Let's hope that the person jumped off in time.
About 350,000 Palestinians are in that status, and which is Orwellian, the way it's defined, because the only thing permanent in permanent residency is that it can actually always be taken away.
These permits can be revoked if a Palestinian moves out of the city, but Jewish Israelis living in Jerusalem never lose residency, even if they move to the other side of the world. This discrimination has been enshrined in Israeli law. The 2018 nation-state law says that Israel is the nation-state of the Jewish people, and that the right to national self-determination in the state of Israel is unique to the Jewish people. That means that even Palestinians with Israeli citizenship aren't considered equal to Jews with Israeli citizenship. As Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu put it, Israel is not a state of all its citizens, but rather the nation-state of the Jewish people, and only them. So let's go back to that list from before.
East Jerusalem was officially annexed, but not the West Bank.
The nation-state law is only one of many Israeli laws that explicitly discriminate against Palestinians. For example, there's the 1950 absentees property law, deeming Palestinian refugees absentees.
Isn't this wild? They're absentees if you kick them off their land.
Israel seized hundreds of thousands of acres of their land, even though they were only absent because Israel wouldn't let them return. Remember, denying people the right to return to their country is on the list of inhumane acts that legally make up the third element of apartheid. There are more Israeli policies that could fall under the category of inhumane acts, especially when it comes to land.
So Israel desires the land, even more so desires empty land, or land that it makes empty, and doesn't desire the Palestinians living on that land. And that has resulted in policies in which land is constantly moving in one direction. Land that used to be Palestinian becomes state land, and then that land is allocated for the development of towns and communities for Jewish citizens.
And yes, expropriation of land is also an inhumane act. So let's see what that looks like on the ground. Across the entire territory, Palestinian communities are overcrowded and surrounded by Jewish-only communities.
It's the same type of practice of encircling Palestinian communities so that they can't expand, cutting them off from one another. It's a continuous practice that began in 1948 and was expanded to the West Bank in 1967.
The Israeli state prioritizes Jewish...
So you're creating an atmosphere where nobody would want to stay in. It's so complicated. You know, your right to exist in certain parts of the country, you know, is given up essentially if you ever leave that part of the country, right? There's a lot of forces at work to make the situation of living in the Palestinian areas insufferable, so that people leave, and you know that allows for what, like they're saying, more expropriation of land, more dispossession.
Development in places where it wants to restrict the growth of Palestinian communities, with the government keen to Judaize areas like the Galilee and the Negev.
Israeli politicians frequently use that term to Judaize an area, in other words, to ensure Israeli Jewish dominance in a particular area, where the government has a concern over the Palestinian demography. And in any other context, this would be condemned as, gross ethnic engineering. It's in its basic laws, which is essentially the Israeli constitution. The land is deemed for the Jewish people, not the Israeli people, but the Jewish people.
In fact, only 3% of the land inside Israel's 1948 borders is allocated for its Palestinian citizens. Meanwhile, hundreds of new communities have been built for its Jewish citizens, many on the ruins of destroyed Palestinian villages. Plus, there's the 200 illegal Jewish settlements that have been built across the West Bank as well. At the same time, thousands of Palestinian homes have been demolished or are under threat of demolition, having been built without permits because Israel rejects most Palestinian building applications. Meanwhile, in the Negev desert, the Israeli government wants to maximize the land available for Jewish development. So it has tried to force Palestinian Bedouin citizens into small townships by demolishing their homes and not allowing them to connect to the water and power grids. One village, El Arakib, has been demolished more than 180 times.
Now, just across the Green Line, a similar struggle is taking place in the village of Susia, which is in the West Bank, just south of Hebron. And it too has faced a series of mass demolitions by authorities in an attempt to establish Israeli Jewish control over the area.
Looks like we can check off another one of the criteria for apartheid. Israel has total control of this entire territory. Even in Gaza and the West Bank, which have some limited autonomous Palestinian administration in place, Israel controls the borders, trade, resources, water, electricity, the airspace, the electromagnetic spectrum, the population registry, and more.
Electromagnetic spectrum, I'm guessing they're talking about like radio and television like waves, although I don't even know. Isn't that like, wait, how is television, wait, wasn't there like I forget, oh yeah, digital, it's digital, like, right, it went, like, it used to be, like, the television waves were, like, analog, and then, at least in the US, at some point, they changed it to digital. People had to get a new, if they were just receiving, you know, the waves, right, rather than, you know, they had cable or like a, you know, internet connection, then you'd have to get another like antenna, like a special digital antenna. So I was like trying to remember if that is if the electromagnetic spectrum, I guess it is still used. It's just like you know, the signal is digital rather than analog now.
Accusing a government of carrying out a crime against humanity like apartheid is no simple matter. But we've seen how Israel's control over and discrimination against Palestinians fits the legal threshold for apartheid. Israel's own leaders knew this was happening, although they didn't.
They mean Earth's magnetic poles?
Didn't do much to stop it.
The state that you have at the moment is an apartheid state, isn't it?
It's not yet apartheid, but it might come on this slippery slope toward apartheid.
Still, how could apartheid apply to Israel when, say, Palestinian citizens can vote?
So, as a Palestinian citizen of Israel, I cannot question the fundamental constitution of Israel, which says that the state is for the Jewish people and the Jewish people alone. My citizenship doesn't allow for inclusion in that state, and so therefore participation in Israeli elections or in the Knesset is really nominal and has no potential to change policy.
Another argument against the accusation of apartheid is that the occupation is only temporary, and when it ends, Palestinians will rule themselves.
Normal people don't think that 54
I'm sorry, that one's hard. That's a hard lie to swallow.
years is temporary. We've passed that line already a very long time ago. And yeah, there's a lot of Israeli propaganda insisting on that worldview of democracy plus temporary occupation. No, it's not a democracy and it's not a temporary occupation. It's one regime between the river and the sea, and that regime is apartheid.
Okay, so there we are. So chat, I am gonna, I did kind of like leave us with like a few minutes to talk, to kind of decompress all of this. Whether you want to talk about the fact that I was silenced today in an attempt to push back on transphobia put out there by a larger YouTube channel, or whether you want to talk about what's going on in Israel-Palestine right now. I just want to kind of open the floor to chat. So if you are lurking right now, this is the time to unlurk. This is the time where I'm going to be doing nothing other than reading chat. So if you want to join the discussion, this would be the time. In fact, I'm going to get into, let's see. I'm going to be in sub chat, so if you have a sub and you've integrated that into Discord, you can actually join me on stream right now, and
This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad. This is going bad.
You're so grateful for your dog. That's good to hear. Nations are just the collective traumas of the inhabitants. Yeah, that is like oftentimes trauma is used as a cohesive force to create distinct, groups of people. Did YouTube message me about the takedown? Yeah, they did. They sent me a email on the takedown. Yeah, so if you weren't around earlier when we started streaming, title of the stream is supposed to be about Blair White and a Jubilee panel that she participated in. Unfortunately, though, YouTube would not let me critique this panel. YouTube took down my stream, stopped the stream, and wouldn't allow it to go back up until I stopped watching that. So you see here the two-tiered system of content, right? In that, if you're a smaller content creator, your stuff can be used by anyone and anything at any time, even a middle content creator. Like I give the example of the Vosh network trying to take my channel down for covering Xander Hall, for covering Vosh, for covering some of their creators that the sysadmin of Whiteleaf owned the content of, right? And they did not allow my stream to be taken down. They did not allow my videos to be taken down. They told the person who tried to make the copyright claim that this was fair use. This fell under the rubric of fair use, right? So really clearly, responding to content is fair use. It is not replacing the content. It is educational. It is not, it's not diminishing in any way the value of the content. If somebody really wants to go for the content and wants to watch Blair White do the debate, they're just going to watch it on Jubilee, right? That's a bigger channel. It's better in the algorithm, right? There's nothing in there that they could possibly really claim is like, that I am taking from Jubilee by covering their content. The real deal, though, is that Jubilee wants to be able to do transphobia, wants to be able to attack marginalized groups as they do with their content without being called out for it. Because it's the kind of thing that you don't necessarily see. If you just look at it and you look at it at a surface level, you're like, oh, it's a discussion between trans people that have different ideas, right? You've got conservative trans people and you've got liberal trans people. So I guess trans people must be about half conservative and half liberal, right? Trans people must be like half transmed and half actually accepting of all trans people, right? You get such a jaded idea. This is like somebody telling you that like Candace Owens represents half of the Black experience. To say that Blair White owns half of the trans experience is an absolute lie. I think somebody reported her because other people review Jubilee all the time. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. We don't know. That's the whole thing. We don't know. We don't know exactly what happened. It might have been my thumbnail was provocative. It got their ire. It rustled their collective jimmies. We don't really know. We don't get sent that information. All I find out is that my YouTube chat is screaming at me because they can no longer see the stream. I am at wit's end in terms of trying to bring you this content when it's especially in a time like right now where it seems so important, where there are a lot of important historical there's a lot of important historical context that is getting absolutely buried in the mainstream media that they do not want you to see. They want you to view this incident as a completely out of nowhere, unprecedented incident, right? And they do not want this to be put into the perspective of the entire history of this area, of the constant dispossession of Palestinian people of their homes. That's a story that is not being allowed to be told. So I feel like it's important in times like this to try to MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, etc. Yeah, although you're not gonna hear this, right? So I feel like it's important to cover this stuff, but like, oh my god, chat, like, I don't know, I'm trying to hold it together here. But it's not easy, and I'm kind of doing this just because it needs to be done. Right after the interview was released, you were lucky that YouTube sided with you. This time Kat Black had to modify her video about Newsmax's interview with Yasmin because Newsmax immediately copyrighted the interview. Yeah, it's definitely not convenient for the narrative. It's important to give Palestinians your voice because their voice is being stolen. We cannot be silent. Yeah, the world began last week, exactly, Chat Alpha, exactly. The suggestion to cover more Hassan stuff. Yeah, he has done a really good job in terms of covering this issue. It's some of the stuff that I want to get at, I can get at through Hassan just because he's able to vet different content that he's watching. So it's kind of like watching it secondhand through Hassan, which is not ideal, but I will take it. It seems like, at some times that's what needs to be done. But I did also want to take a moment and just talk to chat, right? Because I'm doing what I can to help. There's a limit to that, and I'm getting close to that. I've done a lot of streaming this week just because of what's happening, and but I am getting to the point where it's pretty taxing on in a lot of ways to do this, and it's not easy, but it's the right thing to do. Oh, thank you, Morgan. That means a lot to me. You need a non-smiling hug? Yeah. Like a smiling, crying hug? I don't know how much, like, I want to talk to you about this, but I'm kind of scared. Like, about my ability to continue to bring you content, right? I may have mentioned this before. I got a copyright claim on Twitch for covering the Republican debate. I got a copyright claim on YouTube for debunking a weird conspiracy theory about Donald Trump coming back to power even though he'd lost the election, right? And like, I don't know what the repercussions of having this stream taken down by Jubilee will be, but I mean, if you get a strike, they take down your channel for a week. You can't stream, you can't post videos, you can't do anything. And I'm just scared that I'm gonna go silent, and I'm not even gonna be able to tell you that it happened. And all I can do is send you these Discord links so that you know that if something happens to my channel, you know, you can still contact me through the Discord is probably the best place to do that. Somebody mentioned earlier about websites. I could really use anybody's help who is able to you know, program. I don't know if Sisyphean is still in here, but yeah, that's definitely something that I need, because I have the website. I just don't have the you know, kind of the code, the software that would allow me to run a stream on the website, a la the White Leaf, the GG websites. There we go in Twitch. There we go in YouTube. But yeah, like, all I can tell you is to kind of just like follow me on all of my socials in case one or more of the socials are taken down. You'll be able to, you know, I'll still be able to let you know where my content will be. You know, there's also, like, you know, financial considerations that I'm having to really look at now, and you know, that might be a limiting factor as well in the near term. I mean, I'm sort of at the I'm just not doing really great financially, and you know, I might have to take on one or more productive economic activities in order to just, like, you know, keep a roof over my head and keep the internet connected. So I'll have to be able to do any content at all, but obviously that would limit the number of streams that I can do, the number of videos that I could do, and the amount that I can try to signal boost you know, the kind of stuff that's getting silenced. Similar issue Dusty Smith is facing. He almost lost his channel twice. YouTube loves to censor small creators. It's completely fair to be scared. using other video or streaming sites. Well, like I said, socials, right? If you're not following those, there's no point in me making other content on other platforms, right? Because like these are the ones that I have now, and not sure if everybody's following me on all of them, but in terms of being able to get the word out and let people know if I'm gonna move my content to other platforms, right? And there's a limit on time in terms of like other platforms, like it's like a more of a time suck to post stuff on different places. And I don't know, Johnny Bravo. Like I said before, as far as like, you know, because we were asking the question as is Israel, doing apartheid, right? I mean, according to the checklist that AJ Plus presented, yes, it sounds like it, but I think the more important point is that what is happening is immoral and intolerable, and people need to stand up against it and not stand for it. That's that's I don't want to get too hung up on definitions. And I want to more concentrate on what is the action that you can take? What are the statements that you can make? But yeah, as far as other platforms and other social media platforms and such, I used to be on Facebook. I used to have like a Facebook account that got reported by probably somebody who was part of my harassment 2 years ago, right? That got taken down. And then other really common platforms that people use are things like Rumble for videos and for streaming. Rumble's, I guess, sort of a YouTube alternative. Rumble is owned by right-wingers and is a largely like right-wing largely right-wing platform. So I do not relish the idea of making no comment check on Rumble. And then as far as Twitch alternative, Kick is the one that comes to mind, and it's even worse on Kick in terms of it's just a very toxic environment from what I can tell. I should stream Blair White Scrambled just to stick it to them. See, I don't think it would. I don't know. I think the best that I could do is just make a video essay about because Blair White is like I want to talk about I feel like people know for the most part, like if you like Blair White, you're transphobic, whether you are trans or whether you are cis. If you're supporting Blair White, you're supporting anti-trans hate, and I think people know that, right? I don't think there's a lot of confused people out there that are like, ooh, Blair White, is she a good trans content creator? It's pretty clear, it's pretty easy to tell like what's wrong with Blair White. You only have to see her in a American bikini with a gun and a MAGA hat so many times before you realize, yeah, this chick is massively right-wing, massively transphobic, and absolutely a collaborator in trans genocide, right? Jubilee, on the other hand, to a lot of people has like a clean record. Like they look at it and they see it is a panel show, and they don't really have an ideology, but they like to bring people that do have an ideology on and have them do discussions. So really, aren't they're like a really good, responsible, force in the community, right? Because they're neutral. They don't have a dog in the fight. They just want people to talk, because like right wing and the left wing, they don't talk to each other enough, and all these confusion, all this anger, and maybe having Blair White talk to more liberal trans people is gonna be a positive thing, and they don't realize what that actually does, right? In that Blair White does not represent trans people. Blair White represents such a tiny little fraction of the most self-hating and elitist, and really like, trans people who are willing to be complicit in harm to the trans community. And when they represent her as half of the trans experience, which is they do, like I said, that's like, representing, I mean, you could think of any kind of, parallel, like representing like Candace Owens as being half of the Black experience, right? That's inaccurate. That's wrong. And they're absolutely, seeking to normalize Blair White. Jubilee harms the trans community immensely, right? And the fact that we are unable to push back on it without being silenced means that YouTube is complicit in this spreading of hate as well. There's a streaming site called Trovo. Yeah, I don't know much about Trovo. Anybody have opinions about Trovo? Johnny Bravo, I feel like you might want to go back and take a look at a discourse that happened last year. All right, this is what the whole loner box poly thing was about. And I gotta say, I 100% disagree with you. Right? We got into the literal like UN like definition of genocide and saw how much it fits the experience that trans people are having right now. So like I have no reticence to use that terminology. And I would beseech you not to tone police me on that, as somebody who is is in the midst of what's going on to trans people in the United States. YouTube kept Steven Crowder platformed. Well, yeah, Matt Walsh got his monetization back. Oh my God, Johnny Bravo, seriously, like I've covered this stuff before, right? I want to turn this into this is not like the remedial hour for people that missed the whole loner box arc. I don't think you're trying to be mean. There's a difference between ignorance and meanness, okay? And I'm not classifying, what you're saying as being mean. But yeah, this was a whole discussion that we had for a while. This was like the entirety of my stream for, I don't know, upwards of a month, I think. Yeah, it's like the loner box videos are probably my best. That's what I would encourage you to check on if you haven't watched them yet. Dusty also relied a lot more on Patreon. Yeah, oh, you know what? I don't put my Patreon down here, but I do have a Patreon. If anybody is interested in joining it, you know, it's kind of similar to what you, oh my God, why am I searching it on my computer? I'm trying to, sorry, I'm just like a little out of it here, but, oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't always mention it, but I have a Patreon as well. You do get special things on the Patreon. You get like sort of behind the scenes look into upcoming content. You get to see the content before other people even see it. In fact, like, yeah, Patreon even more so than like on YouTube membership, you will get a lot of times you'll get the video a day before other people. On Patreon, sometimes you get videos that you just do not get otherwise. So yeah, I'm trying to include more and more special content on the Patreon. But yeah, it helps me out a lot. It is probably the best place that you could support me right now in terms of it takes the smallest cut out of what you give to me compared to YouTube, compared to Twitch, which take like a larger cut out of that. But you know, I just like to offer a lot of different ways of supporting me so that you can just choose whichever one. Oh my God, that's a long link. I mean, look at that. That's a mess, huh? Why is the link so long? There we go. That's Patreon. And let me give you like, I think like, I don't know, that one might automatically take you to the sign up or something like that. This is like the link itself, right? This is like the more normal version of the link, and you can just go over there. And I think you'll be able to see kind of like some of the stuff that's not you know, Patreon only. Like you'll be able to see some of my content on that. I would think exclusive content outperforms early content. I haven't heard about Lonerbox in a while. If this is about his reaction to, oh no, this was about the, sorry, this was a long time ago. Somebody asked about you know, the term transgenocide and whether it was appropriate or not. And this was a discussion that we had almost a year ago now. Almost a year ago. It was I think Lonerbox was watching some content creators. They used the term transgenocide, and Lonerbox was like, oh, genocide. I think we're you know, he just got his he clutched his pearls like about that, right? And you know, he ended up like, well, let me go debate this small trans streamer named Polly People, and he got his clock cleaned. He got fucking bodied intellectually by one Polly People. And yeah, I did a reaction to that discussion. But yeah, like he continued to cope. I mean, this is something that Lonerbox got just absolutely, like it was a bad look for Lonerbox. And there's the Patreon, and I mean, like that also kind of keeps you connected, because like I said, oh my God, we just got an ad break again. I'm so bad at this. I saw a thumbnail for that video yesterday. Yeah, I highly recommend it. And again, like, you know, no shade, you know, if you're coming from a place of like, you know, you haven't heard of this term, it kind of strikes you weird or whatever. It's a whole ass discussion. And when you look into the criteria for what is a genocide, we find that the situation that trans people are in is quite dire. Is not just, you know, because like there's a framework. I believe it's I'm trying to remember the name of the scholar. I think it's Lemke. I can't remember. Yeah, 0 out of 10, because I didn't even wait. Did you notice that, Soul Life, that I didn't even mention that the ad break was coming up? I mean, that's definitely a 0. That's like you didn't turn in your assignment kind of 0. I will say though, I feel like, when are we doing our podcast? I don't know. We're gonna have to Lemkin. Sorry, I said Lemke. Lemkin is the name of the scholar who wrote about genocide and actually mapped it out into a framework of not just genocide, but genocide as a process with many steps. and that in terms of the United States is disposition and laws that have been passed regarding trans people, we are actually scarily far along. Podcast, I would listen. Yeah, I'm like, this is the thing though. I'm like running into issues with does that not trivialize? Again, watch the video. Do I need to give you the video in chat? What you're saying without realizing it though, Grunt Core, is that my concern for trans people is trivial. Did you think about that? Because I know you're not. I don't get the feeling that you're approaching this in like a cruel way. I do kind of fear though that you might not realize how your question is being received, right? Because like I said, like I'm very good faith, and I tend to assume that people are coming from a place of maybe lack of understanding rather than malice, right? Because I feel like if you were coming in to edit from a place of malice, you wouldn't even be here. So but yeah, I mean, it's a kind of an issue with people's availability, and I'm hoping that Zara will have some availability coming up here. But I understand that she's got a lot going on in her life, and that maybe Sunday is not maybe Sunday is not the easiest day for her. But we'll try to find something, right? It's just it's imperative, right? With something like a podcast, that it happen every week. And so if it's, difficult, to find that block of time on Sunday, then it might make it difficult to do on that day. Trovo is like live is linked to Green Twitch streaming site. Trovo Live is linked to. Yeah, so if you're just getting here, I just got censored by YouTube. Here, I'll find that video for you. Some people are asking about the discussion of transgenocide, and like I said, this was about a week ago. God, a year ago is the phrase, the term that I'm looking for. About a year ago, this very question, came up, and like what I'm hearing in terms of questions in chat from people who weren't here at the time, it's very reminiscent to the kind of response that you got from Lonerbox. Now, Lonerbox is a content creator who honestly should know better. So I'm not gonna, like I said, Lonerbox absolutely looked like an asshole and an idiot in this exchange, but I'm not going to hold anyone in chat up to the same standard that I would to a content creator like Lonerbox, right? The only way to know is to educate yourself. Okay, so there's 2 videos that I will share with you, right, on the subject. This is the first one. This is just my reaction to Lonerbox's just kind of freak out on the fact that he heard somebody say the phrase transgenocide, and he was like, oh, right? So that's this. That is where the phrase trans Rittenhouse, by the way, comes from, right? If you ever, I mean, it's not a meme because it's so dark, but that was something that Lonerbox, like a phrase that actually came out of Lonerbox's mouth. Lonerbox was more concerned that blowing the whistle, that raising the red flag on what's happening to trans people in this country might cause trans people to become violent, rather than the violence that's going on every day to trans people, right? And look, it's the kind of thing that if you're not trans, you it might not be super apparent to you. So I'm trying to be pretty patient with people and not just react in like a knee-jerk sort of way, even though we already have had this discussion So that's the video on Loaderbox's response to that, and then there's a second video here. Copy link. Second video, and this is me reacting to the debate between Loaderbox and Polly Robinette Prescott Bonnell people the third. Sorry, I put too many. I added too. Wait, why is this 20 seconds into the? It must have been that. Okay, so that's the Polly versus Loaderbox video. I did it again. It's not anyway. It starts you in 20 seconds for no reason whatsoever. He was TYT before Loaderbox was. Oh God, that's a good question. Actually, I haven't really compared Loaderbox's takes to TYT's takes, but that is an interesting question. Yeah, but I mean, Loaderbox is just like a Twitch poll, Twitch politics, bruh. On that Twitch politics vibe, which is basically just like everything is pulled to the right. It's an annoying thing about Twitch politics. Like whatever people tell you they are, right? You know, just move them 2 ticks to the right, and you'll have the right of actually what they are, right? If they tell you they're liberal, they're probably intellectual dark web. They're probably along the lines of like old school Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin, Brett Weinstein, you know, people like that, right? You know, if they tell you that they're a leftist, they are probably some sort of liberal. If they tell you they are a centrist, watch out, because that's a right winger. And if they tell you they're a right winger, center right or something like that, you're probably talking to an alt-right person, right? So there's this purposeful kind of strategic obfuscation of people's political alignments in Twitch politics, and that's why you get people like Loaderbox calling themselves, you know, progressive liberals who are actually anything but. Destiny was TYT before TYT. Like, Destiny's a great example of that, right? Destiny is essentially somebody that, for all practical purposes, is trying to infiltrate the left from the right, is trying to import reactionary viewpoints and mainstream those by calling himself a liberal, and in fact by apparently canvassing for the Democratic Party, but essentially what, you know, failing to gatekeep on people like Destiny is a great way to allow your whatever political allegiance you have to be kind of subverted and dragged to the right. And you know, he's almost ground zero, patient zero, when it comes to the phenomenon that I was talking to you about, Twitch poll. But yeah, check out those videos if you haven't already. If you missed out on the transgenocide discourse, it has been about a year since all that went down. Polly's fated debate with Loaderbox. Loaderbox is, you know, circling the drain of embarrassment in terms of his own lack of understanding of the concepts that Lemkin introduced, and classical liberal, i.e. free market until something woke makes money, then they hate the free market. Trovo has a calculator to determine how much you get paid. Wait, pineapple juice? That sounds really good. What should be our keyword? Pineapple juice? Okay, I'm sorry. That might be a conversation between chatters. Forgive me if I'm getting in between your conversation. Sometimes I can't tell when something's directed at me or it's you know, a convo. Because when I saw pineapple juice, I was immediately interested. My ears like perked up. But yeah, I'll have to take a look into it. But one thing I would ask you though, one thing that I would ask you, all right, chat, this is for the whole chat, right? One in chat, if you have ever used Trovo, have you ever watched anybody on Trovo? Is that like a platform that you're familiar with at all? Because that's my only reticence towards using Trovo, is that I don't know anybody who makes content on it, and I've never, you know, seen any content on it. Okay, so there's at least one person who's familiar with Trovo. Yeah, my only reticence is that some people might not be familiar with that platform, but it's good to know about possible backup platforms, and I'll take a look at it. Afghan Resistance. Okay, so Looney Tunes, you've watched something on Trovo, so it's not completely unknown to, you know, maybe like 50-50 so far as people who have utilized Trovo and people who haven't. It's a Streamlabs based platform. Interesting. What was 2? 2 is like, I just don't know what Trovo, I've never used it. Like, right, that's what you're saying there. 1 is if you've ever like watched a stream or some kind of content on Trovo, and 2 is if you're just like never used it for watching content. Three, there we go. I don't know what 3 would be. 3 doesn't make sense, but if the people typing 3 in chat want to explain what they mean by that. It's like one is like, I've watched stuff on Trovo, like, right? 2 is I've never watched stuff on Trovo, and 3 is I don't know. I don't know what 3. 3 is just like 4. I mean, yeah, kind of, in that I don't know what it means. That's true. That it does have that similarity. You want me to get CC site? We do have the site. We just need the code. So hopefully somebody that has the ability to understand code at least enough to make a simple like chat overlay that and a sub like a sub system where people can sub and then get a better chatting experience, more emotes, right? Basically something that mimics what Twitch does, essentially, is what we're looking for, and that can embed a YouTube or Twitch stream with that overlay for people that are on the site, if that makes any sense. The only issue with it is that people just like it's not a common it's not a very like common coding project, right? This is a very specialized thing, right? And the only people that I'm aware of that understand this and that have coded this type of this, I don't even know what you'd call it, like an app, this type of software, I guess, are Vosh's sysadmin and Destiny sysadmin, right? So IRC for chat? Oh god. No, the here, let me show you. Let's just go to a Vosh video, right? We're gonna type in Vosh. I know. We love Vosh.
Because I hadn't.
Okay, so look at this. Look at this chat right here, right? And you know, like I use a different I use a different program to handle chat than most people, but you know what a normal Twitch chat looks like, right? Like Hassan's chat. Okay, so let's see if I can make this make sense to people.
Drone video cap.
Okay. So you see Hassan's chat. That's basically what you see on Twitch, right? So if you're on Twitch, your view of chat probably looks a little bit like this. Hassan is you know, streaming this on Twitch, right? You know, I'm using another chat program to capture all of my chat and to combine it into one you know, one chat on my screen, right? But you got that. That's Twitch chat. And then let's see. Let's look at President Sunday. So Vosh or Hassan is an example of God damn it, he's streaming right now, isn't he? Hassan is an example of somebody that uses oh my God, I don't even know what of Sundays is like safe to watch. We probably need to look at a live from President Sunday. Wait, actually, I don't even know. Does he have? Wow. I don't. Oh my God, nope. He's got banned people on his thing right there. And another banned person. God damn, Sunday. Do you ever talk to anybody who's not banned? Anyway, I don't actually see Sunday's chat, so that's not going to be a good example of it. But Sunday's an example of a YouTube streamer, right? So the difference that I wanted you to look at was Vosh's. If you look at his chat, it just looks different, right? There's something different about it. It's got different little symbols here. It's got different colors for people's names, right? This is different. So what is it? Well, what this is vosh.gg. That is Vosh's website, right? And he embeds the YouTube stream into his website, into vosh.gg, and then superimposes this chat on that website, which means that instead of, like, you know, joining up on YouTube, becoming a member on YouTube, which I'm not sure what the benefits are, you know, if you become a member of Vosh's YouTube YouTube channel, but this is a website sided chat, right? So this chat is only available on the website. If you're in his YouTube chat, you won't see this stuff, right? You're on a different chat. And what this means is that for the people that like upgrade, for the people that get a sub on this chat, instead of that sub going like 30% to YouTube and 70% to Vosh, it goes like 100% to Vosh, or more realistically, like 95% to Vosh and 5% to the sysadmin. Right, so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about getting a website set up with website-sided chat. And the reason that this is such a niche kind of programming task is that it's basically only, like, the only people I know that would use this would be streamers, like particularly political streamers. The ones that I know of are Vosh and Destiny, who created their own, or, you know, had sysadmins create their own website chats, right? Along with a sub, like their subs are on the website too. And then Vosh's sysadmin also administers for Xanderhall, Demon Mama, the Serfs, you know, everyone on the White Leaf network, right, is essentially getting this code implemented on their website. And so it would be something that would make streaming a little bit more tenable for me, because, you know, honestly, chat, it's not anywhere close to a living at this point, and it's going to lead me in directions of having to do stuff, having to take on more work outside of streaming and do streaming less, unless we can get it to that point where it is an actual livable salary that I'm earning. That also implies that also requires growth in the stream and a lot of other things. But yeah, being able to implement a website with its own chat and take the subs off of Twitch, take the subs off of YouTube, is one way to essentially make the Twitch subs count for they would count for twice as much. The YouTube subs would count for 1.5 times as much, right? As they do. In other words, there's less of the money that's going to the platforms and more of the money that you're using for subs that would go that I would be able to use to survive, which is pretty important. You want a chat that is your own chat, no YouTube or Twitch integration. Yeah, basically what it is a YouTube or Twitch embed on a website, and then a site chat superimposed on that with the subs that are paid for on that site superimposed. So that way, if you're the way that you get emotes for chat, the way that, if I were to turn it onto subs only right now, only people with a sub would be able to chat. If I was to make the stream a subs only stream, right, only people with a Twitch sub would be able to see it, right? The way that that's got kind of like special privileges with it, that would be, those privileges would be like on the site rather than being on Twitch. But that's how Vosh does it. That's how Demon Mama does it. That's how Xanderhole does it. It's a slightly more sustainable way of streaming, but it does require, right? Because this all comes from Destiny. Destiny had a sysadmin who programmed this for him, left it being like, publicly available, right? Public domain. And then White Nervosa came along and adapted it for Vosh, right? And Destiny got mad about that because he hates Vosh. And so Destiny took his code private, right? So if anybody's going to fork anything from Destiny's code, you're going to have to be using some pretty old code there. Can you install software on your webpage? Something like an Owncast server? It's OSS, not CSS, but I think it needs a separate payment service. Yeah, it's the rivalry between Vosh and Destiny, and we've been trying to get our own. Unfortunately, everybody who has tried to work on that for me has maybe overestimated their own coding skills or their own time availability to be able to do that. So I haven't gotten a hold of anybody who could fork the code yet. Although there is whisper of a dream. All of Destiny's haters, all of his haters, or just Vosh? Copied his site code to make their own pages. Yeah, and that's why he regrets leaving that stuff public. But yeah, when Destiny started streaming, am I right about this? I feel like it was before Justin TV. So some of his early streams might have just been literally no, there's no platform. Right, it's just the website that has a live stream on it, right? I think he might have started like that, and so maybe that's the reason that he he had that. But it is a great innovation, and it does allow it does make streaming a lot more sustainable. It's just a question of can you find somebody who's able to administer this very specialized type of code, and I have not run into somebody that has the ability. You also want YouTube and Twitch paid member to have access to your site's private member chat as well. That's an interesting kind of integration. I hadn't thought of that. I mean, that would be ideal, but essentially the incentive with Vosh and with Demon Mama and with Xander Hall and Destiny. I think what they're going for is to try to get people to subscribe on their website rather than subscribing on YouTube. That way, it allows the streamer to give the sub a better overall like streaming experience. So in other words, Twitch kind of limits it, like, you know, right? How big of a streamer I am, how many subs I have, all that kind of stuff determines how many emote spaces I have. If it was my own site, then, you know, we could have a lot, we could have almost unlimited emotes. Like essentially somebody wants an emote, we make it an emote, right? So, you know, that stuff's a lot easier. And then, you know, access to the content, access to the, you know, members only stuff. And Hassan became a streamer after his TYT departure. He is clearly Jink's nephew. Yeah, and with Hassan, it almost doesn't matter. Hassan is so large, and a lot of his strategy is to be so valuable to Twitch that any thought of banning him over something like the Saltine Gate, if you remember the Saltine Gate, he said a word for white people that implies like some sort of a saltine snack. You know, he did get a short ban for that, but he didn't get a permanent ban for that. And the reason that like some of the larger streamers do not get permanent bans is because they are making a lot of money for Twitch. So I mean, like that's one, you know, like if you're making so much money, then you know you can negotiate a better split for yourself, and it almost doesn't matter that you're paying Twitch like all that money, or that Twitch is taking such a large cut. Look into YouTube Twitch member chat integration. Yeah, if you want to. Anybody that knows code, like I could really use your skills. Anybody that's good at editing videos, I could really use your skills. Even if your own sole contribution is to like make clips of moments in the stream that you like, that helps me as well, right? If you cut a good clip, don't be surprised if it ends up on YouTube. And if you want me to, I can attribute that clip to give you credit for making the clip in the YouTube on TikTok, if you've got like a TikTok channel of your own, right? I had Haz was still with TYT when he started Twitch. Oh yeah, the 9/11 comments. Yeah, I feel like Twitch might have had some problems with the 9/11 comments. Yeah, it was actually Vosh's one of Vosh's takes on Israel that got him banned off the platform. But yeah, any other questions on no coding and editing skills, but I can hand sew 18th century clothes. Wow. That is a pretty cool skill. That's something that I have nowhere close to being able to do. I don't know. I wouldn't call that useless. If there are that many issues with streaming, I can see why Demon Mama and Lance haven't left the Vosh net. Well, yeah, essentially, yeah. So that's a good catch, Medley. Yeah, if you so here, yeah, here's how that works. You got it. Look, I try to explain this, and I think I've talked about this various times. We haven't talked about it in a while. But we talk about the White Leaf Network. We talk about how those people, even more so than like an orbiter, right? We look at the Destiny orbiters, right? Even more so than a Destiny orbiter, those people are very much under the influence of Vosh, and they can't really do much in order to. I mean, there's a limit to how much they can disagree with Vosh. There's definitely a limit on how much what they can do that might like make Vosh look bad, right? And so they sort of function as like part of his army. This is how that works, right? He comes to them, he offers them a website. How many subs do you have, Demon Mama? Demon Mama says, I have 300 subs on Twitch. Vosh says, how would you like to get paid for the equivalent of 600 subs? Demon Mama says, I would like that very much. Vosh says, White Nervosa, get this woman a website. All right, they don't get her a website. She buys the website, but get this woman, a GG, that software, the overlaid chat, right? And once she has that, then essentially every sub that she can take from Twitch and put on her site, she's getting paid twice as much as she normally would. So that's a really good deal. But let's say that later on, Demon Mama decides, I really am not satisfied with Vosh's response to the Brianna Wu situation. I really don't like what's going on with Keffels, and Vosh has not, said anything about that in a meaningful way. I don't want to be part of this, thing anymore. I'm going to do a stream where I say, for a long time I've supported Vosh, but I feel like that support's got a natural end, and this is it. I can't support this any longer, right? Even if Demon Mama feels that in her heart of hearts, there's something that would be holding her back from saying that. And that would be the fact that she would potentially lose her website. And we've seen this happen to people before who get White Leaf websites and then do something that displeases either Vosh's sysadmin or Vosh himself, right? So so essentially, that website, which was offered to me as well, like full disclosure here, right? I did have somebody that was friends with the sysadmin of Vosh, who, when I talked about, wanting to get a website, was like, oh, I can hook you up with that. And I had to say no. I had to say no because I knew exactly what that was. I knew that if I took that offer, that I too would be limited. I wouldn't be able to do the content that I do on Vosh. There's no way. There's no possible way, right? I would lose that website, and I would lose, potentially half of my income, right? So that explains a lot. Yes. But yeah, chatters, you listen, you figured this out. Like, I just explained the basics of it, and you put, so it's almost like they have a little bit of power over these people. Yes, they absolutely do have power. That's why I want to create an independent power structure for streamers that does not rely on you having to kiss anybody's ass, right? Because, there's enough ass kissers, there's enough clout chasers out there already. What we need is people who are going to be honest and give meaningful critique when it's necessary to somebody like who really doesn't get it, like Vosh, right? Going to be kind of funny when Twitch starts charging these streamers to host their streams. Yeah, do you know something that I don't know, Grunt Corp? If they think Twitch is going to put up, well, they have so far. They have so far. I mean, it's Twitch is not like, look, Twitch is not completely out. Like, right, anybody that comes into because you talked about a funnel, right? You talked about yeah, and it is kind of a funnel, right? They come to the stream, they get messages that say, hey, if you want to be on the really cool on stream chat, go to www.whatever, right? And they go there, and then they have the chance to buy a sub like on the website rather than buying a sub on Twitch. So Twitch is maybe potentially missing out on that money. But anybody new that comes in and just like treats it like a regular Twitch stream is gonna potentially sub on Twitch. So Twitch will still get money off of that streamer. Twitch is still making money placing advertisements on you. But honestly, look at it this way. Look at this way, because Grunt Core, like you're looking at this from the perspective of a partner or from the perspective of an affiliate. What about somebody who's neither, right? If you're not a partner and you're not an affiliate, you don't have subs that you can buy. So for somebody like that, it kind of makes perfect sense. And Twitch isn't actually out anything, right? Twitch will let you stream without signing an affiliate contract, without signing a partner contract. Only difference is you will not get ad revenue, and you will not. Nobody will be able to utilize Twitch in order to pay you. But you could potentially have like an offsite website and do it like that. It's just kind of a different business arrangement. It's like, whether do you want Twitch to handle your your subs? Do you want Twitch to handle your donations? Because it's very easy and they're willing to do that for you. They're going to take half of everything, right? They're going to take half of everything. And I don't know, maybe it's different on my theory is that there's so many Canadian streamers on YouTube because they have a healthcare system, so they can quit their job and stream still. That's a big thing too. Yeah, that's healthcare is very difficult to come by if you are a sole proprietor or running your own company in some way. People with money can do so much. I wish I were independently wealthy. Yeah, I mean, look, this is a thing. Like, we are not the Galactic Empire. All right, I am not the Galactic Empire. You are not the Galactic Empire, right? I am not Vosh. You are not an army of like Oilers, or you know what I mean. Like you're not like like I can understand why my stream might appeal to people that don't have the kind of economic privilege that maybe some of like Vosh's community or Destiny's community, or especially like a more right-wing community might have, right? It makes sense. It makes sense, right? And none of us, I think, are under any illusions otherwise. I wish I had the means to stream sometimes, but I think what if people actually watch? You sometimes can't take baths. I mean, like, sometimes I don't have time to take one. A bath sounds really nice right now, actually. For a while, I didn't have a bathtub. For actually a long time, I was like living without a bathtub, and it's really nice to. I don't take that many. I'm taking showers, but when you have a chance to sit in the bathtub, it's kind of nice. You feel seen. That is good to hear. Let me see what we can do here. Yeah, we are 15 minutes ahead of the ad break ourselves, so in case I forget to even mention it, which is more likely than you think. That I might actually forgot to even mention the ad break 5 minutes before it's here, which I usually try to do. Let me just mention it now, because I'll probably forget it otherwise, right? If you're seeing those ads, you're seeing them every hour. There's a reason for that, right? It's a function of whether you have a sub or not. If you want to no longer see those ads and you have Amazon Prime, you can stop seeing them for free by using that Amazon Prime on my stream. You can get the emotes and get out of the ads. That's pretty cool. If you have $5 that you can pay to Twitch, you can also buy yourself a sub. You could also possibly receive a gift sub if you're lucky enough and somebody's feeling generous. You might receive one of those, although that's more likely to happen if you're active in chat, because that way people see that you are there and that you don't have a little Persona 2 face by your name, and somebody might take pity on your soul and just get you right out of that ad break. So that is the spiel in case I miss it, like I have 2 out of 3 times. $5. Yeah, it's just $5, as somebody famous said. This is for Twitch. YouTube, your ads are going to work differently. Your ads are independent of the... Also, are you seeing the ads? And if so, what kind of ads? Because we had some concern yesterday of there. I feel like not yesterday, but like Friday of like pro. There was like pro IDF ads, right? Okay. So we're going to play a little bit of Star Trek. Again, we're sponsored by them right now. This is what I have to do. in order to try to earn a little bit of money. So, but you can get involved, and the cool thing is that you can get involved for free. This is a free-to-play game. I found this one specifically because I know that it's probably an easier way for people to support the stream. So basically, let me. Oh God, I gotta switch things around, don't I? I gotta press the buttons. I gotta press all the buttons. Okay, so that's disclosing sponsorship on Twitch, and then we also need to disclose it on YouTube. A paid promotion is checked. Okay, so here we are in Star Trek Fleet Commander. This is like an idle game. It's a game that doesn't require like a lot of your attention, so you can kind of play this while you get other things done. If you want to know more about how to join, so we've got a little alliance going, right? Type !* in the chat, and you will be shown the link to be able to play along. So, you know, I started an alliance. It's called Weasel Alliance. It's WEAS, right? Instead of this game like rewarding me for people paying it money, which would be ridiculous, chat. I don't pay I never pay for like for CAPTCHA games, right? I only ever play CAPTCHA games where you don't have to pay. But in lieu of that, right, what they're looking for me for is to get people to start a account to play and reach level 5, which is pretty easy actually. That's a really easy thing to get to unlock a second ship, also pretty easy, and then to play and reach level 10, a little bit harder. It takes a little bit longer because as you level up, like, right, it becomes more difficult to level up. So yeah, basically what this game is that you have your very own Deep Space Nine, right? This is my Deep Space Nine. I should name it something, right? Deep Space NCC, I don't know. You got that, you got, woo, look at that. We got a mining ship right here. And we got, oh my God, this is an interceptor class starship right here. So we got 2 ships. I've actually got more ships than that. But those are the ones that are in the dock right now, right? We can even go in here and look around in the interior. And it kind of looks like a, I don't know. It reminds me of like a college campus or something. But yeah, there's all these buildings within your space station, and they do different things. And you know, like you know, the whole leveling up thing, you know, getting to level 5, that's all about this building right here. This is your operations. This is your like main building, like, right, this is like the center of your whole base. As you can see, mine is at level 13. I need to get it to level 14 to be able to unlock some stuff. But before I can even do that, look at this. Parsteel Warehouse needs to be up to level 12. So yeah, it is like a college, right? Because you got prerequisites. There's your prerequisite for that building. So essentially, I'm at level 11. I need to be at level 12. If I hit upgrade, it'll start a process that takes 1 hour and 10 minutes to do that upgrade. If I hit ask for help, then other people in the alliance can help me out with that to make it happen quicker. And if anybody's on, make sure to hit that purple button, and you will be helping it out. You'll actually I think show up on stream if you do that too. Like, it'll say that you. So these are speed ups, right? And as you can see, I don't really have much in the way of speed ups. I do have some of this Latinum stuff though. Yeah, there we go. I just spent some Latinum. Now that's not actual money, right? This is all in-game currency that I'm using. I'm not going to show you anything that requires you to actually make a real purchase. You can make a real purchase. It apparently helps you get some like rare, like ship personnel, some officers, right? You know, some Star Trek people on your ship, right? Because there's the easy ones to get. There's the ones that everybody has, and then there's the ones that everybody wants. So like, I guess that's the benefit for like paying money into the game. I haven't done it so far though, because like I said, it's my policy. I never gamble with my own money, and I definitely never pay money in gacha games to play. And so far I've been able to, I'm up to level 13. I've been able to build quite a bit. I've got what is it, like 4 or 5 ships now, and almost reaching level 15 there. So we're doing some building that's going to take like 9 minutes. We've also got research that we can be doing. Let's take a look at that. See, so this is like a tech tree, right? These are all things that make your ships stronger, make the hull more dense, give a better battle tactics, unlock new ships. Shield modulations, I guess, makes your shield better. Shield efficiency, reinforced bulkheads, evasive maneuvers. These are all like upgrades, exploit weak points, pinpoint targeting, piercing shot target array, shield penetration, survey hull integrity, and survey shield integrity, and survey firepower. So yeah, these are all like combat related technologies that you can upgrade and open up further things down the tech tree. You can see there's a lot here that I have not even gotten to yet. Wow, ton of stuff that I haven't gotten to. So there's a lot to build. There's a lot to research. There's station. This is all about like what goes on in your station. Oh yeah, there's some more ships that you can unlock here. But my main goal at the moment, let's see if I can find it. Tourist Tala. I want to unlock the Tala. That's going to require me to build my research and development up to level 14. Which to do that, I gotta advance my operations space. So I'm kind of stuck here. I don't really want to give it. I mean, I could research something really quick, but yeah, operations academy level 14. Dilithium generator needs to be level 12 or level 11. Wait, is my dilithium generator not level? Oh wait, which thing am I building then? Oh, it's that thing, the Parsteel. That's your basic construction material right there. Tritanium is like, it's like a gas. It's useful for upgrading your ship. And then dilithium crystals, I think that's like fuel. Right, you've also got away team. So right now, I've got an away team away, and they just got back. Return, success, right? They bring you rewards when they succeed in a mission. They just got me some officer XP. I will show you what you can use that for in a second. Now, you're also going to see stuff on your upper right here, like it says winner. I don't know. I've milestone achieved. Okay, replicator token. Not sure what that does. You can also claim these crates, these loot crates, and again, I'm not spending money on any of these. Okay, this is all free. 10-minute. So every 10 minutes, one of these spawns. Claim it, get the stuff. Every 4 hours, one of these spawns. Claim it, get the stuff, and every 24 hours, one of these spawns. That's some more Latinum. That's really useful. And then there's one that spawns every 7 days as well. You can see recruit has got... Okay, so I've got enough tokens to do one premium recruit. This is the gacha element of the game right here. So, and like I said, this is the part that if you want to spend money on the game, this is where you do it, you can probably get like more rare crew members. I haven't done it, you know, just as a policy. I don't spend money on gacha games, but I guess you could make your progress go faster if you wanted to, right? Don't do it for me though, because just remember, as far as like my sponsorship, all they care about is that you reach level 5, you build a second ship, and then you reach level 10. That's the only thing involved in the sponsorship. So I am not here to tell you to spend money on this game. It literally does not matter to me. So I'm getting dudes. You can see a dude right here, 2 out of 34. What does that mean? That means that if I get this dude in a gacha pack like 32 more times, that he'll join my crew. So he's probably pretty rare, probably pretty hard to get. This, if I get this dude 11 more times, right? I will he will join my crew. And then what's here? If I get this dude 15 more times, he will join the crew. If I get Hikaru oh, this is Sulu. This is Sulu. Okay, so you got people from the original, the old school Star Trek. You got people from the prequels. You got people from the movies. You got people from Next Generation, from Deep Space Nine, from Upper Decks as well. Yeah, from every single Star Trek thing that is out there, you can get dudes. You can get crew members. So yeah, look at that. Look at that. I mean, these are all really rare, fairly rare pulls. So they're gonna take a lot to be able to actually get one of them on the crew. But that's how you do it, right? And then there's premium, standard, ultra, and mission key, and they're all just various levels of like more rare and less rare. So standard recruit. These are the people that are pretty easy to get. And like once you get them, like I feel like she's already on my crew, right? Domitia is part of the crew. But it still says like 5 out of 12. What does that mean? Well, that means that if you get their cards a few more times, then you get the ability to promote them. So if I want to promote Domitia beyond her level cap, right, I got to get 7 more of her. So that's how the recruits work. That's how the officers work. And look at that. Look at that. We were done with the building. Getting another milestone, more par steel, awesome. Okay, so at this point, I could take one day and upgrade, at long last, upgrade my operations base. And I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. You can see it costs almost all of my par steel, some of my titanium, and just a few of my dilithium crystals to do that, as well as this resource right here, which I can't remember what this is. Common refined ore. Okay, so you get this from your refinery, or you can find it out in space. But I'm going to hit upgrade, and this is basically, I am on track to be level 14. Your operations base is your level. So if you're looking to get to level 5, you're looking to get to level 10, that's your operation base. The only thing that you're going to notice is that you will find that usually there are a lot of prereqs that you got to get in order to upgrade this thing. But at this moment, I've got all my prereqs done, so I can go up 1 level. Let's see, I should be researching something. Always be researching something, and always be building something. Otherwise, you're just kind of like letting that capacity go to waste. So whole density, I'd have to have higher research and development. I can't research that now. Shield modulations, I'd need more survey shield array and higher R&D. So R&D is probably a priority. More shield modulation and shield penetration before I can upgrade that or that or that. Oh no, shield modulation and targeting array. Where is shield modulation? There. And yeah, that's so... I'm trying to find something that I can upgrade. Okay, so like for instance, piercing shots. Takes 5 hours to research. These things all take like 5 hours. That's not a bad use of my research capacity. We can see what else we have though as far as stations. So those are my two. So far, the only things that are open are combat research and station research. This increases your ship's survivability in space, fighting against other ships, etc. This is like your building, your construction, your resources, stuff like that, and also a little bit of that's like a mining vessel. Do dilithium fusion. Well, that's pretty sure. That's just 1 hour and 42 minutes. 2 hours there. Construction speed. You want to increase your construction speed. Fleet commander needs higher operations. Par steel storage. You can do that right now. Base par steel storage. So increases how much you can hold on to, right? Because you're sort of limited. Once you get to your limit, even if you have capacity to produce more, you won't be able to store it, so it'll just stop producing, which kind of sucks. Same deal with titanium storage, repair diagnostic, assembly line. I don't know. I feel like I could use more storage capacity, and it only takes 46 minutes to do that. Always hit ask for help, right? Because if somebody's online that's in the alliance, that's in the Weasel Alliance, and so when you're starting this up, if you wanna play along with us in the alliance, in other words, if you want to get help from other people, other NCC viewers, like free help, that all it is you ask for help and somebody hits the help button. And it makes whatever you're doing go that much faster. Join the Weasel Alliance. Let's take a look at that right now. WEAS, right? You can join up, and it basically causes... Oh, look at, like, right here. Dopey Donkey is building constructing a building, I guess. If I hit help right here, then Dopey Donkey 517 will be able to... It knocks some time off of their off of the time that it takes for them to build, and then you can like ask for help for your own things. The store, I don't know, is this like actual purchases? Yeah, it looks like it. Again, I haven't had to buy anything, so what is that? Okay, daily goals. So this is just free stuff for you. Always come through here and click on free stuff. Away teams. Okay, so I need to send... Let's escort a dignitary. And like, I don't know exactly what's best for this, but I always click my highest level people and that aren't already on a ship and send them off on the away team missions. There we go. Yeah, generally if you see any little red buttons with numbers on them, click that, because it'll give you something. Like right here, free stuff. Free stuff. And these are speed ups. These make all your processes go faster. Claim. Speed up. Okay, so that one I do not have yet. Defeat this many player ships. Okay, so that's PvP combat. I haven't even messed with that yet. But look, I can claim this. The little check mark. Boom. And I got closer to getting... Is it Admiral Pike or like Captain Pike? I can't remember. I think he's Captain Pike. On my ship. So that's cool. Do I have any more little red dealies? Okay, we do here. So these are your missions, right? These are, yeah, just like achievements, basically. Quests, if you will, right? They want me to build this ship, the Tala. If I click on it, though, like, because, you know, always click on these things and see how close you are. Scroll over here to Tala and click details, and it'll tell me what I'm lacking. Shipyard needs to be level 14. Research needs to be done to unlock the Tala. I can't do much about the shipyard right now because I'm working on operations, but I can go and see what I lack as far as the Tala goes. What kind of research would I need to do? What kind of facilities might I need to build if I wanted to build a Tala of my very own? That's a battleship, right? So that's the next next level of battleship. Where are we at? Oh my god. We just had an ad break. Yeah, we're having an ad break. Oh my god, I completely missed it. Blair equals Candace Owens using their identity to cover disgusting views. Yeah, I think I was talking about that earlier in on the stream. Hey everybody. Looking at chat again. Just switched to gaming. Apparently we can play along for, yeah, if you want to. Don't feel obliged to. And again, definitely don't like, you know, feel like you need to like buy anything. You know, paying money to the game does not help me at all. What helps me is if you reach level 5, if you unlock your second ship, which will be a battleship called the Orion, right? You start with a explorer class vessel called the Rialta. It's like a explorer's, like kind of like the Enterprise. The battleship, you know, is a little bit sturdier and can, you know, fight more stuff. And then reaching level 10, which, like I said, it's all about your operations. Look at this. What is going on here, though? I've been having some issues with this lately. Let me see if I can reset it. Hi, chat. Welcome back. I'm here. I think they use their identity to push views. Not convinced it's their views. Oh, with yeah, you never know with people like Candace or people like Blair. I mean, with Blair, I'm pretty sure Blair's, you know, legitimately conservative and self-hating, but you never know. And yeah, Candace Owens does have a history of being a lot more left-wing. She would tell you that she woke up, she took the red pill, and she realized that liberalism was bullshit. But yeah, there's a lot of X to doubt on that one. Okay, what do I have to do with this? I have to reset my BlueStacks. And so as far as this game, it is for mobile. So click it with your phone or mobile device. You can also use the, what's it called? The QR code. Yeah, you'll see it right there. That's the QR code. If you want to scan that, that's another way. I think it's just as good as the link. I'm playing on BlueStacks. I'm not sure if that works for you. I'm not sure if they would like allow that, if that would count for me. But you know, if that's what you got, then, you know, feel free to give it a try. But yeah, I'm playing on BlueStacks just so that you can see what I'm doing. Otherwise, it'd be really hard to integrate that with my cell phone or tablet or whatever. Oh my god, and I gotta mute it again. That's the only thing annoying about it, is the music is like way too loud. I think you can go into settings and like turn it off, but here we go. Back to oh my god. All right, it's slowly starting to come up again. No. Okay, so we are back into Star Trek. Whoever the right wing hates, just be the person and oh yeah. So Life is talking about the grift, right? If you're a marginalized person of any kind, it's really easy to get right wing money by just going online and saying the bad things that the right wing believes about your identity. But I probably should mention, now that all the chatters are back, if you just experienced an ad, that is unfortunate. I feel bad for you. F's in chat for anybody who had to see those ads, right? Because it sucks. It's like 3 minutes of ads. It happens every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, though, you can get out of it with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, basically Twitch gives you a free sub. It's Bezos's money, and you can get that sub for free. And it puts money in my pocket. It helps me out, and it also helps you out not seeing those ads anymore. You can also pay $5 to get out of it, to buy yourself a sub that way. Or if you are lucky, you might be the recipient of a gift sub. People do from time to time give those if they want to support me, and if they want to help people that are getting stuck with those ads no longer see those ads, right? They can do that. You're more likely, though, to get a gift sub if you are active in chat. So yeah, on Twitch. We were talking about Twitch. YouTube chat, you should not have to deal, at least with Twitch ads, and they're not linked to your sub the way that they are on Twitch. So let's get back to where we were at. I think we were in the middle of trying to find a quest. Okay, what is this? Send a ship to the system to view the system. Sure, why not? Set course. There we go. Okay, I guess that's the so let's take a look at these quests. There's one that's like scouting out a new location for our base. Apparently they want you to relocate. This one is mine some titanium gas. Always fun. This one is to build the next level of battleship. Again, I got a few things I need to do before then. This is the combat training thing, right? Which is to shoot down NPC ships. And I'll do that in a second. We want to get this one done first. Relocation. I think I might be doing relocation. This is the one that involves the syndicate. There's different factions, right, in Star Trek, and you have like relations with them. Like, right, if you help one faction that's fighting another faction, you're gonna make friends with the faction that you're helping, and you're gonna make enemies with the faction that they're fighting against, right? So you get some new enemies, you get some new friends. It's all good, right? And the Orion Syndicate right now wants me to collect a package to try out for their faction, but I think we'll do the relocation first, if that's what this is. Again, always be looking for every 10 minutes. Boom. Every 10 minutes you can get a free chest. So yeah, you can see here, that's my ship. It's coming down the way. Wait, where's the base, though? Can't tell where it's going from. Oh yeah, here's my base, right? So yeah, your ship just like goes from your base. And I think you can build tech to make these go faster. It's kind of slow. It's a little bit slow here. Yeah, we're trying to get over to Dignum. We want to go to Dignum. And maybe we can shoot down a level 10 over there. Who knows? Because these little numbers next to them are like how strong are the ships in the NPC ships in that galaxy. So, oh my god, this is taking a sweet time. Do I have like a bunch of cargo? Why am I going so slow? I don't even know. And as always, if you are tired of watching me play Star Trek, you can get me right out of that and back into the content. If we hit that sub goal, we're a little ways away from that sub goal today. That's why I switched over into our sponsorship. But if anybody's just like sick of seeing this, you do have the power within your grasp to get me back into doing content. I only do these sponsorships in order to, you know, kind of make ends meet. So if you can help me make ends meet, there's a lot less sponsored content that you'll have to put up with. All right, so 12 seconds into getting to the destination, even though it's like on that thing, it still takes a little longer to get there. 2 seconds, 1 second, and boom. Okay, so wait, we're already there. What do I have to view the system? All right, so if you ever don't know where your ship is, just hit locate. Boom. That's me. Okay, so indeed, we do have some level 10 ships. But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for whatever, like... Oh, here it is. Okay, so we go here. So I guess this is like we're scouting out places to relocate to. So I guess you start off in like really easy zones, and then you relocate to like a more distant zone, which means there'll be less people around you, maybe more resources. I can see some resources right there. Plenty of other systems. Wait, what just happened? Scout another potential system. Okay, so that one checked off, and they want me to scout another potential system. So I'm going to take a look at this. That's par steel, right? So that is a resource. If you want to mine par steel, you go to these things. I'm really looking for, I think we're supposed to find tritanium though. So I'm not seeing any tritanium around here. As you can see, this system, there's a few other bases, not that many. Might be a good place to run to. You know, there's people mining stuff, some pretty high level or higher level NPCs. That is par steel. This is all going to be like par steel here. So I'm going to click go, and we're going to scout this location. Takes 2 minutes and 5 seconds to... Yo, it's like all the way across the galaxy. Damn. They couldn't have just given me one that's like right next to it. Oh well, while we are waiting for the ship to get there, let's take a look at what's going on inside the base right here. What do we have? We have a ton of bar steel. The away team is awaying. The operation thing is still a ways away from constructing, and then our research is 30 minutes away from being done. You can look at the other missions, loyalties, operations, combat. Yeah, that's ad blockers. Video games peaked with Duck Hunt. I mean, I don't know. Like, so as far as what kind of game this is not like a super stimulating, like shoot 'em up, boom, 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 right? This is like a idle game, right? So if you're doing other stuff that, you know, you need to get stuff done, and you're just looking for stuff to kind of like distract you, you know, because that's what you need. You need something to distract you. You know, if you're looking for, you know, like you're like say you work from home, and you know, you're constantly possibly getting phone calls or something like that, right? You can play this game in the midst of that stuff. This is kind of what it's good for. It's like, you know, or you're waiting for a bus stop or something like that. Like it's an idle game that you can kind of play randomly, and a lot of what you're doing is you're just building stuff up. This is like there's a name for this kind of game, isn't there? My bro is a hardcore WoW game. Oh god, yeah, WoW is a lot of grinding too. Let's see, I think we're probably at where we need to be. Let's locate that vessel. There it is. Okay. So you locate your vessel, and then you see, like, where exactly are we supposed to go? This place looks like it's got there's a lot of people here, right? That's more Parsteel. A lot of resources, but a lot of people. And somewhere here is the place that we're supposed to take our ship. So that's a player, level 9. They're less strong than me, but I don't think I can attack them. I don't like. So how this works is that, like, as far as getting your base attacked, it doesn't happen until you're level 15. I'm almost at level 14. But yeah, you got some noob protection just kind of baked in to the process, where you don't have to worry about defending your base and stuff like that. Now, what you do have to worry about defending is like this. Let's say that I took a mining vessel out to right here and started mining Parsteel. I would have to watch that. I would have to watch that, because people will come along and, like, right when you've almost got all your stuff mined, they'll destroy your ship and they'll take your stuff, and that really sucks. So you do have to watch out for mining, but other than that, there's not a lot of pew pew going on until you're much higher level, which is kind of nice, because it gives you a chance to sort of get into the, how the game works and stuff like that. Also, we're in an alliance, so that makes it a little bit easier to defend each other as well. So if you're playing this game, if you're starting this game, it's going to ask you what alliance do you want to be in. It'll give you a chance. Do you want to make your own alliance? Do you want to join a pre-existing alliance, right? I would suggest that you join the Weasel Alliance. That is us, and the first benefit towards being in an alliance is that anything that you're building can be built faster. Wait, did we not get that? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I'm looking for one of these things. Yeah, always look for these exclamation points. This basically saying that there's like a mission here. So when we reach this mission, it'll be, so it wants us to scout out different locations. And I hope it doesn't rely on me to, if you return to the station, we can prepare for relocation. Okay. Return to station, go. Oh, look, it automatically does it for me. Watch this, I'm gonna phase out of there. Yeah, look at that. Warp speed. Okay, so warp speed, 3 minutes. It's gonna take 3 whole minutes to get there. I feel like the warping did not take this long on the show. I gotta say that. All right, claim. It's been about 10 minutes. That means that we have a 10-minute chest. Boom. Coming to us with free goods and services. Wonderful. Okay. Let's see. Exterior. We're back at our space station. Look at that. Oh yeah, you can kind of like, you can get a view of it. So you get your base is a space station. Now, when they said relocating, I'm assuming this is what they're talking about, relocating, like moving our space station, moving our Deep Space Nine to even deeper in space potentially. And yeah, grind. Okay, so let's see, refinery. I feel like, should we refine something? Let's refine something. I don't know if I've got the so what can we refine? We can refine materials. That's these. We can refine ship parts. Okay, I don't know what the territory support. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, look at that. Raw latinum. Wait, we can make that? That's useful. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we need more. We need more raw latinum to be able to do that. Mantis tech. Forbidden tech. All kinds of USS Voyager tech. Command center tech. You gotta build a mantis to be able to unlock that part of the refinery. But it looks like for now, what we're stuck with is this stuff. So I used some of this ore recently. Let's take a look. Okay, so yeah, you need some raw resources. I don't have that for this one. Do I have that for this one? I don't. And do I have that for the crystal? I do not. Okay, so we can't refine anything. Yeah, you basically need some raw resources to do that. I guess you get that by upgrading your refinery, among other things. Yeah, we're still kind of waiting 1 minute and something seconds before this thing arrives. Now, if I wanted to, I could do this mission right now, right? This is find tritanium, mine the tritanium. Mine the tritanium. Let's locate it. Let's see if we can find. See, it's not going to do that though. I don't think there's any tritanium in our galaxy. So I might actually have to move to another galaxy to be able to get access to the tritanium, or I might be able to just like mine it from somewhere else. But yeah, it's these like gas clouds that you'll occasionally see. Yeah, I don't see like any resources in this galaxy. But it's like it's a starter galaxy, so I guess it makes sense. We're 8 seconds away, and then it's going to tell us the next step to take on the relocating. Let's take a look and see. Okay, this location possesses increased mining opportunities, greater proximity to key systems. I recommend relocating the station to one of the planets in this system. Which system? So you get stuff from that. Communication coming in from an unknown source in a nearby system. You're the independent commander of the Nausicaan raiders have been complaining about, right? We can use your help. Wait. This is an Jubilee colonist. The Nausicaan raiders have been complaining about us. Orion's used to protect us from the local hostiles, but we've fallen behind on our payments to the syndicate. And now the hostiles are plundering with abandon. Can you stop them? Yo, this sounds like what I do on Twitch, right? It's like somebody else won't take care of something because they're too busy getting paid, so I try to do what I can to help. What is that? Undiscovered. Wait, I don't. Oh, it's a little confusing. Like, what mission am I currently like fulfilling? I'm not entirely clear. It's 3 minutes. Everything's 3 minutes away. Jesus. So yeah, like I said, you can make your ships go faster. You can increase your tech. It's probably something that I need to do. How are you, chat? Or RIP crew of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Okay, something just happened. An officer reached level 5. Look at that. See, so like when you reach level 5, when you unlock any of the things, like it shows up, it makes a noise, it gets my attention. And that means that somebody just got level 5. Congratulations. It's pretty easy, right? If you're in chat right now, let us know. Wait, did I miss something? I can't tell. I can't tell if something happened, but definitely somebody did get to level 5. If you did that, if you're in chat right now and you got to level 5, just let people know like how like difficult was it? How long did it take you? Are there any tips or tricks that you could offer for other people to be able to get to level 5? Essentially what we're talking about here in this game is like advancing this building right here, right? Which mine is on level 13 going on 14, right? But if you, oh my god, I can't. I'm just like asking it to like show the building. But essentially, yeah, that's your operations building. Whatever that thing's level is, that is your level. So if you build this thing up to level 5, which, you know, sounds really easy, you know, just like, okay, you know, build it, right? But actually, you know, while you're building stuff, right, you're going to find stuff like this. Like, right, say I want to build my academy to level 14. Oops, my operations is not at level 14 yet. So, like, that's what I'm doing right now. After that, I'll be able to increase the level of the academy. Let's take a look at our research. Look, it needs operations level 14, academy level 14. Okay, those things I'm working on. Dilithium generator level 11, that's right here, right? This thing's on level 8. So, you know, to make my research and development like advanced in level, there's a few things that you have to do. And you know, generally, whether it's like research or building facilities, you just have to kind of click around, because it'll show you like these are prerequisites, right? That's why I say this is like a college campus, because it feels like you're like, I wanna take this class, and they're like, yeah, you gotta have these prerequisites, so you gotta go take take these classes first. Black market blood, that just opened for me. Go to a contested system, eliminate the local Takrat militia. Okay, are we doing that? We are. Let's go to black market blood. That sounds like dodgy. Like, why am I messing around with something called the Orion Syndicate? Does that not sound... Does anybody know Star Trek? Is the Orion Syndicate shady? Are they shady? Should I be messing with this? I mean, I guess you just do it because it's like in the game, right? Thank you for coming, the Nausicaans and their minions. Oh yeah, actually, this is like... I'm actually undercutting the Orion Syndicate here. Their minions have been pillaging our settlements and 2 other systems for days on end. Please stop them. Okay, destroy 7 hostiles of level 8 or higher. There's one. Okay, so I'm going to look, though, and I'm going to notice that I am currently piloting a interceptor. This... Wait, come on. This is an explorer. The issue is, wait. I'm trying to remember how this works. Strength up. Yeah, I think this means, okay, so interceptors are not good against explorers. So I'm going to look and see if I can find a battleship. Look at that, explorer. I wish they had told me ahead of time. Wow, look at all that space debris. Something really bad happened here. Something really bad, like somebody's shit got wrecked. Oh, there's that gas that there's that titanium that I was looking for. Okay, wait. So I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Look at all that debris. Look at that. So that's explorer. There we go. Level 8 or higher. That's a battleship. Let's go attack. We are not going to mess around because I don't know how exactly it works, but basically, in general, you can destroy a ship if you are higher power level than that ship. Right? But that if you're attacking a ship that right, so you gotta, if you're in an interceptor, you got an advantage on battleships. If you are in an interceptor, you have a disadvantage on explorers. So if it's the same type of ship, just being like higher level is good. If it's, if you have an advantage, then maybe you can punch a little bit above your weight. If you have a disadvantage, you're gonna have to be careful. So that is why I'm being really careful. Like, even though like I wanna, I want to blow up all these ships, right? I'm gonna hit the battleships. I'm not gonna hit the explorers, because interceptor versus explorer does not go in my favor. There we go. Blow you up. Pew 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 pew. You got blown up. 2 out of 7. Look, another battleship. Boom. Attack. So I guess this is the only pew pew part of the game, really. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. And we blew them up. And look, if you get your ship blown up, if you miscalculate, if you attack somebody, which this has happened to me quite a few times, right? It's not the end of the world. In fact, I don't even know if you like necessarily like lose anything. I guess you got to use resources to build your ship back, but that's about it, right? So we're looking for more battleships like that one. Pew 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 pew. I love how the ship, like when you fight a ship, it's like you just kind of like, wait, what? Are you gonna fight? Okay, 4 out of 7. It's so weird. The animation is so weird. These are all okay. There we go. We got another battleship. Attack that. So I'm skipping all these explorers, and I'm concentrating on the battleships, because I know my interceptor is going to do really well against them. I'm going to punch above my weight, and these dudes are below my weight, so I'm good as long as I'm attacking the battleships. And I mean, I don't know, like I don't get the feeling, so these people said that they were being helped by the Orion Syndicate, and then they like ran out of money. So I'm not expecting like a reward or anything like that. I don't think that's what we're gonna, I don't think we're gonna necessarily get a lot out of this, but somebody needed help, and Commander, thank you. That will certainly stall the Nausicaan threat. I fear that it may not be enough to keep them from returning, however. Okay, so more missions in the future. Would you be willing to help us further, perhaps by speaking with the Orions to restore our agreement with them, or contact the Nausicaan warlords directly asking for peace? Interesting. So you get choices. You get choices, right? Okay, so this would be like going to the Orions, who, as far as we know, like, I mean, I don't know, they're like, it's the Orion Syndicate, so they sound like shady gangsters. We go to the shady gangsters and we're like, hey, shady gangsters, could you do like this little dude here? He can't pay you anything, but you should protect him anyway. That sounds like not gonna work. not going to be a good thing. Investigate Nausicaan interest in Obali, right? So try to talk to the people that are attacking them and like get them to not attack them anymore. That sounds like it might work a little bit better. I mean, I'm using logic. It probably doesn't matter. These are just two, choices in a game. So you could probably do either of them. You'll speak to the Nausicaans? That means so much to me, to my people. Be safe, Commander. Okay, so yeah, like just like I thought, we didn't get anything for that, but a good deed. And now we get to negotiate with the people that are attacking them. Although honestly, I should have repaired my ship in case in case negotiations don't go well, right? I don't know, Chad. I don't know which, like, Clan Ops sounds like a Project 20. Wait, Clan Ops sounds like Project 2025. When did Clan Ops start come up? Really quick, I think in about 10 to 15 minutes. Oh, that's how long it took you? I see. Yeah, so 10 to 15 minutes to get to level 5. And that actually puts money in my pocket. So thank you very much for that. That is how this sponsorship works, right? If anybody's getting tired of seeing this, again, we've got the sub goal that we didn't quite meet today. If we can hit that sub goal, then I can finish. We can be done with this, right? But yeah, Clan Ops sounds like Project 2025. No, I don't wish. It'd be like the opposite. Clan Ops would be like a ragtag group of like trans people trying to bust up Project 2025. 2 comments before. Okay, let me look for that. Mine is Dave. I named the fart Jeffrey. Wait, did I miss something? Here, let me look at this. Oh yeah, because there was somebody that like had like their name was like Fart or something. Oh, they called themselves I named my fart. Oh, Discord for more Clan Ops. What is Clan Ops then? Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, this is what Stream Elements is saying. Okay, so it was a Twitch comment? I don't know. God, it's something that I have to explain, even though it's like less relevant than ever. Okay, so chat, you know how I said that if you stand up to power, power is going to come for you, right? I think I've said that before. I think that's a, right? If you're inconvenient to those in power in Twitch politics, if you're inconvenient to those in power in like the Vosh Clout Network or the Destiny Clout Network, they will come for you. And they indeed did come for me. They tried to end me with a bullshit scandal that basically that basically was somebody that hit on me a long time ago who I had turned down, and they got weird with me, so I called them out for that, and they were still mad about that, right? And they post these screenshots of file folders, right, with the names of big streamers on them. And they say, this is No Comment Chicks. She's got folders. She's got folders. And look at how many gigabytes are in these folders. Whoa, what has she got, right? Well, I would like to tell you, but I got to be honest. I've never seen those folders before in my life. So, this was a bullshit snow job by somebody that, was motivated to hate me anyway. And I have to think it had something to do with me standing up to Dylan Burns. I have to think it had something to do with me doing content that was inconvenient to people like Vosh and Xander Hall, right? It just kind of, seems like it, right? But yeah, so they put this out and it got retweeted. It got picked up. Like, people who should have known better because they saw their names on those file folders, they were like, this bitch is coming for me. This bitch is coming for me. I got to do content. I got to do a video about how crazy No Comment Chick has got files on everyone. And what's in the files? Well, it doesn't matter. Something bad. Something bad, right? So that's what I mean by like nothing burger. They attribute something to me with no proof. It's basically loaded up for larger streamers, you know, and this person that did it was kind of a clout chaser anyway, kind of a has-been nobody asshole of the universe, that was still sore about the fact that I was not responsive to being hit on by them in Discord, right? And you know, but people did cover this. Xanderhall covered this. Aristocracy, the apartheid anime girl, Aristocracy, covered this. I think Shark 300 covered this, right? And they did these stories which, like, it's worse than you think. She's got files. She's got files. She's got files. And the files were called Clan Ops, right? Which I think is a game mode in Call of Duty. I don't know, because it was not something that I myself came up with. But yeah, the Clan Ops leaks, right? That was, I mean, nothing was ever leaked, nothing of substance of like what actually is this stuff. It was just this idea that I've got the secret documents on all the big streamers. And honestly, if I did, right? If I did have like some kind of dirt on these people after what happened, you'd think it would have gotten released. But you know, again, it was a nothing burger. It was a snow job. So that is the Clan Ops connection, right? That's is the Clan Ops is definitely better than Clan Ops with a K. Yeah, I mean, I would say so. Irene obviously has files. Somebody took screenshots of the folder, so that's clear. I mean, clearly, right? Clearly, like if I had a bunch of files and it said like Perpetual Motion Machine, if it said Cold Fusion, that would prove that I had perfected those technologies. If somebody took screenshots of file folders that said those things on them and attributed to me, that would mean that I had perfected those technologies, right? Because there's a screenshot of a file and it says a thing on it. So therefore, I don't know. It was just like underwear gnomes, right? You know, there was some missing logic, some missing connecting steps of logic. Steal underwear, ... profit. I don't know what the ... is, but you know, if you can figure it out, let me know, because apparently I can take down the entirety of the you know, scumbag streamers in politics. Apparently I can take down, and some good people too, that don't deserve to be fucked with. I didn't know Zero Shark ran with that crowd. Absolutely, yeah, unfortunately. Shark used to be a friend of mine, right? So that made it all the more ironic. But I mean, honestly, he sold out a long time ago. So nothing of value was lost in that burnt bridge. Okay, so what are we doing? We were in the middle of destroying ships. We were in the midst of destroying streamers with my files. Okay, so we're gonna negotiate with the Nausicaans. I'm sure that this will go well. I 100% sure this is gonna go extremely well. So this is where the Nausicaans are from. This is where they hang out. Super badasses, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, slightly harder. Oh, there we go. So we got to go here. Oh, it's right next to the planet Nausicaa. Black Market Blood. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go see what this mission is all about. So we got 1 day left on building. 1 day. Yeah, like I said, as you advance in your levels, things take more time to build. You do have those speed ups, and you can help each other out by hitting that help button to make it go faster, but some of these things just take a really long time. Okay, so we're there. We're there, dude. What do you want, puny, impotent fool? This is Warlord Gruel. What is your business with the Obali? They have colonized some systems nearby and have been under constant attack by your forces. Bah, they are weak. We are strong. It is the way. I want Gruel to leave weaklings alone. You want Gruel to leave weaklings alone? You show strength. Gruel will move to other weaklings instead. Face the champion or die. Okay, let's face the champion. Let's hope the champion is in a freaking battleship, though. Where's your champion? Your champion is in a battleship. Hell yeah. Okay, let's take a look. Oh, yeah, you know what? We can do this. We can do this. That's your champion? Oh, I will fuck your champion right up, okay? Boom. You're gonna explode. You're gonna get pew-pewed. Warlord Gruul's champion, meet your match. In my interceptor. Boom. You show power. Yo, like, I kind of hate this. Okay, I hate it when they do, like, alien voices where they turn them into, like, me, big, strong caveman. Me no understand how to use proper grammar. Because, you know what, I don't know. There's just something cringe about it. There's just something cringe. Like, I get what you're trying to say, but I don't know. I feel like it's got some undertones that you might not be recognizing. Gruul leave Obali to their farms. Tell them they lucky. Yes, I will tell them they lucky. Sure. Whatever you say. Incoming commission, Commander. Nausicaans are leaving, Commander. Thank you. Thank you. Whatever you did, we will survive. I mean, it wasn't much. Okay, black market blood. And, oh, look, they gave us some stuff. Wow. Commander, a nearby ship. Of course, a nearby ship is always... You, how dare you interfere in Throp's business? My ship destroyed. My operation stopped. Taste Throp's bloody vengeance. Oh, bloody vengeance. That's the best. That's the best kind of vengeance that there is. He's charging his weapons and let's hope he's not in a explorer class. Oh no, I shouldn't have hit go. I shouldn't have hit go. That makes me actually move towards them. Throp. Let's take a look at Throp. I'm gonna scan him. Oh my god, why is this taking... Okay. Okay, this is very easy, supposedly. I think we can blow him up pretty easy, but he is in an Explorer, and the Explorer does have an advantage over us, so... Are we going towards him? No, we're, like, asleep. You know what, I think that we're gonna recall our vessel, and we're gonna attack Throp with a Explorer class, because we do have a new Explorer vessel. I just don't want to take any chances. Anytime I've ever attacked like the wrong, rock paper scissors, because this is rock paper scissors, right? Explorer, interceptor, battleship. That's a battleship. That's an Explorer. Mine is an interceptor, right? Interceptors are good against battleships. They're bad against explorers. Battleships are good against explorers. They're bad against interceptors. Explorers are good against interceptors. They're bad against battleships. Does that make sense? It's basically Jenkin Pawn. All right, we can make some more technology happen, I guess. That sounds like a good plan. Me, Grop, me big strong warrior. You show strength. Me leave alone. God, it's so like, Anyway. 1 hour and 40 minutes for that. 1 hour and 42 minutes. I'm just looking for something we can build. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. We want to be able to store more par steel, though. Let's do that. Start. There we go. And ask for help. Always ask for help. It always helps. Interior, we're still recalling this. We can grab some of this par steel. Yeah, I'm making it so that we can hold on to more at the same time, because right when you see these these things up here are like right now we're not making any titanium because we're maxed out. We're not making any dilithium because we're maxed out. If I increase our capacity, then we won't be maxed out anymore. If I spend some of the stuff, then we won't be maxed out anymore. Unfortunately, there's only so many things you can build at a time, so we can't really increase our output. So it makes a lot of sense to try to store more of that stuff, because it's efficient, and this game is all about efficiency. We got some loot chests, we got some stuff. Looks good. What is this? Oh, that's our like daily syndicate XP. AGP. Interesting. Wait, we can claim this? Claim? We got this? Okay. See, the syndicate should be mad at me because I just like undercut them. They were protecting somebody who could not pay for their protection. And for that reason, they were getting attacked, and so I just helped them out. And I don't know, if I was the Orion Syndicate, I would be mad at me. I would be upset. Wonder what in the in-universe explanation is. Do you have a translation device that, oh yeah, do you have a translation device that could be imperfect? I guess so, but it reminds me of like racism. It reminds me of the, like, you know, the portrayal of the savage race, right? Which, like, Star Trek is, you know, somewhat progressive, I guess, like, that's fair to say, right? You know, they give us a vision of space communism, moneyless, classless society, although there's some questionable elements, let's just say, right? There's some questionable elements when it comes to Star Trek. But yeah, I mean, some of the things are not so progressive. Look, I mean, yeah, I'm sad about Shark too, honestly. Like, I was friends with Shark. I thought Shark was cool. Shark really fell in with the wrong people, and you know, is loyal to them, loyal to Vosh, loyal to Keffels, loyal to that whole Whiteleaf network, and as a result, not very loyal to people that were his friends before. But that's all in the past, all right? None of that shit worked. All of the Plan Ops scandal, the file folder scandal was absolutely ridiculous, and it just kind of showed, you know, the disingenuousness with which people are coming at me. And the like kind of, I mean, it's just there's like a lot of real thin-skinned people out there, right? Like, their response to somebody, you know, disagreeing with what they're doing with their platform is like, let's discredit her, right? Rather than maybe thinking about what you're doing with your platform. But yeah, I mean, like, Shark, like, I almost can't be mad at, and I didn't do like a clapback video at Shark, right? Like I said, Shark was my friend. It would have hurt to do that kind of content. It would have felt really bad. And all Shark did was just basically react to Eris's stream, right? So he didn't even know what he was dealing with. He was just like, oh yeah, look at, like, let's watch Eris's stream. Oh yeah, she says no comment chick is really bad. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, awesome too, to get like baited into hitting me with a transphobic trope like that, right? You know, they don't just hit you with anything. They hit you with the thing that's the trope that's applicable to your identity. But yeah, I don't think that Shark ever took the time to even understand what Eris was saying. He was just signal boosting it, right? And you know, I don't know. I wish him well. I hope he will figure his shit out. I hope he will find better friends in the future. Like I said, I never had anything against the guy. We did have that one interaction where I caught him lying about Bad Empanada, and Bad Empanada, as revenge, started lying about him, and I just tried to, you know, put it to him that way. Like, I tried to, like, because I could see what was happening. What it was that he feels like it's okay to lie about people that are, like, outside of his friend group. He's got a different sense of ethics for those, like, you know, that he is tight with, for those that he is, you know, kind of clicked up with, than for people that, he's not. So like Bad Empanada is is considered an acceptable target, right? That's the best way to think of it. And indeed, Bad Empanada is sometimes an asshole. Bad Empanada has been an asshole to me, several times as well. But it doesn't. I don't take that as a invitation to make up stories about him being an escaped like sex criminal or something like that, which was what Shark was perpetuating. This is something that Eris made up, right? Of all the people that Shark's tight with, I feel like the one that is getting him in the most trouble is aristocracy, right? Of the Vosh and the Keffels, and the person that kind of he ends up signal boosting their bullshit. It's aristocracy, and that's what he was doing against Bad Empanada. So I kind of just I was covering what Bad Empanada was saying about him. And it was a screenshot that showed Shark saying that, he had some kind of it was a tweet of Shark supposedly saying that he had, God, what do you call it when people are like, they have certain kind of charges, that he was on some kind of registry, like, right, for like a sex crime. And I was like, I am like 99% sure that's bullshit, right? I mean, I've had problems with Shark. I don't think that's true about Shark, right? And so I was like, look, I don't think this is true about you, okay? I don't know where Bad Empanada got this. I don't know if Bad Empanada knows this is bullshit or what, but I'm pretty sure this is bullshit about you. What about this bullshit that you're saying about Bad Empanada, though? Because I was pretty sure that's what had happened, was that Shark had lied about Bad Empanada, and now Bad Empanada was lying about Shark. So I was trying to confront Shark and just be like, hey, listen, you kind of lied about me too. Like, if you could stop lying, that would be great. And I don't know. Did it have a positive effect? I'm not sure. There's no way of knowing. I invited them both on if they wanted to settle their differences and talk to each other on my stream. Shark wasn't interested in that. He didn't want to come on. He just was in the chat, kind of complaining, and I was like, look, I can't take your complaint about somebody lying about you as seriously as I want to when you're out there lying about other people, where you seem to have a different set of rules depending on whether somebody's in the Vosh Clout Network or not in the Vosh Clout Network. If somebody's like an enemy of the, of Vosh, you seem to be just fine lying about them, but you don't like people lying about you. And like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's the most that I wanted to do. So yeah, I guess I did make one video. It wasn't really about the Filegate thing though, because there just is no substance there. And there was no point in covering that either. Like, what am I going to say? Those aren't my files? I mean, that's a pretty short stream. That's a pretty short video. Those aren't my files. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, but yeah, instead we just did that, and it was, I guess, kind of exciting. But there is a class cast of a kind on Earth Trek. It is a plot point in The Next Generation and Deep Space Nine, civilians versus Starfleet. Definitely sus, but I'd have been surprised if they haven't made up some sci-fi excuse. Yeah, they gotta retcon it. They gotta. Oh my god, we had another ad break. God damn. Keep on missing this. Oh well, we missed the sub goal yet again today, which allows me to stream for a little bit longer with content that is not sponsored. But I'm glad if some people, if you found a game that's fun to play, I am happy for you. I'm trying to think, what do we want to do? We want to attack this Throp guy. Let's attack the Throp guy. So if we want to attack the Throp guy, go to interior. No, we don't need to go to interior. We need to go to this. Hit that. Wait. I'm confused now. Oh yeah, I think it's like hit this. Oh, repair. Yeah, we gotta hit repair this first. Oh my god, free. So anything that takes under 5 minutes, you can basically instantly do by hitting free. Go to manage this. We're gonna manage this, and we're gonna swap ship. We're going to swap this Findra interceptor out for our battleship. Ooh. Battleship is weaker, though. Assign ship. There's the Orion Corvette. And since it's called a Corvette, like, I feel like it should go faster than the other ships. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's how it works. Level up to level 20. Cool. Make it a little bit stronger. Can we increase any of this stuff? Looks like we're maxed out. We're maxed out. Maximum tier reach. So that's like about as strong as the ship can get. Looks like. All right. Back here. But yeah, you know, it kind of sucks. Wait, what just happened? I feel like we just lost some power. I don't even know. I don't even know. What, like, did I get a ship blown up or something like that? What the hell was that? Maybe you lose power. Maybe, like, because you got that power rating, whatever that is. But I just saw it go ever so slightly down below 60,000, and I'm not sure why it did that. We're gonna go defeat Throp. Throp, meet my battleship scan. You can scan it. You can see that, you know, we're both stronger, and we're in a ship that is gonna it's gonna be the scissors to their paper. It's gonna be the rock to their scissors, or it's gonna be the paper to their rock. Whichever way you want to see it, it's stronger. It's got an advantage. So let's take a look here. Scan. Now, why can't we just go attack? Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. And yeah, like, so when you start playing the game, you can kind of play for a long time, right? Because there's a lot of stuff to do, and everything is really quick. Everything goes really quick. When you get further along in the game, I am at level 13 now. You do kind of run out of things to do. So that's why I say it's a good game for idle. Like if you're at a bus stop, if you are working at home or whatever, and you're waiting for a call, if you're kind of like in a holding pattern, right? That's kind of a good way to play this game, because it's like the kind of thing where you queue something up, or you set something to research, and or you send a ship out, and then you gotta like wait for it to get there, or wait for it to build, or wait for it to research. So that's the kind of game that that this is, rather than a, you know, a real intense game. Look at that. Like there's space debris. I wonder what's up with that. Like, what is this, like real stuff that like happened? Is this like, does this come from people like having space battles? And also, can you go and like mine this? Ship unavailable? Wait, what? Okay, ship is my ship is unavailable. No, these are just like locations. There's not like a object here or anything like that. Interesting. Okay, this is gonna be my last act today, but yeah, you got some good drama in the midst of me leveling up on Star Trek. Again, if you want to play along with me, it is you just hit the exclamation point STAR, or you can scan that code right there, the QR code. Either of those will give you a link to the game where you know, you can download the app and play along. It is a mobile game, so you know, play on your mobile device, and I'm trying to think. Yeah, basically, my sponsorship is not to get anybody to pay for anything, right? Rather to get people to reach level 5, to unlock that second ship, and to reach level 10. So I think essentially what they want you to do is just give the game a try. That's what they're sponsoring me for, is to play the game, to show you how it works, and possibly, if you're interested, to get you to try it out. Again, you know, if it's not your cup of tea, that's okay too. And there should be no in-game purchases that you need to make in order to play, especially early game. I haven't made any in-game purchases, and nobody that I've talked to has felt like that they were slowed down by not spending money on the game. So that's nice, at least. Let's go to Throp again. Oh my god, something just happened. There was like a wow sound. M Dragon became a member. That maybe... Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to M Dragon. M Dragon has just become a member. So if you get those memberships, the cool thing about them is that you can become... You can see when I put out a video, you'll get it before it actually comes out, right? So you'll get like a day or two or more before the video actually comes out. So you'll be like among the first to see it. Same thing goes for Patreon. I try to put those up on Patreon. If you're supporting me on Patreon, you know, you can, if that works better for you. The advantage of the membership, I guess, is that you get my emotes, right? And we got quite a few emotes now, and you get a few other upgrades. Patreon, I guess the advantage there is it sends me most of the like I get like more of the money from Patreon, but the membership does more. I don't know. No, did really either of them? Oh yeah. So I want to get to, because we're getting like a lot of members now. We definitely got a lot of subs. We could do like a members only kind of stream. I hate to do that because like then people come by and they're like, oh, I wanted to watch your stream, but it's members only. But I got to do something to pay back the members. The only thing is, like, I feel like I owe YouTube members a stream on banned streamers. So like, remember, whenever I come to Destiny, whenever I see Destiny, you know, so content that is by that is about Destiny or that contains Destiny, I don't do it. That's because Destiny's banned on Twitch. Same thing with Haas Infrared. Same thing with a lot of there's a few people. There's a few people. Thrap's ship is destroyed. Yes. You've lived up to your reputation, Commander. This buys us precious time to pay off the Orions. Please accept our small token of thanks. I feel like Puppeteer. What is it? Oh, wow. That's not a small token. That's a lot of par steel there. Commander, I believe that we are ready to try something advanced. I believe that it may be possible to cross paths with my original creator, Montgomery Scott. That's Scotty, right? First, I require a full reboot of my system. Upgrade operations to ensure a successful reboot. Okay. Initializing startup protocol. What is going on? Complete. Commander, I feel all my systems are operating at optimal efficiency, but I sense that I am somehow different than before. What? What is up with my... That's my AI, by the way. That's the ship's AI. I don't know what's going on there. We're gonna recall this ship though. We're gonna warp right out of there. Back home. Data structure overhaul. 9,000 par steel. Scotty! It's Scotty! We got Scotty. Commander. Good to finally get a hold of you. See, this is one that I've got the voice for this guy. While Maya was restarting, I'm not doing his accent justice, am I? While Maya was restarting her system, it's just like Shrek, right? Restarting her system, I couldn't get through to her. I could not get through to her. You guys need to be extremely careful. Careful with Maya? What? Oh my god, is she okay? I hope our AI's okay. God, that would be bad if she wasn't. There's a chatter within Starfleet about an advanced AI construct out in the wild. Either they've found out about Maya or it's an anomaly you found. Oh, I think we did find an anomaly, right? Commander, my analysis of the destroyed ship's logs indicates that they were in contact with hostiles in the Way system. West system, the Way system, some kind of system. We should investigate. Yes, we should. Patrol the Way system. Okay, so that's the next mission that we've got. We can look back here and see. Oh my god, is it just gonna time out here? No. I cannot do it, Captain. That's his voice, right? The accent is great. I love it. I don't know. Sometimes I do the accents okay. Like, I feel like I sometimes have a decent top G, but sometimes not so much. My Scottish accent needs a bit of work. I do not think that I've got this proper... Do not think that's a proper Scottish accent. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of Scottish though, so. Can we do the claim? We can do the claim. Claiming. Par steel. We got more par. God, all kinds of par steel. Let's go inside here again and take a look at what we got going on. 50 minutes till we're done with this research. About a day until we're done with the until we're upgraded to level 14. So that's pretty cool. So the one that I got to be careful about is level 15, because when I hit level 15, people can attack my base. I'm gonna repair the ship. Wait, there's like so there is some kind of like where is it, Captain? I cannot find the lasers. There's like a laser thing. Wait, maybe you gotta go. Oh, collect. Thank you. What? I don't know. Maybe I can find the lasers here. Is it right here? Yeah. Okay, so there's the defense platform. The defense platform A. That is level 6 out of 60. That's the only defense for this space station. So I don't know what happens when your space station gets raided, but when I get to level 15, my noob protection expires. So but yeah, until then you got noob protection. The only time you can get attacked is when you're in one of these, when you're in like a mining vessel like this one, and you're out there mining resources, right? If you don't watch it, you can get your stuff jacked, basically. Look at that. It looks kind of like the Enterprise, but like with a bigger cargo hold. You know, we should swap ship to bring... Let me show you... Okay, so I think I've showed you the Interceptor. I have showed you the... this is like the level 1. This is the Rialta, right? That's the Explorer. We got a more advanced Explorer here. It looks a little bit more like the Enterprise, I guess. This is the Taurus. Let's see if we can upgrade this at all. We're level capped. What about this? Oh wait, we can upgrade. Oh no, we need to use Latinum to upgrade. So, yeah, be careful spending Latinum. Okay, that's what I'll say. You're definitely limited on the amount of Latinum that you have. So make sure that when you spend it, it's on something that you really want / need, rather than a resource that you can just get some other way. So. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So next time I play this, we're gonna relocate our base to a better location. We are going to go to the way system and patrol the way system. And we will hopefully have level 14. We'll be able to upgrade some more stuff with that operations base. This thing right here will be up to level 14, so then we can start to think about getting this up to 14. And the real thing that we want to do, the real next step is like we want to build. Come on. Not the jellyfish. That would be cool though. I want the jellyfish. Tala. Tala is the next strongest battleship that we can build. And what do we need for that? We need a higher shipyard, and then to unlock the research for Tala. If we want a higher shipyard, we got to get the operations up, which we're doing. We got to get the R&D up. We got to get the titanium generator B. So there's the R&D. It needs higher operations. It needs higher academy. We're going to have to build the academy. It needs a higher dilithium generator B. Oh my God. Yeah, lots of stuff to build next time. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope the letter hack doesn't have a like a botched Rashad Ritchie interview. She's afraid to cover banned streamers. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about. If we ever have to cover like banned streamers that are banned on Twitch, we got to cover them on YouTube only. So that's a little bit of a it's kind of a pain, but it's also, you know, a good excuse to do like a members only stream. So we're going to be hopefully doing more of those. We've actually got a decent number of members. I probably should do some community posts to members to let them know before I do that, because like the one thing that I really want to make sure that we don't do is I throw a members only stream and the members not be able to see it, right? Because you've got those memberships. You're supporting me monthly. That means a lot to me. I want to make sure that the content, that you can get it when it happens. And yeah, you can always watch it after the fact too. But you know, I just want to make sure that everybody that we can get on board for a members only stream is on board. We haven't done one in a while. We need to do one. I owe you a cosplay, chat. Some of you from Twitch might remember that I've got the Colonel Nanuchka cosplay to do. I got everything for that except for I was supposed to get the like hammer and sickle tattoo, like the fake hammer and sickle tattoo, because that's a part of. Wait, let me just show you who I'm talking about, because some of you like are like, Nanuchka, who is Colonel Nanuchka, and what is the lore behind this Colonel Nanuchka? Well, gentle chatter, I will answer that question. We're talking about wrestling. We're talking about the 1980s. We're talking about the actual gorgeous ladies of wrestling, right? And like probably the best person in the gorgeous ladies, in my opinion, right? This is just my opinion, right?
Vladimir, you are very late with your report. Explain this. You got on the wrong bus, and fell asleep until the end of the line. Where are you now? Lost? Don't worry, Vladimir. I will find you. Just tell me what street you are on. You're on the corner of Walk and Don't Walk. Vladimir, stay right there. I'm sending car immediately, and I hope it hits you.
Okay, so yeah, that's Colonel Nanochka. The nice thing about this old ass wrestling is that it doesn't copyright claim you. I hope.
Daisy, what are you doing? That's not your crown. What in the world? Oh, no, that belongs to the Nutchka. You'll have to defeat her here tonight in order to win the gold crown.
Okay, Johnny C.
Okay, how to take that?
Whoa! Ninotchka catching Daisy off guard with that dropkick. The evil dwarf Gremlina banned from ringside for this match. And Ninotchka is feeling her out. But Daisy makes hay out of her with a tremendous dropkick. I have never seen a grappler so big execute that maneuver. And the beefy Bolshevik comes right back at her with the same move.
So if you've seen the Netflix show Glow, you might have heard of a character named Zoya the Destroyer. That is basically a character who is based off of Colonel Nanochka. The reason that we were gonna do her the reason that I was gonna do cosplay of her is that Vosh's obsession with tankies, Vosh's obsession with anything like Russian being bad, and then Putin invaded Ukraine. So I don't know. It felt a little weird to do the cosplay in that context. I didn't want anybody to think that. I mean, like they shouldn't think that, right? Because I don't know if you know this, but the Soviet Union is a different nation than the Russian Federation. Like, right? These are the Soviet Union no longer exists. I don't know who needs to hear this, but yeah, the Soviet Union is no longer existing. Vladimir Putin is not your comrade. Vladimir Putin is not a communist. He's an oligarch, is what he really is. But nonetheless, it just seemed like with the timing, it just seemed like not the right thing to do. But I did get most of the cosplay. I do have that unitard, and I'm trying to remember. I feel like I got a few things for the cosplay, so I want to do that cosplay sometime. Because you did at one point we did unlock that on Twitch. At one point we did have over 200 subs on Twitch, which was great, but now things seem to be going YouTube's direction. But you can affect that if you're on Twitch and you want to see Twitch become more prominent. We just need to hit those goals more often. At the moment, YouTube is kicking ass. So tanky R-word? You for better healthcare, you must be a tanky. Yeah, basically, we're making fun of Vosh with that. And I just knew that if I did a Soviet themed cosplay, that at least one Voshite would call me a tanky, and we love that, right? Because otherwise I only get called a fake tanky, but by Keffel's fans. I don't know. I guess since Keffel's was like a real tanky, then I must be a fake tanky. I don't know, Chad. It's confusing. It's confusing. But that is gonna be it for me for today. Oh my god, we still did stream over 6 hours. That's kind of wild. But thank you for everybody who has supported me. Your support means a lot. Everybody supporting me on Patreon, as a member, as a sub, or just as somebody who gives me bits occasionally. I appreciate every little bit helps, and I love you, chat. You are the best chat. I would not trade you for any other chat in the world. And like I said, we are not the Galactic Federation. We are the Rebel Alliance. So, Bosch is an ableist. Oh yeah, he probably would. Yeah, call me. Well, he doesn't need much of an excuse to call me the R slur, right? I mean, I feel like that's like his go-to, right? Calling people the R slur. You don't really have to do much to get called the R slur by Vosh. Oh my god, we're in another ad break. I'm saying all this stuff while part of chat is not even seeing because they don't have subs, and therefore they're forced to witness the ad break instead. Okay, you know what we haven't rated in a long time? It's been a while. It's been a little while since we've rated US A-hole. So I'm going to send you over there. Yeah, you know, if you want to play the Star Trek game along with us, it's just that's the that's my link for Star Trek. You can also use the QR code when it comes up, right? The QR code's over there. You could use that to find it as well. Again, it's just you don't have to buy anything. It's just getting to level 5, unlocking the second ship, and getting to level 10. I've done all these things with very little problem, and I haven't spent a dime, so you shouldn't have to either. If the game's fun and you feel like spending money on it, feel free to do that, but just understand that for my sponsorship, it's only about getting you to certain levels. Anyway, we're going to say hi to my friend US A-hole, and I'm going to say bye to you for... yeah, the Twitch subs are poor, indeed. Well, I mean, compared to the YouTube subs, which is like the total subs ever, it's a little bit of a different metric, though. But that's okay. Twitch will get back on their shit soon, I'm sure. What's broken? Much love, everybody. Thank you for being with me today, and I will see you, I think, tomorrow. I think tomorrow, if I'm able to. I might have some things to take care of. Hopefully, we'll be okay to stream tomorrow. And hi, Vadis. Hi, Vadis. You're still here. You're still here. If you're on YouTube or you somehow didn't get pushed into the raid, you are still here. So much love to you. Also, if you're watching the VOD, right? I appreciate you too. Watching even Chuds coming in hot. Wait, what the fuck is that? No time for chuds. Okay, well they're dealing with some chuds over there. If you have a chance and you're on Twitch, go over and check out US A-hole. We raided into them tonight. Other than that, I will see you tomorrow, and like we're gonna try to get these member streams up, right? Especially now that there's so many YouTube members. Much love.